puesto de karaoke y cuestiona a Evelyn sobre cómo justifica ese gasto en una lavandería. Evelyn responde que es cantante. Deidre saca más recibos y señala que, según sus deducciones, Evelyn también parece ser novelista y chef. Frustrada, Evelyn sigue las instrucciones del Waymond desconocido, que le dice que se imagine en el armario del conserje y presione el botón verde de los auriculares. Al hacerlo, su conciencia se traslada a otra versión de sí misma en ese armario, pero en un universo distinto donde se encuentra con el mismo Waymond. Confundida, él le explica que existen muchos universos con realidades distintas, cada uno resultado de una decisión diferente, por mínima que sea, lo que significa que hay múltiples versiones de cada persona. Este Waymond viene del alfaverso y explica que en su mundo aprendieron a viajar entre universos, lo que le permitió controlar al Waymond de este mundo. También pueden adquirir habilidades y conocimientos de las otras versiones que ocupan. Revela que un ser malvado llamado Joe Tupaki quiere causar caos en el multiverso y piensa que Evelyn, por su bondad, puede detenerlo. Alpha Waymond explica que en el alfaverso, Alpha Evelyn era una científica brillante que descubrió cómo viajar entre universos. Ella presionó tanto a Alpha Joy para explorar el multiverso que su mente se fracturó tras saltar repetidamente entre universos. Como resultado, Alpha Joy pudo ver todos los universos posibles al mismo tiempo. Ahora ha creado un arma que Alpha Waymond piensa que puede destruir el multiverso y espera que Evelyn pueda detenerla. De repente aparece una Deidre alternativa y asesina a los cuerpos que ocupan Waymond y Evelyn, regresándolos a sus cuerpos originales. Evelyn se despierta en el universo original y Deidre le dice que después de años de experiencia, ella no ve solo recibos, sino una historia de vida que no se ve nada bien. Y les da hasta esa noche para entregar más documentos para la auditoría. Evelyn, aún afectada por su encuentro con la Deidre alternativa, golpea a esta Deidre. Luego encuentra los papeles de divorcio que Waymond había preparado y justo cuando intenta hablarlo, Deidre llama a seguridad. Esto hace que Alpha Waymond tome control del cuerpo de Waymond y ataque a los oficiales usando sus habilidades en artes marciales. Esta conmoción atrae la atención de Jobu, quien resulta ser Joy del universo Alpha. La auditoría de la lavandería es una gran preocupación para Evelyn y su visita al edificio de Hacienda desencadena el conflicto central de la película. Este lugar es también donde ocurrirá la mayoría de la acción. Literalmente, la auditoría revisa las finanzas del negocio, pero a un nivel más profundo, tanto la auditoría como el edificio reflejan el estado interno de Evelyn. El edificio, con sus muchos cubículos, simboliza su mente. La lavandería representa su camino en la vida y la auditoría muestra su momento actual. Está revisando profundamente su vida y comienza a sentirse insatisfecha con sus decisiones. La auditora actúa como su voz crítica interna. Cuestiona a Evelyn sobre gastos no relacionados con la lavandería que reflejan sus intentos fallidos por cambiar su vida, como sus esfuerzos por ser cantante, escritora o chef. Cuando Drake comentó que los recibos cuentan una historia de vida que no se ve nada bien, muestra cómo Evelyn evalúa su vida como un fracaso, lo que intensifica su crisis personal. No es coincidencia que después de esto se desencadene el caos dentro del edificio, reflejando la tormenta emocional que Evelyn enfrenta al sentirse fracasada. El edificio es evacuado, pero Alpha Waymond y Evelyn se quedan dentro. De pronto, Alpha Drake toma control de Drake con habilidades de sumo y ataca a Alpha Waymond. Este último enseña a Evelyn cómo saltar a un universo donde domina las artes marciales. Incapaz de hacerlo, Evelyn termina en un universo parecido al original, el universo de los impuestos, donde están en la camioneta después de la cita. Waymond le explica que no quería realmente el divorcio, sino provocar una conversación para resolver sus problemas. Sin embargo, entre lágrimas, admite que quizá Evelyn tenga razón y sería mejor si nunca se hubieran casado. Evelyn queda sorprendida al escuchar esto, pero antes de que pueda responder, regresa a su universo original. Alpha Waymond piensa que se equivocó al considerarla la elegida, pero Evelyn lo intenta de nuevo y salta a un universo donde es experta en artes marciales para adquirir habilidades de lucha. Al hacerlo, se da cuenta de que en esa realidad decidió quedarse en China en lugar de irse a Estados Unidos con Waymond. Esto la llevó a concentrarse en su carrera, convirtiéndose en una experta en Kung Fu y una actriz reconocida. Regresa al universo original y con sus nuevas habilidades en combate derrota a Alpha Deidre. Sin embargo, está afectada por lo visto en el otro universo. Le dice a Alpha Waymond que fue hermoso y que debería haber hecho caso a su padre en lugar de irse con Waymond. La policía llega y los arresta. Sin embargo, los saltos de Evelyn llamaron la atención de Jobu. Jobu toma el cuerpo de nuestra Joy, asesinando a los oficiales de manera cómica, como explotándolos en confeti. Al ver a Jobu en el cuerpo de Joy, Evelyn piensa que Jobu es la influencia maligna que cambió a su hija, haciéndola abandonar la universidad, tatuarse y ser gay. Aterrada, Evelyn busca un poder para enfrentar a Jobu, pero en su pánico solo consigue habilidades de un universo donde todos tienen dedos de salchicha. Jobu le dice que de todas las Evelyn que ha conocido, ella es una de las más interesantes. Al preguntarle qué quiere, Jobu le muestra la visión de una rosquilla, explicando que puso allí todos sus sueños y esperanzas. Después de conocer todas las versiones de sí misma, concluyó que nada importa, ya que en todas las realidades, se siente vacía, incomprendida y desconectada. Evelyn le dice que no puede creer en eso. John le responde que si nada importa, entonces el dolor y la culpa por no haber logrado nada se van. En ese momento, Alpha Gong Gong, usando el cuerpo de nuestro Gong Gong, choca su silla de ruedas contra Joe, quien vuelve al alfaverso, dejando el cuerpo de Joy. La película explora los conceptos filosóficos del nihilismo y el absurdo existencial. Se considera algo absurdo cuando nuestras ideas o expectativas chocan con la realidad. Albert Camus, quien desarrolló la idea del absurdo, y los nihilistas creían que la idea de que la vida tiene un propósito claro y preestablecido es absurda. Camus argumentaba que los humanos somos seres racionales que buscamos entender todo a nuestro alrededor y encontrar un sentido profundo a nuestra existencia. Sin embargo, vivimos en un mundo que a menudo parece no seguir una lógica clara. Lo absurdo nace de este choque entre nuestro deseo de encontrar un sentido y la realidad del mundo que parece indiferente y sin un propósito claro. En la película, los personajes principales se enfrentan a situaciones que resaltan el absurdo de sus vidas. Jobu o Joy siente esto al enfrentar la contradicción entre su deseo de ser comprendida y aceptada y la realidad de sentirse rechazada en cada uno de los universos, llevándola a creer que su existencia carece de sentido. Evelyn, por su parte, comienza a ver el absurdo en su vida al compararla con las versiones más exitosas y emocionantes de sí misma en otros universos. Finalmente, Waymond experimenta lo absurdo a través de su matrimonio fallido. Experimentar el absurdo de la vida, como se muestra en la película, desencadena una crisis existencial. Camus sugirió que hay tres maneras de responder a esto y las iré señalando a medida que se reflejen en los personajes. Aún en la oficina de Hacienda, Alpha Waymond regresa al cuerpo de nuestro Waymond. Evelyn duda ser quien buscan, pero Alpha Waymond le asegura que sí, argumentando que su falta de éxito es lo que la define. Cada uno de sus fracasos en este universo ha llevado al éxito de otra Evelyn en distintos universos. Asegura que por ser muy mala en todo, es capaz de lograr cualquier cosa. En ese momento, Joy entra y se genera un conflicto entre Alpha Waymond y Alpha Gong Gong sobre qué hacer. Alpha Gong Gong sugiere eliminar a Joy para prevenir que Jobu acceda a este universo, estrategia que ya ha funcionado en otros. Alpha Waymond, sin embargo, cree que Evelyn tiene la clave para salvar a todos. Evelyn, alineándose con Alpha Waymond, desarma a Alpha Gong Gong y escapan. En respuesta, Alpha Gong Gong pide refuerzos del alfaverso para eliminar a Evelyn, temiendo que se convierta en una amenaza similar a Jobu. Para vencerlos, Evelyn utiliza habilidades de sus otras versiones de múltiples universos, donde es desde artista marcial, malabarista de letreros de publicidad, hasta cocinera. Esta mezcla la convierte en una luchadora excepcional, capaz de lanzar adversarios por los aires con su dedo meñique. En el atrio del edificio de Hacienda, derrota a los secuaces de Alpha Gong Gong y se destaca en una pelea peculiar con tapones para el trasero. Pero el constante salto entre universos la deja agotada. Entonces, Alpha Waymond, en el cuerpo de nuestro Waymond, la recoge en sus brazos. Sin embargo, en el alfaverso, Jobu asesina a Alpha Waymond, lo que hace regresar al Waymond original, quien se encuentra muy confundido. Jobu aparece en el atrio y dice que Evelyn aún no comprende la situación. Mientras Evelyn se prepara para enfrentarla, el esfuerzo de usar demasiadas habilidades alternativas y pasar mucho tiempo en cuerpos de otras Evelyns fractura su mente como la de Jobu, y Evelyn se desvanece. Jobu menciona que se encontrarán nuevamente, dejando a Waymond devastado. Ahora, como Jobu, Evelyn alcanza su máximo potencial, experimenta todos los universos simultáneamente y viaja entre ellos, incluyendo aquel donde tiene dedos de salchicha y está en una relación romántica con Deidre. Finalmente, concentra su conciencia en el universo de los impuestos, en el que Evelyn volvió a casa para hacer su declaración. Evelyn confronta a Joy y fuerza a Jobu a salir. Jobu aparece y ambas comienzan a saltar entre universos sorprendentemente variados. Sin embargo, Jobu no lucha. Evelyn pregunta cuál es el propósito de todo esto y entonces Jobu la lleva a su base en el alfaverso. Allí, Jobu revela que su arma es la rosquilla donde ha colocado todas las cosas de todos los universos a la vez. Al observar la rosquilla, el espectador puede experimentar toda la realidad simultáneamente. Jobu le explica a Evelyn que no la buscaba para matarla, sino para encontrar una versión de ella que pudiera viajar entre universos como ella. Jobu quería que Evelyn sintiera lo mismo, el vacío y la falta de conexión, y que entendiera que nada importa. Jobu obliga a Evelyn a mirar la rosquilla y Evelyn empieza a creer que nada tiene sentido, sintiéndose insignificante. Esto la lleva a actuar de forma cruel en otros universos, dañando emocionalmente a quienes la rodean y destruyendo sus relaciones. Ya no le importa a quién hace daño, ni siquiera a sí misma. Por ejemplo, en el universo de los impuestos, Evelyn opta por no entregar los documentos a Deidre y durante la fiesta de Gong Gong toma el micrófono micrófono y declara que solo fingen saber lo que hacen, pero en realidad están atrapados en círculos, lavando ropa y pagando impuestos, tras lo cual firma el divorcio con Raymond. Justo entonces, Deirdre llega con los oficiales para embargar la lavandería y Evelyn, furiosa, rompe los vidrios del local con un bate mientras grita que siempre detestó ese lugar. Los oficiales la arrestan. Al mismo tiempo, en otro universo donde la vida nunca existió y ellas son solo rocas, Evelyn y Jobu se consuelan mutuamente. La roca Jobu confiesa que tenía la esperanza de que Evelyn viera algo que ella no pudo ver y la convenciera de que había otro camino. En el alfaverso, Jobu le revela a Evelyn que creó la rosquilla no para destruir todo, sino para autodestruirse. Pide a Evelyn que la acompañe y ella acepta. Regresando a Camus, la primera forma de responder al absurdo de la vida es el suicidio. La percepción de que la vida carece de sentido puede llevar a una persona a sentirse perdida o desesperada, lo que a veces lleva a pensar en acabar con su vida. Si nada importa, ¿por qué esforzarse o seguir existiendo? Camus consideraba que esta era la única pregunta filosófica realmente importante. En este momento de la película, tanto Jobu como Evelyn parecen inclinarse por esta opción. Sin embargo, Camus no apoyaba esta solución. La segunda manera de responder al absurdo, aunque no se muestra en la película, es a través de la fe. ¿Cómo creer en una vida después de la muerte o en un propósito superior dado por algún dios? Sin embargo, Camus consideraba esta actitud como un tipo de suicidio filosófico porque se deja de cuestionar y buscar nuestras propias verdades a cambio de respuestas predeterminadas y consuelo. Camus tampoco apoyaba esta manera de enfrentar el absurdo, así que propuso una tercera opción que explicaré en el momento adecuado. Joe y Evelyn están a punto de entrar en la rosquilla, sin embargo, antes de entrar, Evelyn escucha la voz de Waymond y salta. Mito griego de Sísifo. En este mito, Sísifo es condenado por los dioses a subir una enorme roca hasta la cima de una colina, solo para verla rodar hacia abajo cada vez que alcanza la cima, repitiendo este ciclo eternamente. Para los dioses no había peor castigo que un esfuerzo constante sin esperanza ni propósito claro. Camus usó este relato para reflejar nuestras propias vidas. Otro círculo más. Como dijo Evelyn en la fiesta, repetimos tareas diarias: comer, trabajar, dormir, sin una trascendencia evidente. Sin embargo, aunque su tarea parecía fútil, Camus imaginó a Sísifo encontrando satisfacción. Él escribió que al pie de la montaña, Sísifo siempre encuentra de nuevo su carga, pero enseña una lealtad que desafía a los dioses y sigue levantando la roca. Sísifo juzga que todo está bien. Para él, este universo sin un amo no parece vacío ni inútil. Cada grano de la piedra, cada trozo de mineral de esa montaña oscura forma un mundo en sí mismo. El simple esfuerzo de alcanzar la cima fama es suficiente para llenar el corazón de un hombre. Debemos imaginar a Sísifo feliz. ¿Cómo es que puede Sísifo hallar felicidad en esta condena? Porque su destino le pertenece. Incluso en situaciones que parecen limitadas, como realizar las mismas tareas diariamente, siempre hay infinitas posibilidades dentro de esas condiciones que nos permiten encontrar significado en nuestras vidas. Aún en una realidad donde uno tiene dedos de salchicha, es posible tocar el piano con los pies. Quizás ningún camino de vida nos satisfaga completamente, pero siempre podemos encontrar cosas significativas por las que vale la pena vivir, sea cual sea la realidad. Cuando Camus habla de Sísifo, quiere mostrarnos que abrazar el absurdo no significa vivir sin alegría, sino verlo como una oportunidad para elegir lo que nos importa. Sísifo acepta su situación y encuentra felicidad en ella. Si para los dioses el peor castigo es el esfuerzo constante y sin sentido, para el héroe absurdo no hay mayor acto de rebeldía que encontrar alegría en su supuesto castigo. De aquí surge la tercera respuesta y la que Camus considera más adecuada: la rebelión. Este implica aceptar que la vida no tiene un sentido predefinido, pero a diferencia del nihilismo, que se resigna a esta falta de sentido y considera inútil buscarlo, la rebelión absurda desafía a llenar ese vacío. Si nada importa, nos toca escoger lo que sí importa para nosotros. La ausencia de un sentido predefinido se convierte en una oportunidad para que cada uno de nosotros construya su propio significado. No hay mayor desafío al sinsentido que crear nuestro propio sentido. Descubrir las cosas que hacen que la vida valga la pena y permitir que éstas nos consuman. Esta ha sido la filosofía de Waymond desde el principio. Su forma de revelarse al absurdo y la confusión es a través de la bondad incondicional, y esta es la lección que enseña a Evelyn. En el alfaverso, Evelyn se niega a entrar en la rosquilla. Enfurecida, Joe transporta la rosquilla y sus secuaces al universo original de Evelyn, comenzando a destruir todo en el atrio. Inspirada por Waymond, Evelyn cambia su estilo de lucha. En lugar de pelear, se pone ojos de plástico en la frente y después lanza ojos a todos. Usando sus poderes, comprende y resuelve amorosamente los conflictos y deseos de los combatientes, logrando que dejen de atacar. También soluciona los problemas de sus otras versiones en el multiverso, como reconciliarse con Daedra en el universo de los dedos de salchicha. Los círculos aparecen constantemente en la película, desde espejos redondos hasta círculos enrecidos, ojos de plástico y una rosquilla destructora. Esta repetición no es accidental. El círculo es repetición. En el contexto de la película, simboliza la vida, que es una repetición de días de actividades hasta la muerte. La rosquilla, un círculo negro con un hueco en el centro que parece devorar todo a su paso, representa el nihilismo, una repetición de días oscuros, vacíos y sin sentido. Por otro lado, los ojos de plástico, que al ponerlos en cualquier objeto parece que el objeto cobra vida, son círculos blancos con un punto negro. Simbolizan lo opuesto a la rosquilla, una repetición de días en la que es posible encontrar momentos de alegría y significado. Waymond a menudo pegaba ojos de plástico en objetos inanimados como si les diera vida, reflejando su intento de crear sentido a una vida que a veces parece carecer de él. Por el contrario, Evelyn solía quitarlos, negando que su vida pueda ser emocionante o significativa. Sin embargo, cuando Evelyn cambió su perspectiva, se rebeló contra el absurdo, se colocó los ojos de plástico y pasó de simplemente existir a vivir de verdad, e infundió nueva vida en aquellos a su alrededor. En el atrio del edificio de Hacienda, Joe se acerca a la rosquilla. Evelyn intenta seguirla, pero Alpha Gon Gon la detiene y le pide que la deje ir. Evelyn le responde que no hará con Joe lo que él hizo a ella. En el universo de los impuestos, tras el incidente en la lavandería, Gon Gon le dice a Evelyn que no lo llame papá. Evelyn le responde que no le importa si él no puede estar orgulloso de ella, porque finalmente ella sí lo está. Luego trae a Joe y le dice a Gon Gon que siempre esperó que Joy no fuera como ella, pero resultó terca y desorganizada, igual que su madre. Ahora Evelyn acepta que eso está bien porque, al igual que a ella, el universo le dio a una persona buena para equilibrar sus defectos. Entonces presenta a Becky como la novia de Joy, pero Joy, molesta, sale corriendo de la lavandería. Hasta ahora podemos entender mejor la actitud de Evelyn hacia Joy, sintiéndose insatisfecha con su vida y como una decepción. Para Evelyn, Joy era su última esperanza, la persona en quien depositó todos los sueños y ambiciones que ella misma no logró cumplir. Si Evelyn sentía que había fracasado en todo, tal vez Joy podía ser su éxito. Por eso Evelyn la presionó mucho, criticándola y controlando su imagen ante la familia, intentando que Joy al menos pareciera ser el motivo de orgullo que ella no pudo ser. Sin embargo, la actitud de Evelyn solo replicaba las mismas presiones que su padre le impuso, lo que contribuyó a la depresión de Joy. Y esto crea otro círculo más, un dolor que se transmite de generación en generación. Pero después de experimentar diferentes universos y aprender de Waymond que la mejor manera de enfrentar los problemas es con amor, Evelyn comienza a darse cuenta de sus errores, a corregirlos y rompe este ciclo. En el atrio, Joe trata de entrar en la dona, pero Evelyn la la detiene. Justo cuando parece que se le escapa, Alpha Gon Gon y nuestro Waymond llegan para ayudar y evitar que Joe sea consumida por la rosquilla. En el universo de los impuestos, Evelyn persigue a Joy hasta el estacionamiento, donde Joy confiesa estar cansada de causar dolor y pide ser dejada en paz, pues su presencia solo lastima a ambas. Evelyn acepta dejarla ir. En ese instante, en todos los universos, Evelyn libera a Joy, incluyendo en el universo de las rocas, donde Evelyn Roca permite que Joy Roca caiga por el acantilado. Sin embargo, en el estacionamiento, antes de que Joy se vaya, Evelyn la detiene. Le reprocha que está engordando, que nunca llama y solo los visita cuando necesita algo. Se pregunta por qué querría estar ahí con ella. Luego sugiere que quizás Joy tenga razón sobre ser insignificantes, pero aún así, ella siempre querrá estar con su hija. Joy le responde que podría ser quien quisiera en cualquier lugar. ¿Por qué no buscar un lugar donde su hija sea más de lo que es aquí? Aquí solo tienen raramente algunos momentos en los que algo tiene sentido. Evelyn concluye que entonces atesorará esos pequeños momentos. Evelyn y Joy se abrazan y Joy finalmente se siente amada y aceptada. Roca Evelyn alcanza a Roca Joy, al mismo tiempo sacan a Joe de la rosquilla y la desactivan. Evelyn logró reconciliarse con su padre, su hija y su esposo, y quizás más importante aún, consigo misma. Más tarde, Becky, ahora completamente aceptada por todos, incluso por Evelyn y Gon Gon, deja a la familia Wong en el edificio de Hacienda. Evelyn y Waymond comparten un beso cariñoso mientras caminan juntos, mostrando que su matrimonio se ha fortalecido. Llegan a la oficina de Deidre con sus recibos bien ordenados y Deidre los elogia por su mejora. Logran solucionar exitosamente la auditoría de la lavandería, lo que a su vez significa que Evelyn ha superado satisfactoriamente la auditoría de su vida. Evelyn mira a su familia con orgullo, feliz con su vida, a pesar de saber todo lo que pudo haber sido. El multiverso en la película resuena con nuestras propias luchas, con los caminos no tomados. Este anhelo por las vidas perdidas y las realidades que podrían haber sido es algo con lo que todos podemos identificarnos. Todos hemos imaginado nuestras propias versiones alternativas, especialmente ahora que el Internet nos conecta con un sinfín de posibilidades. En cierto modo, el Internet es nuestro propio multiverso. Nos movemos a través de un flujo constante de vidas ajenas, ideas y emociones que se presentan por medio de imágenes, textos y videos que se suceden sin cesar, cada una capaz de empujarnos en una dirección distinta, saturándonos de opciones y dejándonos atrapados en un estado de agobio e insatisfacción. Nos vemos a menudo comparando nuestras experiencias con las de otros y evaluando constantemente caminos alternativos para nuestras vidas, lo que nos dificulta mantener una perspectiva clara de lo que realmente importa. Aunque Evelyn vivía lo que podría considerarse su peor vida y podía fusionarse con cualquier otra versión suya más exitosa, decidió que esta vida merecía ser vivida y luchada. No hay vida que sea un desperdicio. Incluso una que parece no llevar a ningún lado, siempre tiene potencial para el crecimiento y el significado. Es fácil lamentar vidas que no tuvimos. Es fácil desear haber tomado otras decisiones, haber hecho algo diferente. Es fácil lamentarse y seguir lamentándose hasta que se nos termine la vida. Y no podemos saber con certeza si las decisiones no tomadas habrían resultado mejor o peor. Solo existe un camino que podemos seguir y no hay manera de saber si es el correcto. Cada opción viene con sus propios desafíos y alegrías, pero lo cierto es que tu vida, tal como es, está ocurriendo justo ahora. Y esa es la vida en la que debemos enfocarnos. O, como lo dijo Camus, nunca podrás experimentar todo. Así que, por favor, haz justicia poética a tu alma y simplemente experiméntate a ti mismo.
Welcome to Watch Mojo, and today we're looking at anime characters too powerful for the show they're in. Number 20, Haruhi Suzumiya. The Melancholy of Haruhi Suzumiya. While they appear completely normal on the outside, the SOS Brigade is home to a time traveler, an Esper, and an alien. But why have they all gathered into this one school club? Well, at the center of it all is the eccentric Haruhi Suzumiya, who unknowingly possesses godlike abilities. This means she can alter and destroy reality at any time depending on her mood.
鈴宮さんの機嫌が治らない限り拡大し続け、例のあれも暴れ続けるということですね。単に負けてるって理由でか。な でたらめな野郎だ。
This causes a whole lot of trouble for Kyon, who is constantly trying to satisfy her ridiculous everyday whims.
待てよ。
Number 19, Ron Murray, Detective Conan. You know, for a show about figuring out how a crime could be physically possible, Ron's strengths aren't exactly physically possible. Her training in the martial arts means she's more than capable of taking care of herself whenever coming face to face with criminals. But if you've seen Meitante Conan, you know that someone with a gun is often the least of their problems. Good thing Ron's usually around to perform ridiculous feats of strength. Now if only her dad was as competent as she is. Number 18, Sid Kageno, The Eminence in Shadow. Before he even got reincarnated into another world, Sid was already a bit of a weirdo, operating as a vigilante and taking down criminals.
俺はただスタイリッシュ暴漢スレイヤー。
This experience came in handy big time after he got reincarnated into another world thanks to good old reliable Truck-kun. Due to his intense training since he was a toddler, Sid's swordsmanship and magical abilities are unmatched. He often deals with the most powerful looking enemies in the most nonchalant way possible, defeating them with ease.
授業で習わなかったのかね。
And let's not forget the guy can literally turn himself into a nuke and emerge unscathed. Number 17, Zeno, Dragon Ball Super. In a franchise where its power scales increase with every arc, it's particularly funny that Super introduced a character so powerful, it's unlikely that any character will ever match them. Grand Zeno is the supreme ruler of the multiverses in Dragon Ball and can end an entire universe on a whim. This means some of the most powerful fighters in existence, such as the gods of destruction, cower before him, despite his childlike nature. The lives of billions are just a gain to this little guy. Number 16, Sukuna, Jujutsu Kaisen. There's a reason why he's known as the King of Curses. Over 8,000 years old, the Jujutsu sorcerer turned curse makes his grand return to modern-day Japan after Yuji consumes one of his fingers. Sukuna possesses such incredible power that he was pretty much easily able to wipe out Shibuya from the map without realizing it. Even in a weakened state while possessing Yuji, other villains cower before him, knowing one wrong move could end their lives instantly. Despite all of the feats he's displayed so far, anime viewers haven't even begun to see what he's capable of. Number 15, Yogiri Takato. My instant death ability is so overpowered. An isekai protagonist with insane abilities is one of the most overdone tropes in anime. However, this one takes the cake. After being transported to another world, Yogiri gains the ability to instantly kill anyone and anything he likes with just a single thought. Think Death Note without the need to write down anyone's name into a book, or the Death Note itself for that matter. Of course, though he doesn't need to, Yogiri can't help but shout "die" to whoever is unfortunate enough to be on the receiving end of it. Number 14, Tobias, Pokemon. Remember back in the day when you were Pokemon battling with your friends, and there was always that one kid who used nothing but legendaries and Ubers? Well, Tobias is that annoying kid personified. Ash Ketchum was showing real promise in the Lily of the Valley conference, making it all the way to the top 4. Unfortunately for him, the Writers needed a quick and easy way for him to get knocked out. So they introduced Tobias, who used a Darkrai and Latios of all things.
Latios, use Giga Impact!
After defeating Ash and going on to win the entire tournament, he disappeared into the night, never to be seen again. Let's be real, if he had turned up to the World Coronation Series, there's a good chance Ash wouldn't be holding that trophy up right now.
Ash, that was a good battle. Thank you.
Number 13, Hao Asakura, Shaman King. Sometimes a character is so overpowered that the entire plot falls apart. That was the case with Hao in this shonen classic. Reincarnated multiple times before the start of the series, Hao's main objective in his third life is to become the Shaman King and exterminate all of humanity. And he succeeds in doing that. Well, partially. After the protagonists fail to defeat him, they give up and convince him to temporarily put off his genocide. Usually, a villain like this is created for the heroes to eventually overcome, but in this case, Hao is just way too much for anyone to handle. Number 12, Honey, Boran High School Host Club. If you took one look at this little fella, you'd think that butter wouldn't melt in his mouth. Well, looks can be deceiving. Outside of his activities as the host club's resident cutie, Honey spends most of his time training in martial arts. But surely such a little guy couldn't use said talents to take out a unit of armed guards, right? Oh, Boran might be outlandish at times, but Honey's strength is just too staggering. Just make sure you never steal his cake or mess with his favorite plushie. Number 11, Anos Voldigode, the Misfit of Demon King Academy. The title of this series is quite apt, as Anos simply doesn't fit in this academy. Once known as the Demon King of Tyranny, Anos is reincarnated 2,000 years later to human parents, and soon enrolls into Demon King Academy without anyone knowing his true identity.
まがいものだ。そもそも俺とお前が同じ立場で争うことが間違っている。
Here, he finds out that magic has waned drastically over the years, and that no one can compete with his incredible powers.
うまく受け身を取れ。
Because of this, he's often the target of both students and teachers alike, but he confidently brushes them off like they're nothing to him, defeating them in weird and creative ways. Number 10, Tatsuma Ushiyama, Golden Kamui. Don't let the block on his head fool you. This guy is a beast, even in a series that features the most vicious of criminals, giant wolves, and a guy called Tsukumoto the Immortal. Out of all the Abashiri convicts, this is definitely the one you'd want to stay clear of, since he can box bears with ease, never gives up the chase, relishes in a good beatdown, and has an unbridled lust for women. There's truly nothing subtle about Ushiyama, so it's kind of a shock he hasn't managed to grab all the Ainud gold for himself and set himself up a nice little settlement of his own, complete with harems and death matches galore. Shizuo Heiwashima. Urarara. First things first, this guy should have been the title character. You all know it's true. Shizuo may have been slightly lacking when it came to forward thinking, but as for pure style and raw strength, this dude was top tier.
何をされた文句はねえよな
Basically, a walking hurricane, watching him beat down thugs and other unfortunates was always entertaining. But let's be honest, even in a series with headless reapers and psychotic information brokers, Shizuo was always in a class of his own. Isaiah may have been able to outwit him, but there was no one who could ever hope to match his punching power. Number 8, Torkel, Vinland Saga. The fact Thorfinn managed to survive his encounter with this monstrous Viking is a miracle unto itself. The Danish forces may not be lacking for ferocity and savage skills with an axe, but Torgal the Tall is practically mythological as far as strength goes. With a happy-go-lucky attitude and an incessant eagerness to throw himself into the next fight, every battle is a playground for this guy, while he always leaves littered with body parts. Seriously, when he's not cleaving through trees like a demonic lumberjack, he's turning enemy soldiers into mulch. Number 7, Meruem, Hunter x Hunter. This guy was so ridiculous that the author Togashi was forced to put an end to him in an underhanded way via poison.
老衆の兵士頼むぞ黙ってその場に成果を果ててくれんなよ
That being said, everything leading up to his passing cemented him as a killing machine of such high caliber that even at full force, we're still not sure if Gon would have been able to tango with him and live.
たどり着いた
He was able to brush off practically everything that Netero threw at him, and considering the fact that it was Netero doing the throwing, that speaks volumes. Anyone who can casually withstand something like the Zero Hand is fighting well below his station.
素晴らしい一撃であった
Number 6, Machio Naruto. How heavy are the dumbbells you lift?
はじめまして、シルバーマンジムのトレーナーのマチオです。わからないことがあったら何でも聞いてくださいね。
He's the sportive trainer who's easy on the eyes and all too eager to help this year's waifus get themselves into better shape. Sounds like he fits perfectly into the formula, right? Well, as it happens, beneath that tracksuit lurk so many muscles that it defies comprehension. We wouldn't mind so much if not for the fact this is a series that portrays realistic ways for viewers to get healthier and exercise safely. Hard to focus on said lessons when Machio's outrageous pecs are filling up the screen. Just look at those things. Number 5, Chuya Nakahara, Bungo Stray Dogs. That's right, even in a series where one guy can transform into a tiger hybrid and another has a demon living in his edgelord jacket, Port Mafia's favourite pretty boy still stands above them all as the strongest of the bunch, all thanks to his ability to manipulate gravity, coupled with the fact he's got an inbuilt rage mode that truly pushes him towards the boundaries of OP. If not for his own desires to work as an enforcer of Ogi's will, the man formerly known as the God of Fire could have easily crushed the entire city under his boots ages ago. He knocked out Cthulhu, for God's sake. Number 4, Tsukasa Shishio, Dr. Stone. Don't get us wrong, we love a guy who can punch the hell out of lions as much as the next person, but in a series where science and all of its facets are the central focus, having someone with inhuman strength is just a tad on the fantastical side, wouldn't you say? Of course, Tsukasa and Senku's clash is the embodiment of brawn against brain, an ideology war over the concept of might makes right, and as such comes across as a truly compelling premise. Still, the guy woke up after being turned to stone for several millennia and was instinctively able to take down a pack of lions. He's one step away from being a JoJo character. Number 3, Yujiro Hanma, Baki the Grappler. When everyone around you has muscles for days and enough martial arts prowess to reduce people's bones to powder, it takes a special kind of monster to stand above the rest.
Affection is as material as time itself. It's for the weak. It destroys you.
Then you've got Yujiro, a man so dangerous that he's practically a nuclear deterrent. A man who can easily kill you with a hug. A man who once stopped an earthquake just by punching the ground. Yeah, he did that. He's beyond the pale of human ability, capable of crushing any man, weapon, or beast that comes his way. We're still debating if he's like part sane or something.
That man can push back 100 people.
Number 2, Panacotta Fugo, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Golden Wind. Oh, Rocky, you really got yourself into a bind with this, didn't you? Whatever was envisioned for this member of Bucciarati's crew didn't end up amounting to much, since he was introduced with a stand that up until the reveal of Gold Experience Requiem was one of the deadliest psychic projections to ever hop out of an angry Italian psyche. Purple Haze's smog reduced anyone it touched to bubbling ooze, friend, foe, and user alike. Something so uncontrollable, equipped with an insta-kill smoke machine hidden in its knuckle, turned out to be something of a narrative wrench in the works. Thus it, along with Fugo, were dropped at the halfway point. Arrivederci. Before we continue, be sure to subscribe to our channel and ring the bell to get notified about our latest videos. You have the option to be notified for occasional videos or all of them. If you're on your phone, make sure to go into your settings and switch on notifications. Number 1, Saitama, One Punch Man. While his overwhelming strength is
The King of Fighters 94 has proved to SNK that the new 3 vs 3 crossover series has the potential to not only stand on its own among the fighting games giants, but to surpass them, as both the arcade and Neo Geo home versions of the game were a huge hit for the company, both critically and financially. The King of Fighters 94 developers team, which was seen as the underdog team within SNK, and had previously endured a harsh and stressful development cycle, which included many project cancellation threats, has now become the most prevalent of the company's internal teams, as SNK decided to capitalize on the success and made the King of Fighters a new flagship series. The success of the King of Fighters 94 was so disruptive that SNK moved to prioritize the new Team vs. Team game sequel over other titles, and quickly greenlit the sequel to the King of Fighters 94. Because KOF 94 was supposed to be a one-off, the company hesitated on the sequel's title, but ultimately they decided to make this new, very lucrative series a yearly event, and the title The King of Fighters 95 was chosen. SNK's goal for the King of Fighters sequel was simple: take what worked on the previous title and make it better. Initially, due to the excitement from the great reception that the King of Fighters 94 received, the King of Fighters development team wanted to redraw all the sprites and start from scratch for this new chapter. The team started drawing new sprites with better animation and more detail, but then quickly realized that this very ambitious approach would not allow them to release the game by the agreed deadline. Instead, the King of Fighters 95 team decided to take a more realistic and sustainable approach of reusing the assets from the King of Fighters 94 and slightly retouching them. The plans for the new sprites would be put aside to be used for, at the time, the untitled second sequel. One area where SNK changed course at the last minute during the King of Fighters 94 was its lore. The game's original story was very basic and was not to be taken seriously. But that all changed before the original game release, when the protagonist of the series' design and name were changed from Sho to Kyo Kusanagi. The Kusanagi family name has ties to the famed Japanese folklore story of Yamata no Orochi. The Yamata no Orochi folklore is a famous tale that is integral to Japanese mythology, particularly in the Shinto tradition. The story is about a fearsome 8-headed and 8-tailed dragon called Yamata no Orochi, which had an enormous body that stretched over 8 valleys and 8 hills. Every year, this monstrous creature demanded the sacrifice of a young maiden from the nearby village. The story is closely associated with the deity of Susanoo, the Shinto god of the sea and storms, who in the tale used the famed Kusanagi no Tsurugi sword to slay the demon. The Kusanagi sword is one of the 3 imperial regalia of Japan, which are highly revered symbols of the Japanese imperial family's legitimacy and authority. The other 2 are the Yasakani jewel and the Yata mirror. These regalia, also known as the 3 sacred treasures of Japan, play a crucial role in Japanese mythology and the enthronement ceremonies of the Japanese emperor. SNK decided to fuse the Yamata no Orochi folklore story with that of the 3 sacred treasures, and thus a long-running narrative of the series was born. Game director Masanori Kawasashi was the one responsible for coming up with the plot of what we now know as the Orochi saga. He decided to make Orochi as a deity that sees itself as the spirit of the earth and could no longer tolerate human civilization's expansion at the expense of nature. 1800 years ago, Orochi decides to destroy the human race once and for all. The demon gathered a large following in the form of a clan. The 8 strongest warriors of this clan are known as the Hakkeshu. Orochi decided to use the powers of nature to wipe humanity from existence. The Hakkeshu and the human race waged countless wars until the leaders of 3 Japanese clans, the Kusanagi, the Yasakani, and the Yata, defeated the demon with the 3 mystical treasures: the Kusanagi sword, the Yasakani jewel, and the Yata mirror. The Orochi was defeated but not vanquished. As the spirit of the earth, the demon could never be fully killed. So the three clans decided to use the three mystical treasures to seal Orochi in a suspended state. The second part of the story takes place 660 years before the events of the King of Fighters 94. Centuries after being defeated and sealed, the seal of Orochi has started weakening. The then leaders of the three sacred clans, the Kusanagi, Yasakani, and Yappa, decided to move the seal to a hidden location. Wanting to disrupt their unity, one of the clan members that worships Orochi killed the Yasakani's leader's wife and blamed it on the Kusanagi clan. Angered by his loss, Yasakani made a blood pact with Orochi to gain the necessary means for revenge. The Yasakani would then change their family name to Yagami, and as a side effect to the Orochi blood now running in their veins, the once crimson flames of the Yasakani changed to a purple one. While this was the full lore behind the King of Fighters 95 and two of its sequels, the developer team decided to only reveal a little bit about the story through the game, and hoped that each new sequel will reveal more of the King of Fighters' new tale. In terms of playable characters, the new King of Fighters 95 kept most of the previous game's roster except for the USA team. SNK wanted to replace the sports team with a new one that would be important for the game's narrative. Introducing the non-conventional hero Kyo Kusanagi in the King of Fighters 94 was very well received, as the character quickly became a fan favorite. As previously mentioned, Kyo was designed as a new type of hero, unlike other series protagonists like Terry Bogard for Fatal Fury, Ryo Sakazaki for Art of Fighting, or Capcom's very popular Ryu from Street Fighter II. Initially, during the King of Fighters 94, Terry Bogard was the rival of the new hero, an idea seen in the box art of the King of Fighters 94. However, Kyo's unconventional and well-received design gave the King of Fighters dev team the idea of introducing a brand new rival, and one that can tie to the game's developing lore. Many designs were introduced and tried for the rival character, named Iori Yagami, before deciding on the final one. SNK also wanted to make the character have a unique personality that would be apparent from his sprite animations and voice acting. Since Kyo Kusanagi, from the Kusanagi clan, sports a sun logo on the back of his jacket, it was decided that Iori, who was written as a member of the Yagami clan, would have a crescent moon design, showcasing the rivalry not only between Kyo and Iori, but also the respective clans. Once the iconic design for Iori was locked, work went into giving this new character a unique personality, unlike anything seen in a video game before. Iori's gameplay was created from the beginning to show his rude and violent personality. While violent characters in video games were nothing new, especially looking at other fighting games of the era, like the then very popular Mortal Kombat 2, Iori Yagami in the King of Fighters 95 brought a new level of sadistic intensity and seen in games at the time. The new character openly wished for his enemy's death, using phrases like "sonomama shine," meaning die as you are, and "nake sakebe soshite shine," which translates to cry, scream, and then die. His unique moves in the game included grabbing and headbutting his opponents and setting them on fire while laughing at them and wishing them to die. Many of his attacks included clawing his opponents while showing delight in their pain. All these elements combined to make Hiyori a unique character that will make his mark in video game history. It was important for SNK to get Hiyori right, as the character was written to be an important part of the franchise's upcoming narrative. Hiyori's story was written to be both tragic and anti-heroic. As the last descendant of the Yagami clan, Hiyori grew an orphan, as the Orochi blood running through his veins causes the mother of each heir to die in childbirth, and the heir to die in his young age. Now that the main rival for the King of Fighters protagonist was ready, the King of Fighters developers decided to make him part of a team that included other rivals to existing characters. Billy Khan, Geese Howard's right-hand man from the Fatal Fury franchise, was chosen as a rival for Terry. Billy was considered to be part of an early version of the England team in the King of Fighters 94. As for the third character, SNK went with Eiji Kisaragi, a rival to Ryo Sakazaki. Eiji made his debut in The Art of Fighting 2 and was a fan favorite for both his ninja attire and unique skills. Thus the rival team was complete. The rest of the cast from the King of Fighters 94 are all back. A subtle change was also enacted when it comes to team names. Rather than representing countries like the previous game, each team now has a unique name that fits its power or narrative. For example, the Italy team of Terry Bogard, Andy Bogard, and Joe Higashi is now Team Fatal Fury, while the China team is now Team Psycho Soldiers. This gave the characters more personalities and emphasized the importance of the narrative. Speaking of narrative, all returning teams now have had new story elements and developments. More teams were planned for the sequel. First was a boss team made of Geese Howard, Wolfgang Krauser, and Mr. Big. The idea of the boss team would be used in the eventual sequel to the King of Fighters 95. Another team that almost made the cut was the Samurai Showdown team, made of Haomaru, Nakoruru, and Galfor. SNK really wanted to include characters from the very popular Samurai Showdown 2, but due to time constraints, the team would be cut from the game. Many other original characters were planned and then abandoned, like a traditional karate fighter, a skater girl, and what will be an early version of the character of Chris, who will make his big debut in the King of Fighters 97. While the sprites for the King of Fighters 95 characters were similar to 94, an incredible work was done on the stages, as the new stages of the sequel were more vibrant, colorful, and had more spectators. Keeping up with its prequel, the King of Fighters 95 also had spectacular stage intros. Having decided on the narrative of the series, SNK wanted to only plant seeds in the King of Fighters 95 rather than reveal it all. Knowing that Orochi would be the big bad of the series, Masanori Kawasashi wanted to showcase the power of Orochi and decided to bring back the big bad of the previous game, Rugal Bernstein, as the boss for the King of Fighters 95. However, this time, instead of Rugal looking into making bronze statues of his enemies, he is now interested in the Orochi power. Through a yet-to-be-revealed backstory at the time, the sadistic arms dealer has tapped into a small amount of the power, which then turned him into the terrifying Omega Rugal. The idea was to show how powerful Orochi is, since just with a tiny bit of the Orochi power, Rugal becomes this insanely powerful version of himself. While the team planned for Rugal to be the final boss from the beginning of development, Rugal's portrayal was debated. At some point, Rugal would have been a fusion of the scrap boss team of Geese Howard and Krauser. Another plan had Rugal combine with his Black Panther, Ronan, in the second round of the final match. But that also was abandoned for the Omega Rugal design. Speaking of bosses, the King of Fighters 95 developers decided to add a sub-boss to the new game. Kyu Kusanagi's father, Saishu, who appeared at the end of the previous game in Team Japan's story. Initially, the plan was for Saishu to remain dead for the rest of the franchise, but in the later stages of the game's development, it was decided to make Kyu's father the sub-boss. A subplot of him being brainwashed by Rugal's secretary Vice was also introduced. The King of Fighters 95 gameplay remained unchanged from the previous title, but one major option was introduced. When the King of Fighters 94 was released, most reviewers complained about the inability for the player to make his own team, so SNK decided to make Team Edit the major change for the game. Rather than be forced to pick a set team of 3 fighters, players can now make their team from any 3 fighters from the game's roster. Surprisingly, the option to edit the teams was ready in time for the King of Fighters 94 release. However, game producer Takashi Nishiyama preferred to keep the option for an eventual sequel. His reasoning was that if you have the ability to edit the teams from the first game, the whole weight for a team-based fighter will be lost, as people will focus on single fighters rather than a team of 3. The story of the King of Fighters 95 will go down as the true first chapter in the game's detailed lore and sagas. A year has passed since the King of Fighters 94. Kyu Kusanagi, who had left Japan after the events of the King of Fighters 94 in order to train, made his return to his home country and was greeted by his 2 friends and teammates, Benimaru Nikaido and Goro Daimon. As the trio reunited, a mysterious masked figure attacked the team. After a fierce battle, Kyu's flames broke the assailant's mask and it was revealed to be Mature, Rugal's secretary, the same person that guided the team last year to Rugal's Black Noah carrier. Mature then handed the trio the invitation to the new tournament, the King of Fighters 95. The letter had the same mysterious R seal on it. Kyo, Benimaru, and Goro wondered whether this means that Rugal is still alive. All the teams from the previous tournament received their invitation for the new King of Fighters, including the American sports team. But not for long, as they were attacked by 3 other fighters who would defeat them and steal their King of Fighters invitation. The attackers were Billy Khan, right-hand man to Southtown crime boss, and previous King of Fighters organizer Geese Howard, Eiji Kisanagi, a mysterious ninja with a grudge against the Kyokugen karate practitioners, and finally, Iori Yagami, the heir to the Yagami clan, formerly known as Yasakani. Iori wanted a chance to enter the tournament and kill Kyu Kusanagi, as the 2 families have been at each other's throat since the Orochi incident 660 years ago. The American sports team losing the invitation would be the start of a running gag where the trio always gets beaten before the tournament and have their invitation stolen. A few weeks before the game's release, a location test for the King of Fighters 95 took place at the Neo Geo Land Game Center. The reception was once again highly positive. One key takeaway that SNK noticed from this planned test is the great appeal of the new character. Iori was the most used character during the test period, giving the King of Fighters developers confidence in their design choices. The King of Fighters 95 was released on July 25, 1995 on the Neo Geo MVS arcade system. A Neo Geo AES and CD version were released on September of the same year. The King of Fighters 95 also marks the first time the series is ported to home consoles. First was the Sega Saturn version, which was released on March 1996. This version came with both a CD and a ROM cartridge. The bundled ROM cartridge contains the majority of the character animation. It was the first video game to use a CD-ROM and a ROM cartridge combination in tandem.
SNK. SNK.
A PlayStation version was also released in Japan on June 96, followed by the North American version in August 1996. The European version of the King of Fighters 95 did not release until the following year, in 1997, due to a European exclusive deal between Sega and SNK. With the exception of the loading times, which were miles better than the Neo Geo CD, the King of Fighters 95 ports were very close in quality and almost identical to the Neo Geo version. This was the first time home ports and arcade versions of SNK games were similar, which showcased the power of the 32-bit systems, unlike the 16-bit era where compromises had to be made. While the PlayStation and Saturn version of the King of Fighters 95 were great ports, it was another port that actually was the highlight of the King of Fighters 95 home releases, Netball King of Fighters 95. A unique port of KOF 95 on the Nintendo Game Boy handheld. Takara, the toy company turned game developer, had already surprised everyone with great Neo Geo game sports. Following their success with Samurai Showdown and Fatal Fury 2, Takara and SNK joined forces to release the first ever portable version of the King of Fighters. Much like the Fatal Fury 2 before, Netball KOF 95 uses super deformed sprites that retained all the moves from their Neo Geo counterpart. Due to memory constraints, the Game Boy version of the King of Fighters 95 came with only 15 playable characters and only 3 stages. With the exception of the rival team of Iori, Eiji, and Billy, all the remaining teams were not complete compared to the Neo Geo versions. However, all the playable characters retained all their moves, specials, and supers from the arcade version. The game also included 3 hidden characters. First was Nakoruru from Samurai Showdown. The character, as we mentioned, was supposed to be in the arcade version of the game in her own team, but unfortunately was cut. The other 2 hidden characters are the game bosses, Saishu Kusanagi and Omega Rugal. All 3 characters were unlocked via special code. The King of Fighters 95 on the Game Boy also allowed versus play via the Game Boy Link or the Super Game Boy. And speaking of Super Game Boy, the game contains special backgrounds and colors when used in conjunction with the Super Nintendo Game Boy adapter. Similar to the previous game, the King of Fighters 95 received rave reviews and a very positive critical reception. In Japan, the King of Fighters 95 was ranked second in popularity among arcade games in the September 1st, 1995 issue of Game Machine magazine. Both the Neo Geo AES and CD versions experienced robust sales. Computer and Video Game magazine lauded the King of Fighters 95 as possibly the best 2D fighting game ever created. EGM honored the game with the title of Best Neo Geo Game of 1995. The reviewers praised the Neo Geo AES version for surpassing its predecessor, especially highlighting the new team edit feature. GamePro also favored this feature along with the introduction of the rival team and changes to the controls. Similar to the King of Fighters 94, there was unfortunately no anime adaptation of the King of Fighters 95. As far as manga adaptation, no serious manga was released. But similar to other games, few gag compilation mangas or Koma mangas were available to coincide with the release of the King of Fighters 95. KOF 95 can today be played on many modern consoles thanks to the Aka Neo Geo series of games available everywhere. The game was also re-released as part of the Orochi Saga collection for the PlayStation 2 and the PlayStation Portable. With the successful release of the King of Fighters 95, SNK now knew they had created a robust new IP. And with fans expecting a brand new title every year, work on the sequel quickly started, with the mindset of revamping everything, graphics and gameplay. Join us next time as we take a deep look into the King of Fighters 96. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. Please leave a like as it really helps the channel and helps this video being shared by YouTube. Big shout out to the channel's patrons and premium subscribers. Patrons and premium subscribers get early access to videos as well as exclusive goodies. To become a patron, check the link in the description, or if you want to become a premium subscriber, click on the join button below this video. Now until next time, thank you guys for watching.
This is the complete Monster Hunter lore series, which was made by a dedicated team of writers, editors, and gamers over a time period of several months. Welcome to the extended cut of all 11 episodes in one single video. Please enjoy. Monster Hunter offers great opportunities to go in detail about the world, the monsters themselves, and the hunters. We figured it's a great beginning to start with one of the fan-favorite monsters, who also is the flagship of our current Generation 5, Nergigante. Nergigante's existence was a sheer myth due to it rarely being sighted. It fully revealed itself during the A Colossal Task quest in Monster Hunter World, when the whole research commission was trying to repel Zoramactaros. They noticed that each sighting of Nergigante overlapped in Elder Crossings, leading to the assumption that it is closely connected to that phenomenon. The guild also knows that Nergigante is not from the New World. It must have crossed the ocean in order to reach the continent. For the longest time, it was an unclassified monster, but due to it showing up during Elder Crossings and on top of that preying on elders, the guild classified it as an Elder Dragon. It even earned the nickname the Extinction Dragon because it kills and destroys everything in its path, potentially even Elder Dragons, but more on that later. On the upper part of its body, especially the head, arms, wings, and tail, Nergigante is covered in spikes. Both the spikes and its horns make Nergigante quite unique and stand out. Underneath the spikes, the hide is mostly black, though on the underside of its elder's body, there are vibrant purple and orange accents. Similar to a hedgehog, the spikes only grow on the upper part. Not all spikes are for offense. Some actually have a defensive purpose. In order for Nergigante to stay fast and agile, they do not grow on the underside at all. Nergigante has a super unique ability where it heals itself and regrows spikes. This is the first time where a monster showed such regenerative abilities. It regenerates its skin and spikes constantly, either because it damages itself due to its powerful and reckless attacks, or because other monsters or hunters manage to deal sufficient damage to it. The researchers theorized that the regrowing process of spikes starts when Nergigante's current spikes have taken a certain amount of damage. According to rumors, the Extinction Dragon can regrow spikes indefinitely. I will be going into detail later, explaining why it has such an ability. Some of you may ask how spikes develop in the first place, and the answer is actually quite simple. When a spike breaks off, multiple scales grow and merge into one, forming a new spike. These new spikes are easily distinguishable because of their whitish color and them being really vulnerable to attacks. Focusing attacks on these new spikes and dealing enough damage will result in them breaking and leaving the skin unprotected for a bit before new spikes develop. If, however, they are left to oxidize in the air, the vulnerable white spikes will be covered by an enamel-like substance, which is basically a protective layer, and they will harden and darken. Hardened spikes deal more damage, increase significantly in weight, and make the Elder Dragon much more of a threat. Quickly summarize, the spike development progress works like this. The spike is destroyed. Cells begin to divide, replacing the broken spike. The spike surface is exposed to oxygen, creating the enamel layer. The spike becomes too heavy, Nerf will disperse or lose it. The whole cycle repeats itself. With each cycle, Nergigante's efficiency of its armor increases. The Extinction Dragon preys on everything that crosses its path, but Nergigante's main source of food are Elder Dragons, since it needs their bioenergy in order to maintain the regenerative abilities it has. The guild assumes that it went after Zora Magdaros because it wanted its bioenergy. Not only did Zora have a lot more bioenergy than any other ordinary Elder Dragon, but the quality of said energy was also way higher. Unlike most other Elders, Nergigante does not rely on any element. It fights with pure force. What makes it incredibly dangerous is how unpredictable and reckless it acts. Nothing can stop it, and Nerf will go even as far as damaging itself when needed. Normally, this might be considered a weakness, but that is not the case for Nergigante. The regenerative skills are enough to make it a huge threat and an opponent nobody should underestimate. I'm sure almost everyone connects Nergigante with its famous trademark, the dive bomb. Let's take a look at this dangerous attack in detail. The dive bomb is extremely fatal. If all spikes are hardened, this Elder Dragon prepares a devastating ultimate attack. It will hover in the air for a second before crashing into the ground at full speed. Everything in that radius of its dive bomb will be completely crushed. However, if its target managed to dodge that radius, it will still be damaged by Nergigante's flying spikes. It will launch all spikes in every direction upon hitting the ground. So, not only is it super dangerous in close range, it even has the ability to hit targets further away with the launching spikes. Lost spikes will regrow in a matter of seconds. According to Capcom, it can regrow up to 1,800 spikes within a short time span of a couple of seconds. Otherwise, the full body would be unprotected and open to attacks. It only performs the dive bomb attack when all the spikes harden. This is the only option for Nergigante to lose all the spikes and replace them by new ones. If it wouldn't do that, it could not keep up its speed. This could result in many openings, since as mentioned previously, once the spikes oxidize, their weight increases significantly. Another characteristic which makes the Extinction Dragon stand out are the advanced forelimbs. It can swipe with its claws in an almost human-like way comparable to Teostra and Kushala, but that's not everything. The longer the battle goes on, the faster Nergigante becomes and its aggression increases. Once it senses danger, it will enter some sort of a second stage where attacks are more advanced and the aggression plus speed increases. It usually enters this mode when it is heavily wounded during a fight. There is actually no information regarding Nergigante's breeding behavior in the game, so this next part here in the video should be very interesting. Fascinating enough, Nergigante does not have a gender. It reproduces asexually, meaning it does not need a partner in order to breed. This process is really complicated though. It needs insanely high levels of bioenergy in order to be able to reproduce itself. This could be the reason why it was after Zora Magdaros in the first place, since it was one of the only creatures who held that much bioenergy. But how does it reproduce if it doesn't need a partner? Well, when Nergigante regenerates spikes, some of the spikes might contain germ cells. Germ cells are biological cells for reproduction. If that is the case, it can produce another one of its kind. The really interesting part here is that the new Nergigante is more of a clone rather than a real offspring of its parent. Let's take a look at some concept art which visualizes the early design ideas for Nergigante, which didn't make it into the actual game. These are from the Monster Hunter World Collector's Edition art book released in 2018. One early idea for Nergigante was to be a scaled dragon. Instead of spikes, it would have scales with similar regenerative abilities. Its appearance before regeneration is less aggressive and features a uniform scale pattern. After regeneration, the scales are replaced and the skin transforms. It becomes more aggressive, and regenerative scales have increased attack and defensive capabilities. They shine brighter and have a slight cracked appearance. This early concept of Nergigante shows a unique ability where the tail can absorb whatever Nergigante eats. It almost reminds you of Cell from Dragon Ball Z. This Nergigante could have used its tail as a powerful weapon, according to Capcom's designers. This design variation is a horned dragon. These horns continuously grow. The horns on its head are so long that it forcefully cuts into its own mouth when opening its jaws. However, it can produce a special acid which helps it to heal its own wounds. This acid is also capable of melting various things, such as hunters. The wings on its back are actually arms, which are not fully developed yet and still regenerating. Lastly, this is another scale variation which also never made it into the game. Its scales are razor sharp. Its normal appearance already looks quite intimidating, but after regeneration, the appearance changes and it has longer razors on the teeth, claws, and tail. It is honestly really cool to see how much thought goes into creating a flagship elder like Nergigante. Not only did Nergigante appear in Monster Hunter World, Capcom also made sure to introduce a subspecies, which is significantly stronger and more intelligent than its base version. It is one of the final bosses of Iceborne, and rightfully so. The Runa Nergigante looks pretty similar to the normal Nergigante, although the variant has some pretty defining and outstanding features. The most noticeable difference are its mental spikes in between the normal ones, making it waves of intelligence and patience, two things that its counterpart lacks. This was shown in the game during the Guided Athenian quest, where it played dead after fighting the hunter just to finish off Shara Ishvalda in a crucial moment. Thank you for watching, and as always, I'll catch you guys in the next one. Peace.
A gigantic telescope to sight monsters far away and follow their tracks, even into other regions. This observation airship is operated by this Elder Vivarium. But that sunny day in the snowy mountains wasn't like any ordinary day. The Vivarian was able to witness a completely unexpected occurrence. While the weather seemed ideal for a successful hunt, a team of 3 hunters decided to venture out in the snow and to follow the tracks of a Blongonga. A freshly wounded Tabi means Blongonga cannot be far. While the 3 hunters put up a fierce fight against the Blongonga, further up in the sky, our Vivarian experiences a very drastic change in the weather, one that could only be caused by something as powerful as an Elder Dragon. So he sends out a carrier bird immediately to notify and warn the guild of his observations. When suddenly a massive dragon casts a dark shadow on the white snow. The snowstorm has become even stronger, as eventually also our hunters are caught by surprise and attacked by a massive blast of wind. And so this carrier bird shall have one mission: to deliver the tale of Kushala Daora. Upon arrival at the Elder Dragon Research Facility in Dundorma, the vibrant professor and his assistant read the news about the first sighting of Kushala Daora. Based on the observations of the airship, the guild assumes that Kushala's next destination will be the jungle, and so they send out a team of 4 hunters with a quest to slay this Elder Dragon. Kushala Daora is covered by a dark gray metallic shell. It functions as an exoskeleton, which is an external skeleton that supports and protects an animal's body. In Kushala's case, it is structurally comparable to an insect. Unlike with an internal skeleton of humans, here the exoskeleton serves as a protective barrier on the outside, safely covering muscles and internal organs. This also grants Kushala an improved flexibility, since this exoskeleton provides a large surface area for muscles to attach to it. An old saying states that Kushala's wings are impenetrable by weapons. In fact, its plating on both the back and wings are significantly stronger than on other body parts. Kushala is incredibly heavy. It is a wonder that it can even get off the ground, let alone fly, since its exoskeleton consists of steel. Its four limbs are well developed, and throughout the whole body, lots of flexible and compact muscles are hidden under the steel plating. The hind feet are bigger in size than the forefeet. They cover a larger area, and thanks to the curved claws, Kushala gains traction. So, despite its weight, this makes Kushala more agile on the ground than expected. The exoskeleton can expand and shrink, supporting the other dragon to move its wings more easily while in the air. Kushala can easily hold the balance or change directions in the air due to its lengthy tail. It gives it a lot more stability. Kushala's small fangs are aligned in two rows in an aerodynamic way. This creates a slimmer cavity between the fangs, which looks like a more suitable path for air to travel through. Its fangs do not get in the way of the airflow, and this allows it to fire its blast of air at an incredible speed. Kushala's exoskeleton is made of steel. It is incredibly protective, but comes at a fatal cost. That is rust. Being exposed to water or simply air moisture makes Kushala's steel react with the oxygen, and a reddish-brown rust layer will form over time. So as Kushala matures, the plating will eventually start to rust due to this air oxidation process. A rusted shell would be disadvantageous to Kushala, so it borrows a technique we know from the world of the insects. Many insects possess an exoskeleton, just like Kushala. This elder dragon has the ability to shed its old rusted layer, and this process is called molting. One of the official art books, Monster Hunter Illustrations 1, goes into detail regarding Kushala's shedding process. As soon as a layer of new scales is formed underneath, which will serve as the new exoskeleton, Kushala will break free of its old rusty cocoon covering its body. Kushala's new shell glows pure white before turning back into the metallic gray we know. Once it begins shedding, it can barely move, so it will seek safety far away from any threats. Molting is the biggest disadvantage of life forms that use an exoskeleton. Kushala has been sighted, shedding in the Snowy Mountains, one of the areas firstly discovered in the second generation of Monster Hunter games. While to this day, no one has ever seen a Kushala shedding in the Hoarfrost Reach, we did stumble across an old Kushala skeleton near the top of the tallest Cannibal Mountain there. So Kushala must have come to this place to shed at least once. Kushala will repeat this molting cycle as it ages, and multiple times throughout its lifespan, but this process has to end at some point. The continuous molting doesn't leave the other dragon unaffected. Kushala's skin under the exoskeleton will start to solidify over the years, and the other dragon will slowly turn into a skeleton. This tragic fate will first affect its limbs, where the webbing is the thinnest. Once the whole body has skeletonized, Kushala the Aura dies. While the majority of Kushala sighted by the guild were barely covered by rust, there were also rare sightings of rusted Kushala the Aura. First and foremost, rusted Kushala does not count as a subspecies in the lore, even though hunters can craft separate gear from it. Rusted Kushala's molting process is destined to start very soon, so it will try to defeat hunters and intruders that come near it at all costs to rid itself of any possible threat. It needs to ensure that it can perform its molting process in safety. Kushala inhabits the widest variations of environments. In the second generation, could be encountered in the Snowy Mountains and in the jungle. In the fourth generation, rusted Kushala was discovered in the polar fields, and normal Kushala was sighted in the frozen seaway, the dunes at night, the Everwood, and lastly, the battle crawlers. In fact, there are even reported raids of the Steel Dragon attacking cities and fortresses. Kushala tried to destroy Jumbo Village, which is close to the lush jungle area, a place that is inhabited by Kushala. But why did Kushala attack Jumbo Village? The answer to this question is actually quite interesting. When in its rust form, Kushala can't fly as easily. So during its journey to the icy cold destination where it desires to shed in peace, it will travel through several regions like the desert and the jungle, and it has to make halts occasionally along the way to recover some energy. Unfortunately, Jumbo Village happened to lay right on its path. Due to its molting, which was soon to begin, Kushala was more aggressive than usual, and it attacked the village. In the events of Molten of 4 Ultimate, Kushala once attacked Qatar, a small and peaceful village located high above cloud level. However, one of the most well-documented attacks was when Kushala appeared in Dundorma, in the middle of a dark storm. Listen closely, we can hear a bell ringing and the sound of a horn in the background. This alarming sound alerts the entire city and comes from this building. Dundorma is the headquarters of the Elder Dragon Research Facility, and this is where they study and keep track of Elder Dragons. They try to predict their movements almost like a weather forecast. At the top of the research facility, we can see a weather wyvern designed based on Rathian that shows the direction of the wind. Older retired carrier birds are resting on the roof. Directly below are several cages where baby birds can rest. On the first floor, we can see the bell and horn. Normally, the bell is used to alert when wyverns attack, and the horn for elder dragons. But when Kushala attacked Dundorma, both of them were used to alarm the city. All available guards and soldiers prepared for the fight in the battle quarters, which is Dundorma's fortress. And it lies just behind this massive gate. The tempest of wind can alter the weather, and therefore it can also passively change the nature of the environment it lives in. Since it inhabits several different areas, the storm it creates may also vary. In the desert, where Kushala's wind reacts with the sand, dangerous sandstorms are summoned. In the snowy mountains, it creates powerful snowstorms. And in the jungle, tropical cyclones can arise. This can be especially dangerous during the rainy season, a desperate situation in which our 4 hunters found themselves when they were sent out on the first ever quest to slay a Kushala Daora. In the 5th generation, Kushala's tornadoes display a stunning level of physics within the game. They can even pick up hot lava, transforming the gray whirlwind into a red dust devil. In the rare occasion of Kushala fighting a Lunastra, and when its winds get in contact with Lunastra's blue flames, we can witness a blue superstorm. Not many have witnessed this unusual occurrence, but Team Darkseid once tried to tank this superstorm with 6,000 defense. Within the New World, Kushala was first sighted in the Eldest Recess, but because of the environmental changes caused by Samarjiva and the influence of Nargigante's presence within the Eldest Recess, Kushala eventually expanded its territory to the ancient forest. The Research Commission also theorized that the energy levels of the Eldest Recess helped revitalize some of Kushala Daora's traveling to the New World, essentially extending their lifespans. According to them, the strength of Arch-Tempered Kushala could actually come from the energy levels of the Eldest Recess. The wind surrounding Kushala is of its own creation. It can deflect ammunition and arrows, but it is important to differentiate between normal wind, which is white, and dragon wind, which is very dark. The power level of this so-called dragon wind is so high that it even bypasses the armor scale negate all wind pressure. With the 5th generation, a new 3-piece set bonus scale called Kushala Daora Light was introduced, which was the only method so far to withstand these dark winds. The guild was able to prove that Kushala controls the wind with both of its short horns on the head. When its horns are damaged, it is unable to manipulate speed, power, and direction of the wind. This observation led to the assumption that Kushala controls the wind through electromagnetic waves, since the horns themselves are metallic as well. But the power of Kushala's wind breaths vary depending on the intensity of the wind around the Elder Dragon. When surrounded by light winds, Kushala's blast of wind will only travel a short distance before dispersing. When it's surrounded by its most powerful winds, however, these breath attacks become significantly stronger. Not only that, but Kushala can fire them much faster and further as well. Kushala has a severe weakness to poison, and when poisoned, its internal wind-producing organ will weaken, making it easier for hunters to get close to Kushala and to land shots or arrows. In the older generation, Kushala was unable to control wind at all while poisoned. Within the New World, especially in the Eldest Recess, when Kushala returns to its nest after getting severely injured, it will unleash tornadoes that surround the dragon while it rests, and it protects it from further damage. Kushala Daora is truly a majestic and interesting creature of the Monster Hunter universe. Due to its design and unique wind abilities, it definitely stands out. Known to us hunters as the Bombarding Wyvern, Bazelgeuse invades our hunts with an explosive aerial assault. Because of Basil's rather violent entrances into our hunts, its music and its air raid siren roar often trigger a hunter's instant gun call. What's up guys, Chris here and welcome to another very exciting video. Bazelgeuse's name is derived from the word Betelgeuse, which has two significant meanings. The first is a star within the constellation of Orion. Betelgeuse is usually the 10th brightest star we can see in the night sky from Earth. It has a diameter of roughly 1.2 billion kilometers. That is about 1,000 times bigger than the Sun, and its luminosity is 100,000 times that of the Sun. It belongs to the category of stars called the red supergiants because of how massive it is. Since Betelgeuse is such a massive star, it has a very short lifetime. It is suspected to explode with a supernova relatively soon. The second meaning is that the name Betelgeuse was used for a nuclear weapons test in France in 1966. So, Bazelgeuse definitely lives up to both of these references.
Le champignon était là.
In the New World, Basil isn't actually discovered until high rank, and even then it doesn't receive its own hunt at first. Instead, it is spotted in the wild when it invades other hunts. Because of that, the guild was curious to discover the origins of the monster. Upon further research, it was discovered that Basil's main form of transportation isn't the same type of flying that other monsters use to move between areas. It is specifically low-altitude gliding. This led the guild to believe that Bazelgeuse are actually born in areas of high elevation, such as the highest peaks in the Eldest Recess. It is from regions like this that Bazelgeuse would be able to survey almost the entirety of the New World and glide efficiently to get to its destination and fight its prey. The guild also believes the Eldest Recess is Basil's home territory due to one peculiar behavior. When observing it in the Eldest Recess, the guild noticed instances where Basil rubs its blasting scales along the ground. presumably marking its territory. The monster only performs this act in the Eldest Recess and nowhere else. In an excerpt from the book called Theories of the New World Ecology, it is stated that Bazelgeuse started appearing in other regions of the New World after the Elder Crossing drastically altered the ecology of said regions. This is because the Bazelgeuse are trying to take control from the apex monsters of each region to make these territories their own. Bazelgeuse essentially considers all the first main regions of the New World as its own territory, and it will defend them with immeasurable stubbornness. If a Bazelgeuse spots an intruder, it will immediately attack, only to stop when its prey's life has ended, or if it has been chased out of the area. Bazelgeuse's hostility towards other monsters have led it to have territorial conflicts with another well-known invader, the famous Pickle Deviljho. Hunters will often see these two monsters lock in combat, trying to prove which is the strongest and angriest. Although, according to the Monster Hunter World Complete Works book, the guild considers them to be equal in strength. If explosive bombardment is what you seek, then look no further than Bazelgeuse's blasting scales. While the Commission calls these bombs blasting scales or explosive scales, scientifically they would be considered glands. Glands are organs that produce substances or fluids which perform specific functions. The underside of Bazelgeuse's body is actually covered in a large number of glands, which secrete a unique fluid. This fluid hardens and expands the outermost layer of the gland's membrane, transforming it into what the Commission calls a blasting or explosive scale. As the Bazelgeuse moves, these blasting scales will naturally fall off its body. This substance is continuously secreted, and even after blasting scales are dropped, reserves on Bazel's body are replenished very quickly. If the blasting scales are exposed to air for a certain period of time or hit by an outside force, they would explode. When engaging an enemy, Bazelgeuse uses these bombs to its advantage. Since the Bazel's main form of flying is gliding, it will glide over the enemy and shower their vicinity with these explosive scales. Bazel will then either descend straight into or charge into these blasting scales and detonating them with its own body. One might think that Bazel should be damaged by its own explosions, but it is actually protected from these impacts due to a thick shell and an extra layer of heat-resistant skin under its normal scales. In addition, while Bazelgeuse mostly relies on its body for detonation, it is not the only method it will use. Bazelgeuse will occasionally breathe fire from its mouth to detonate its explosive scales. Exposure to extreme heat will cause the blasting scales to detonate in the same way that oxidation or strong shocks will. However, Bazel does not use his fire breath very often, since it does not have a flame sac. A flame sac, such as the one that Rathalos possesses, contains fine flammable particles that a monster uses as a constant source to expel flame. But Bazel only has an explosive gland within its mouth, and it uses that to create its fire breath. Bazel's blasting scales and their properties change when the monster enters its red-hot state. When Bazel is enraged, the area around its scales has a bright red glow. As Bazel's blood pressure rises in its enraged state, its body temperature does as well and creates this glow. Unlike most monsters, Bazel is not angry in the typical sense, but its enraged state is similar to receiving high adrenaline from battle. It is quite similar to the Saiyan race from Dragon Ball Z, and the enjoyment they receive from fighting and beating their rivals or enemies. While in this red-hot state, the monster's blasting scales are extremely unstable and explode immediately on impact with the ground. This state also causes Bazel's metabolism to spike, which hastens the production of the fluid it needs to produce more blasting scales. This allows Bazel to instantaneously replenish any depleted blasting scales. Its variant is the Shiny Boy, Seething Bazel, and it was introduced in Iceborne. One of the most notable differences is Seething Bazel is no longer nomadic. It does not invade the other regions of the New World and stays remote in the Eldest Recess. In the events of Iceborne, the Commission investigates unusual seismic activity caused by Shara Ishvalda that is disrupting the ecosystem of the New World. Seething Bazel's desire to remain in the Eldest Recess rather than invade other regions, like its normal counterpart, is most likely linked to this seismic activity. The other major difference is Seething's blasting scales. The Hunter's nodes explained that the blasting scales of Seething Basil burn hotter than normal, which can be seen on their bluish coloration. They also have a wider explosion radius as time passes. Its body naturally produces a substance the Commission calls distilled blast fluid, a material only dropped by Seething Basil in-game. This fluid reacts to the monster's adrenaline and progressively causes the blasting scales to become more combustive the longer Seething Basil is in its enraged state. As this enhancement reaches its peak, the monster's explosive scales glow a bright purplish color rather than simply red. Since Basil's name is derived from the Betelgeuse star, this new glow could be a direct reference to the origins of its name. As mentioned earlier, Betelgeuse is a red supergiant star, and it glows a really red color. But the interesting detail, which could be a reference to this monster, is the hotter and heavier a star is, the more blue it will be. Seething Basil's glow may be purplish since it's a mixture of red and blue heat, and it is hotter and more explosive, just like the heavier stars in the universe. The hottest and heaviest blue stars are the ones that live the shortest before they explode. The stars all across our universe work like nuclear fusion reactors. They create energy and heat by burning their fuel or elements and consuming gradually heavier and heavier elements until the last element is burned. Once the heaviest element is consumed, the star will transition into a supernova. And all of these heavy elements are compiled in the middle of the star, where it's the hottest temperature, because they create more heat when used for fusion. Blue stars will burn through this fusion process much faster than red stars, hence why their lives are so short in comparison to stars like, for example, our sun. We call stars like our sun G-stars, because they have a decent mass, and they are not too heavy and not too light. There's no way that Betelgeuse could ever reach an age of 4.6 billion years, the one of our sun. All of this is really interesting, and it could explain why the blasting blue scales of Seething Basil produce explosions around twice the size and power of normal red blasting scales. Because a blue star has more mass and ends up likely in a more devastating supernova explosion. Oh, also, editing Chris here, my newest research have found out that all of this of the more massive and more energy-rich stars that have a shorter lifespan, basically they will explode faster when they die, could be related to these blasting scales of Seething Basil. If you notice that they also explode faster. So the normal Basil blasting scales, they drop down on the ground and it takes some time for them to heat up to eventually explode. The Seething Basil scales, they really explode really soon and fast. So they land on the ground, they're already glowing. So yet another reference to how stars are actually working, and Basil just being this overall more massive, more hot, more glowing monster, just like stars. Finally, Seething Basil has a new nova attack, where the monster will take to the sky, spread purplish blasting scales across the area, and do a barrel roll before diving down to create a massive explosion. This is exactly what stars in the universe do before they explode. They also perform a barrel roll. Do a barrel roll! No, that's a joke. Ultimately, Basil and its Seething variant left quite a fiery impact on the world of Monster Hunt. It's impossible to deny how interesting their biology and relation to astrophysics really is. A creature that reminds of a horror story, like an undead zombie. Something that scares off mankind. But this mysterious Elder Dragon is far more than just a deadly creature wandering around the Rotten Vale. What's up guys, Chris here, and welcome to another very exciting lore video. Valhazak, the Emperor of the Rotten Vale. How did it manage to stay hidden for so long? Known under the alias Putrid Elder, Valhazak is a creature from the New World that was only recently located by the Guild. A lot of information is still being discovered. Even after it was officially tracked down, it has only been cited a handful of times. Its unique effluvium controlling abilities caught the Guild's interest, and the Research Commission was craving more information about the Rotten Vale and Valhazak because of how new and different they were. Understanding how effluvium works is essential when it comes to understanding Valhazak. Effluvium are clouds of bacteria. They grow by consuming decayed meat. The Rotten Vale is the perfect environment for bacteria to thrive. since the area is naturally full of monster corpses and nutrients to feast upon. It is also really important to differentiate between environmental effluvium and the effluvium Balthazar uses itself. When Val is using and controlling effluvium, it seems to become more aggressive than environmental effluvium. It is also harder to burn it away by using slinger torches, and it will deal significantly more damage over time compared to regular environmental effluvium. This elder dragon is unable to produce these clouds of bacteria itself, but it can control and manipulate. In order for the effluvium to grow and thrive around its body, it constantly carries around decayed meat and even covers itself in monster corpses. Val is a slender and long elder dragon covered in a pale blue and silver plating, reminiscent of fish scales. However, its body is covered partially by either effluvium or parts of monster meat and skin, which is caught by the spikes around its body. The putrid elder has a really unique jaw. Because it doesn't require to consume food normally, it features a unique double jaw. The inner jaw is perfect to hold prey. It can even draw the inner jaw back to its throat, where the prey will be surrounded by a cloud of effluvium and eaten away by the deadly bacteria. So, unlike most monsters who hunt prey, Balthazar relies fully on the effluvium surrounding its body to absorb and consume decayed meat or rotten dead bodies. Then Balthazar will suck the effluvium into its body through gill-like organs and feed on the nutrition from the effluvium. So the decayed meat does not only serve for its looks, it is part of Val's feeding habit. Balthazar was discovered in the deepest layers of the rotten vale. That is its natural habitat. The putrid elder is the undisputed ruler of the area, standing way above monsters like the Gorgon and the Great Gyros. For a long time it remained unknown why the elder dragon was discovered that late and has been barely cited in general. It is rumored that Balthazar does not need to leave its hideout in order to get food. It simply covers itself in monster corpses and lets the bacteria do the rest, absorbing the nutrients it needs to survive. It allows small monsters into its territory, which is unusual for elder dragons. But this is not an act of kindness. It will absorb their energy. After their energy falls on a very low level, they eventually turn into effluvium-producing corpses. This works perfectly because the rotten vale is known to be some sort of a graveyard for monsters. Creatures choose the rotten vale as a place to withdraw themselves during the last period of their life cycle. So naturally, there are going to be tons of nutrients for Balthazar to feed upon. While the rotten vale may not seem like the most appealing area for most life forms, it is essential for the world, especially the coral highlands. It serves the coral highlands as fertilizer, and thanks to that, this area above the rotten vale is blooming and full of life. Since this elder dragon is the ruler of the rotten vale, it is far more than just the apex predator. It also protects the ecology of this area and takes care of that place. Depending on the situation, the elder dragon will balance the effluvium levels for the optimal conditions in the rotten vale. With an increased amount of corpses in the rotten vale, naturally the quantity of effluvium also increases. This can lead to an imbalance, where the increased amounts of bacteria destabilize the rotten vale, possibly causing lack of oxygen. Due to missing oxygen, bacteria colonies will start consuming each other, which leads to a drastic decrease in effluvium levels on top of a lack of oxygen. So, in order to prevent destabilization, Balthazar will consume all of the excessive unneeded effluvium into its body. On the contrary, if the bacteria levels are too low, meaning if not enough clouds of effluvium cover the area, Val will actually disperse effluvium for the area to restore its protective layer. This leads to the conclusion that the putrid elder's very existence holds the ecosystem of the rotten vale together. Effluvium is extremely dangerous to both humans and monsters, especially the more aggressive effluvium Val manipulates. Because of the danger it serves, Val has a living armor, making it difficult for other life forms to attack, since they risk their life getting in touch with the bacteria. In battle, the putrid elder will often make use of its effluvium in order to drain the prey's energy and force them to be a part of the bacteria-producing cycle. While this sounds extremely scary and dangerous, it also exposes a weakness. The more effluvium Balthazar uses, the less Val itself will be covered and protected by it. However, when its body is not surrounded by effluvium anymore, Val becomes significantly more agile and hostile to make up for the lack of effluvium. But isn't effluvium lightweight? So why does Val become more agile once it doesn't surround its body anymore? We assume that Val has to move quite slowly in order to make sure that the bacteria stays close to its body and fulfilling its protective calls. So once it uses too much of that bacteria in battle and its body is not protected anymore, it can start moving around faster. Small monsters with the unfortunate destiny of being close to Balthazar will be negatively affected by the bacteria. They show an increased tendency towards aggression. Furthermore, the bacteria can influence the color, behavior, or complete nature of the monsters, turning them into mindless creatures hunting aimlessly for prey before they turn into corpses themselves. They essentially become Balthazar's zombie minions by losing their free will. These small monsters will die once the bacteria consumes too much of their energy. Death is inescapable. Unlike the putrid elder that lives exclusively in the Rotten Vale, its variant, the Black Veil Valhazak, can also be encountered in the ancient forest. Black Veil Valhazak has spores on its body which disperse effluvium, so a different process of effluvium creation since the spores take care of that. The coloration is also slightly different. Green and white decorate its body, but similar to the normal Balthazar, the skin is also covered. Not by decayed meat, but rather pustules and spores. The variant has a special ability where the effluvium can stay on the ground for a while, fatal and unexpected if touched by prey. Furthermore, some of the effluvium cannot be burned away using slinger torches, hinting towards the possibility that the variant's effluvium might be more resistant to fire. It is believed that the Black Veil effluvium is also the arch enemy of myself, which became clear when I was trying to beat this game without taking any damage. But more on that very soon. So make sure you're subscribed to the channel to not miss any of these upcoming videos. Both Val and Black Veil are definitely scary with their unique effluvium controlling abilities. One manipulates effluvium with the help of bacteria consuming decayed meat, while the other takes advantage of spores dispersing effluvium. While a lot of monsters of the Monster Hunter franchise are interesting and unique in both looks and abilities, Balthazar adds a whole new depth into the mix. The interaction between this elder and the Rotten Vale is incredibly fascinating. Who would have thought that it protects the Rotten Vale and its creatures as the true apex predator of that region? The Phantom of Lightning, an incredibly elusive monster, one that researchers will leap on any opportunity to investigate, and perhaps the most unique Elder Dragon to date. Welcome back to TBS. My name is Chris, and I welcome you to another very exciting lore video. Many hunters will go their entire life without ever catching a glimpse of Kirin. Those that have know it as a marvel to behold. When we hear the term Elder Dragon, Kirin's remarkably small stature isn't quite what one might expect, especially when instead of a typical dragon, Kirin resembles a horse-like creature, specifically some sort of a unicorn. Despite this rather familiar appearance, Kirin is classified as an elder due to its abilities, which lay well outside of our understanding of nature. Most elder dragons of the New World spend most of their time in the Elder's Recess, with some venturing elsewhere like Kushala in the Ancient Forest or Teostra in the Wildspire Waste. Prior to Iceborne, only Kirin could be found in the Coral Highlands, and aside from a singular special assignment in Iceborne, we never see Kirin in the New World outside of this region. Kirin is an incredibly solitary creature, gaining the title the Lone Dragon of the Highlands in the New World, with most monsters and endemic life that see it running away. Nearly every other elder in the New World has been observed to interact with multiple other monsters in herbivores, but Kirin is quite unique, having almost no interactions with other species. When looking into Kirin's history, we can learn a lot from the areas it previously called home. The first being the Tower, a massive structure where many elders could be found due to incredible energy circling the area. And then the Everwood, a curious ecosystem where incredibly rare creatures could be found, if a hunter was lucky enough. Both of these areas share the Tower theme when confronting Kirin. Kieran is generally quite separate from other creatures when found there. Kieran exists in places with a large presence of either supernatural or fantastic nature. Kieran is very rare, much like a creature called the Keelin, a mythological dragon and unicorn hybrid that Kieran is based on. While the Keelin of myth seemed to herald the death of a sage or ruler, Kieran seems to simply signify places of great power or historical importance. Kieran's diet is quite strange. Kieran never demonstrates any sort of carnivorous or herbivorous behavior. Commission members report having seen Kieran consuming plants around the Coral Highlands. But upon closer inspection, researchers say Kieran is simply drinking dew drops from the top of leaves. Curiously, as Kieran drinks, it has been observed to shed small amounts of its coat, hinting at the deeper processes in the elder's body which turn these small droplets of water into the devastating lightning that so many hunters are quite familiar with. Kieran has also been recorded to be incredibly temperamental, refusing to engage hunters in combat until it is attacked, only to enrage rapidly and repeatedly while in battle. In previous games, Kieran will enrage upon being brought down to certain health thresholds, and lose the ability to enrage as a death sign, and that is very similar to the limp we use to mark a low health monster today. Thanks to study in combat, it is understood that similar to many other elder dragons, Kieran's horns play a critical role in not just the creation, but also the control of its incredibly powerful lightning strikes. Watching Kieran's horn motions in combat gives us a small idea of how exactly this mechanism works. During these attacks, it frequently makes two distinct gestures. The first prepares a small area for the attack. The second unleashes its power. Not only is this a helpful warning for the hunter, but it also is a great example of how real lightning works. In the real world, a small trail can be seen when footage is slowed down that shows small channels of ionized air trying to connect the source and the ground along the path of least resistance. And as soon as the connection is made, lightning strikes. Kieran works in the same way. Instead of simply calling for lightning from a cloud, Kieran charges the air itself and creates these connections between points that it creates. This explains how Kieran's lightning is still effective even when the sky is not visible. This process is made especially visible to the hunters in the New World due to how minerals, influenced by the energy of the Everstream, begin to glow with a bright cyan light, working as an indicator for where Kieran's lightning will strike. As the air fills with electricity, these minerals appear to glow in a similar way to a filament, the part of a light bulb that glows in our world. Despite sharing similarities, the lightning Kieran uses isn't just pure electricity. Much like real-world lightning, Kieran's elemental attacks are actually a form of plasma. Plasma isn't just powerful surges of energy, it is its own separate state of matter, just like a liquid or a gas. And Kieran's horn is directing an electromagnetic field strong enough to superheat the natural gases in the air and cause the plasma to arc through them. In World, even going so far as to generate these fields parallel to the ground to catch unprepared hunters. The power of these lightning attacks and the effect they have on the environment around Kieran, as well as the massive shifts in weather it causes, have led to the further classification of Kieran as a natural disaster dragon. Just as its fellow elder dragons Teostra and Kushala, all of these dragons have a history of arriving in areas and causing shifts in the environment, even to the point of affecting the stability of ecosystems simply by existing in them, a true testament to their power. But lightning isn't Kieran's only tool in a fight. Kieran is also incredibly dangerous in close quarters. Not only is it blindingly fast, it can also put the force of its leg muscles into devastating kicks that have a high chance of leaving hunters stunned. When observing, wandering around the Coral Highlands, Kieran can be seen using these incredible leg muscles alongside unique hoof patterns to leap incredible distances or to walk straight up vertical walls. And this showcases its strength and dexterity. Kieran is actually able to channel its lightning directly through its muscle mass, tensing and tempering the muscles all throughout its body. This leads to the muscles hardening to the point that most weapons will bounce off without leaving so much as a scratch. However, this armor is not able to protect Kieran from its weakness to fire damage, and it also leaves the monster especially weak to explosive damage. Before innovations like the Clutch Claw allowed for wounding of Kieran's hide to deal damage despite the armor mold, hunters often found themselves relying on explosives to stagger Kieran out of its defensive state. This armor mold not only reduces how much physical damage Kieran takes, but it also powers up some of its attacks, either by directly increasing damage or allowing Kieran to chain multiple attacks together. These chain attacks are made especially dangerous by the threat of Thunderclap, with the first attack applying the status and the follow-ups often leaving hunters stunned or paralyzed. Despite Kieran's incredible power while it's in armor mode, another weakness opens. Kieran is vulnerable to Elder Seal, and applying enough of that will completely nullify Kieran's armor mode for a short while. In the past, Kieran would only use the armor mode during an enrage, but now it is capable of maintaining armor mode even outside of enrage, and this makes it dangerous even after a hunter applies Elder Seal. Regardless of Kieran's state, the horn should be a priority target. Due to the power stored within the horn itself, as well as its attunement to Kieran's lightning, Kieran is incredibly sensitive to any damage dealt to it, often resulting in knockdowns or decreases in Kieran's electricity. Successfully toppling, Elder Sealing, or breaking Kieran's horn can weaken its electric aura, even causing Kieran to be unable to use its strongest direct lightning strike for a short while. Regardless of the strength of its electric aura, Kieran in the New World has gained the ability to fire off its lightning attacks in parallel lines across the combat zone. Though whether this adaptation is caused by the energy of the Everstream or Kieran's own evolution is still debated by scholars. Later in Iceborne, hunters encounter a Kieran referred to as Old Shattered Horn. This encounter puts hunters face to face with a Kieran whose horn has already been broken when we first arrived. There's quite a bit that's unique about this encounter. Firstly, Shatterhorn Kieran never unenrages. Instead, it spends the entire fight in an enraged state, with the ability to use attacks more quickly than Kieran encountered previously. However, due to the loss of its horn, this Kieran no longer has precise control of the lightning, meaning it has lost the ability to empower itself and enter the armor mode. We can see that this Kieran is not any weaker in terms of offense, which displays the horn's dual purpose of not just creating the lightning, but also giving Kieran precise control of it, making up for its loss of perfect accuracy with relentless barrages of lightning. So, what could have done such damage to an Elder Dragon? Kieran only has one known natural predator, Rajan, the only creature that dares to challenge Kieran in a turf war. The Shattered Horn Kieran was the result of having lost against Rajan in battle, with Rajan having broken and eaten the Kieran's horn in order to empower itself. The sheer amount of power Rajan gains upon consuming Kieran's horn is a testament to the power that is stored within it. Rajan is known to go to great lengths to obtain this horn, with us seeing an already wounded Rajan not backing down from its fight with Kieran. The power of Kieran's horn is so great that many hunters claim it is the sole source of Rajan's own electrical power. With Kieran facing a singular threat in nature, it only makes sense that some instances of Kieran would over time evolve and learn to fight back. Briefly shown in Monster Hunter 4, a subspecies known as the Roshi Kieran adapted to wield the powers of frost and ice, which is Rajan's greatest elemental weakness. While a Roshi Kieran has only ever been seen on incredibly rare occasions, and so very little is known about it, it highlights Kieran's flexibility and reputation for adaptability. With its arrival in the New World, Kieran underwent another handful of biological changes. The Kieran we face in Monster Hunter World is considerably larger than past encounters with it, as well as sporting a longer mane and tail. This is represented not only by Kieran's physical size, but also the number of carves hunters gathered from it. It was possible to carve Kieran 2 times in the original Monster Hunter, 3 times in 4 Ultimate, and 4 times in World. Kieran's armor gained the set bonus Capture Monster in World. This gives hunters access to a fan-favorite armor set earlier in the game, along with a handful of useful skills. Aside from its design, Kieran's armor has always been distinguished by powerful elemental boosting abilities such as the Thunder Attack and Free Element. To go alongside this, Kieran's weapons are known for the highest base thunder element in the game, as well as designs that appear similar to that of Kieran's horn, resulting in some of the most iconic equipment in the game. Or if we take a look at the male one, not the most iconic. Karen has always inspired frustration in hunters, but its beauty, ferocious power, and beloved armor design has always kept hunters coming back.
The Emperor and Empress of Flame, an extremely threatening couple that was never before seen together until our journey to the New World. What's up guys, Acanthorps here, and welcome to another very exciting video. Teostra and Fenestra, a pair of elder dragons who control flame and explosive energy like none other, are truly a force to be reckoned with. While the guild has been carefully tracking Teostra and its movements, Fenestra has been a mystery to a majority of us. This is because we have seen plenty of Teostra throughout the mainline series of Monster Hunter, but Fenestra has only appeared in the second generation prior to Monster Hunter World. Time to dive into how this devastating duo works together and supports one another. One of the most remarkable things regarding Teostra is its design and appearance. It's an elder dragon, but in reality Teostra bears no resemblance to a dragon at all. It is actually more similar to a mythological creature such as the Manticore. Teostra is immediately recognizable to most of us since it is strikingly similar to the lines you see in real life, even with obvious differences like its horns and wings. The guild views Teostra as a serious threat and tries to keep track of its movements as much as possible. However, they consistently lose track of Teostra since it tends to reside in extremely harsh living environments such as faraway deserts or secluded volcanic areas, aka regions that are almost impossible for humans to freely explore. It has been spotted outside of these zones in the past, most notably the Swan and Elderly. Curiously enough, the guild mostly finds Teostra because of how it accidentally wanders near human settlements during its hunt for food. Since the guild recognizes this elder dragon as a huge threat, one might wrongly assume that Teostra eats humans. Teostra actually doesn't care for the taste of the hunters, but rather hungers for various ores, minerals, and gunpowder, which are rich in heat energy. These ores and minerals help fuel Teostra's flame and powder production, which explain why we mostly find this monster in volcanic regions where ore is found in abundance. Teostra is able to use its flame breath like most dragons from mountains, but she is also able to coat its entire body in flame, scorching enemies that get too close. This flaming hot elder can also control this aura so that only specific parts of its body are coated in flame, or it can expel a wave of fire in one single burst. Anyone who uses ranged weapons will be familiar with this coating, or flame aura, as the wind pressure caused by it creates a protective barrier for Teostra that stops bolting bolts, arrows, and slinger armor. If this wasn't enough for Teostra to earn the title Emperor of Flame, he can also dispose of phenomenal powder that is stored in tiny holes glowing under his wings. First, Teostra will dispose the powder by shaking its wings or limbs. Then he will create a spark by gnashing its teeth, which will cause explosions throughout the area where the powder was distributed. If you look at Teostra from an aerial view, the surface area of its coat extends as far as possible on his wings in order to maximize the production and storage of this powder. It is important to note that Teostra is only able to release this powder when in what the guild calls its dispose state. This state is recognizable by looking at Teostra's horns. When in this state, the tip of his horns glow red. Once the guild have discovered this, they'll see that Teostra manipulates flame, powder distribution, and explosions through his horns. However, this has yet to be confirmed. It is heavily assumed though, since in past generations breaking Teostra's horns meant that he could no longer generate his flame aura. It should also be noted that once Teostra's flame and powder coatings reach a certain degree, that the center of his mane will glow as well. This is due to all of the heat that has accumulated. Teostra's mane is not just there for appearance sake though. The hairs of the mane are actually quite hard and protect his neck by deflecting blades of standard quality and sharpness. It also aids in the production and storage of the explosive powder mentioned before, while allowing Teostra to stay hot enough to manipulate his flame easily. Nero Teostra is known to have a thicker and charges across burning surfaces easily. This agility stands to his well-developed limbs, claws for traction, and wings that cut down on air resistance. If his ability to charge quickly wasn't enough, Telstra is also known to take to the skies and engage in aerial combat with other foes or attack hunters from above. Interestingly enough, Aldrey Telstra did not fly as much as its new world counterpart. Because of that, researchers used to believe that its wings had lost some of their functionality. We have obviously learned that this is false. The most memorable attack in Telstra combines its flame, explosive powder, and its flying capabilities into a show. You all know what we're talking about. You guessed it. Telstra's Supernova. Telstra will soar into the sky, condensing all of its combustion energy before releasing it at once in a massive explosion. Although Telstra's Nova is activated differently though, it simply occurs after the monster has been enriched for 100 seconds. Almost all hunters get caught in this explosion. Fun. So don't stay close unless you know how to stop, drop, and roll at the appropriate time. Unlike most monsters, which just find a place to sleep, easily located on our maps when low health, Telstra will lead us to his volcanic lair that is normally obscured by wall of lava. It creates its nest by blasting apart a rocky crack with its explosive powder and creating a base large enough for it to sleep on. However, since the surrounding lava is not the most stable foundation for a home, and in which high-temperature Telstra can disturb the environment, causing lava eruptions to occur within the base. Although this nest is completely unappealing to us hunters, the guild suspects that Telstra's nest may be essential to attracting a Lunastra mate. It is believed that a Lunastra actually selects her mate based on whose nest is the wildest and has the best access to oil. Speaking of our beautiful Empress of Flame, it's time to give her some attention. Telstra and Lunastra share many similarities, namely their diets, where they reside, and a lot of ecological functions with how they store and produce powder. They're both masters of controlling flame and powder, as one might expect. But there are also a few major differences with Lunastra, most notably the purpose of her powder, and that her flame is an entirely different color than her male counterpart. Blue, if you didn't know. Let's focus on the iconic blue flames. Lunastra does her best to keep herself consistently bathed in flame in order to keep her high body temperature. Her flame, however, creates a blue aura. Lunastra will actually keep this aura up even when she's not threatened due to her perpetual vigilance. Scientifically speaking, a blue flame burns much hotter than a red flame, and this holds true for Lunastra. Her flames and aura are remarkably harder, as anyone who has hunted her can attest. Lunastra's attacks revolve completely around her blue flame, since the powder she produces is not as focused on creating explosive blasts like her male counterpart, but rather on spreading her blue flame. Because of this, her hair is more developed than Telstra's and covers more of her body, so she can store more powder. Lunastra can set a powerful blast of blue flame by releasing blue powder from her wings and tail. Once the powder makes contact with her hard shell, the powder sparks and explodes, which sends out an explosive wave of blue fire that burns so hard it sets volcanic rock ablaze. This fire dramatically raises the temperature of the area and will drain the life force of anyone who dare come close to it. Lunastra is fully aware of the devastating power of these flames and will persistently coat the field with blue powder to ensure the area is ablaze. She will either ignore the powder with her flame breath, or she will simply crack her tail. Unlike her male counterpart, which will focus on small, short explosive bursts, Lunastra will attempt to drown her enemies in a sea of fire. She will also never ignite her powder with her teeth. She will only use her wings, tail, and flame breath to create blue wildfires. In fact, Lunastra will actually use her wings to create strong wind pressures that spread this blue powder further. Since Lunastra is known for her vigilance, it was never easily spotted in the wild and was less likely to wander into human settlements like Telstra. In the old world, sending a group to conduct a Lunastra survey usually ended in the others fleeing the area. This is why the guild restricted Lunastra hunts as solo missions. While the Lunastra in the new world is still vigilant as ever, she is way more aggressive and does not flee. She stands her ground. When observing Telstra, he is not hostile when encountered, and only becomes aggressive Lunastra, on the other hand, will become immediately aggressive the minute she senses any other form of life in a turtle and strike. Lunastra is such a threat that the guild and expert hunters suggest extinguishing the non-active blue flames as soon as possible, either with small bombs or crystal bursts, or by lowering the temperature of slinger ammo or weapons with the water element, since the fire spread as long as Lunastra is surrounded by powder. The guild considers this such a danger that they actually recommend to assign one hunter the role of extinguishing fires. As one would expect, Lunastra also has an ultimate attack, but it has a very different effect than her male counterpart. Lunastra's continuous coating of powder creates a dense pocket of air around her. This pocket retains heat and will raise her body temperature over time. If her body rises above a certain temperature, she will disperse a unique powder. Once this powder is ignited, it will create an explosion called Hell Flare, appropriately named since she takes the disguise and unleashes a massive ball of blue flame that causes continuous damage to the hunter over time and punishes all who enter her territory. Although Lunastra is considered a great threat, it has been rarely seen throughout the Monster Hunter series, so the guild was intrigued as to why it had come to the New World. The guild believes that Lunastra has come to the New World to search for the mate, and due to her urge to produce offspring, they also believe that her heightened vigilance and aggression are because she wants to breed and find a mate. This sounds very similar to Black Diablos. Lunastra and Teostra work together and support one another in the New World. In fact, having such a supportive duo is one of the main reasons Lunastra was chosen to be World in the first place. World was the first Monster Hunter game where you could actually see other dragons fight or interact with one another, so they wanted to give us an experience where two other dragons would cooperate against us as well. They specifically state that when working on Lunastra, she quickly became an overprotective wife that nobody wants to mess with.
Hey! Don't touch my man! Don't touch my man! Okay?
They show us how protective she is when Teostra is observed being attacked by Nergigante. Normally, Nergigante is one of the only threats for Teostra, so during the fight, it seems stronger. However, Lunastra appears and the two work together to fend off Nergigante. These two together are such a force to be reckoned with that Nergigante cannot defeat them. And this display of concern from Lunastra confirmed that they had a partnership. It was also the first ever observed scene as a couple. It looks like these two have never been known for public displays of affection. Maybe Rathian and Ragnar should take notes. However, the most notable addition in making these two collaborate has to be their combined Nova. Anyone who has hunted these two together can comment on how beautifully terrifying this attempt is. The combined Supernova and Hellflare are typically referred to as either the Emperors of Flames Bond or the Empress of Flames Bond. This is truly an accurate name as you watch them both fly into the sky and witness their powers fuse together to initiate a chain of explosions. It is almost like an explosive, very deadly tango. After the explosion, Teostra's flames fuel Lunastra's wildfires, which increases their severity and saps the life out of hunters and other living creatures in the area. This is the first time in the main series of Monster Hunter that we have ever seen two monsters have a coordinated attack. It is truly a sight to behold if you manage to live through those. Lunastra may have not been the most popular hunt, but we're grateful she is no longer just Blue Teostra, and that we're able to see her first reappearance in the mainline series in such a cool, inspiring way. As hunters, we're always given many options for our missions: solo, duo, or 4-man teams. And now we're able to see how destructive other dragons can be if they're given the same treatment. We can only hope we get to see more of the fire duo, Teostra and Lunastra, in future Monster Hunter games. Let us know which monsters you want to see next down in the comments. And as always, we'll see you guys in the next one. Peace.
Welcome back to TDS. My name is Chris, and I welcome you to another very exciting lore video. After vanishing for decades, Koth Karath, the elusive elder dragon hiding deep within caverns of gold and silver, has only recently emerged. This was the first siege added to Monster Hunter World, a new type of hunt where up to 4 separate teams of hunters joined forces to achieve one goal: investigating, tracking, and finally confronting the glorious dragon. This challenge calls for hunters to work together as a team and rely on each other. Setting her apart from so many other monsters around her, Kolv Taroth is unique in that her siege is not always available, as hunters must wait for her to reappear. Kolv has a history of vanishing, starting around 40 years before the events of Monster Hunter World, when she was firstly discovered by the First Fleet.
It took 40 years.
However, shortly after she was reported, she disappeared, leaving them unable to do any meaningful research on the creature. The glorious dragon had simply vanished, leaving the guild with nothing tangible. After the death of Zora Magdaros and the defeat of Xeno'jiiva, Kolv Taroth finally reappeared. After signs of her arrival in the ancient forest, the Commission knew that Kolv had become active once again. After investigation, the Commission was led to a new and mysterious locale, the Caverns of El Dorado. As soon as the location was pinned down, the Guild quickly organized the Commission's very first siege, tasking hunters with breaking Kolv Taroth's horn for further study. Arriving in the Caverns of El Dorado, hunters find massive sprawling paths that allow for small, distant glimpses of something moving through the cave system. After tracking her and traversing the area, Kolv can finally be taken head-on. Curiously, Kolv displays a strange behavioral pattern when compared to most elder dragons. Kolv is largely docile and will not attempt to directly attack the hunter, shrugging off most attempts of attack until she's pushed back into the upper layers of her nest. One interesting detail about Kolv is that despite her large metal coat, she's highly agile and quite strong, hinting at an immense physical strength moving this massive coat around behind her. We also see her forming new tunnels in El Dorado in real time, with her melting through walls or simply smashing past them with brute strength. Measuring in at about half a meter longer than Xeno'jiiva, Kolv Taroth is enormous, with most of her incredible size coming from her massive external golden shell. This gold has many strange properties, but upon breaking it off from her body, we learn that the metal itself contains weapons from hunters who failed to bring it down, making each failed attempt at a hunt do nothing but reinforce its armored shell. Kolv achieves this by melting weapons and other precious metals into its coat and letting them cool. This leads us to Kolv Taroth's most striking feature, her gigantic twisting horns, which are held as the final objective of the siege. Not only are they covered in large quantities of gold like the rest of her body, but they also appear to be the source of most of her powers, similar to many other elder dragons. Scholars' best guess is that the exterior shape of the horns allow her to burrow through the earth, while the interior appears to also possess some sort of magnetism that attracts precious metals to her as she moves through the earth. Though her physical size and strength are already impressive, Kolv Taroth is also able to superheat herself, dramatically raising her own internal temperature, softening precious metals, and forging them into herself. When she reaches high temperatures, Kolv is capable of breathing fire at her foes. The heat of this flame is incredible, wiping out hunters and being able to easily melt the arena in which she makes her last stand. This flame is a fearsome weapon, but it is also Kolv's biggest weakness. Kolv Taroth's armored hide is very resilient, but when enough damage is done to her chest, her hide will mollify and weaken. This is the result of the organs in Kolv's chest that stabilize her internal temperature being damaged. During this mollification, her body temperature rapidly increases, reaching up to nearly 1,400 degrees Celsius if she is also enraged. The heat softens the gold that is embedded in her hide and along her coat, meaning Kolv will take increased damage across her entire body, as well as making the hunter's task of breaking off pieces of Kolv far easier, aiding in the Commission's research. When she first reappeared, Kolv Taroth proved difficult to study, even for seasoned hunters. Her siege has a unique mechanic to it, that each attempt is considered separate, meaning that most research gathered in each hunt is not carried over. To those who don't really care about research, this may not seem to matter, but as we increase her research level, we increase not only the time we have to face her, but also the final rewards. Kolv Taroth is one of the very few monsters in Monster Hunter World that will actually retreat from battle, which results in a rather small time limit. The main target for this siege is to break the horns off of Kolv Taroth in order wanted to help us further research her biology, but this is no easy task. Cole's forms are extremely difficult to break in the short time limit we have, with 3 individual part break layers we have to get through. The durability of the horns, the elusiveness of the dragon, and the danger she presents, these are the reasons that Kulve Taroth isn't just a hunt, it's a siege. Failing the quest is likely, either by running out of cards or with Kulve escaping, but as each team puts research towards the final goal, Kulve Taroth's horns are eventually broken. With as extravagant as Kulve Taroth is, the weapons we receive as rewards are just as remarkable, covered in precious metals of their own. Due to the fact that these weapons are given directly as rewards, they're quite unique in that there is no crafting involved in their creation. Instead, they are given to us in a raw, unappraised form. It is said that these weapons are extracted from the gold in Kulve Taroth's horns and coat, with the smithy shaping them into incredibly powerful equipment for the hunter. Each of the weapons hidden in the golden hide were unique, with multiple variants for each weapon type, including different elemental effects, status capabilities, and secondary bonuses like defense. For quite some time, these weapons were considered some of the best a New World hunter could get their hands on. Taking a step back from the Elder Dragon herself, the caverns of El Dorado are quite a marvel in their own right. Supposedly, these caves were carved out over many years by Kulve moving through the earth, harvesting the ore and minerals, and leaving behind an incredible twisting and sprawling area beneath the surface. And so the creator of the caves, Kulve Taroth, can navigate easily, allowing her to maintain a level of stealth despite her massive size. Kulve's influence can be seen all throughout El Dorado, with sparkling metals and crystals all along the walls. The bioenergy of Kulve, as well as the Everstream, turned the caverns into their own ecosystem, and a variety of local species have begun to make the caverns their home. There are many small species of endemic life, from gold helm crabs to copper calapas. However, one of the most interesting occurrences here, the Gold Tribe. This unique Gajalaka tribe is exclusive to the caverns of El Dorado. These Lumians will use the precious metals in the caverns as well as parts that fall off of Kulve Taroth to fashion themselves exotic weapons and armor. Unlike normal Gajalaka, they do significant damage even to high gear. After leaving the magnificent caverns of El Dorado, hunters likely had no idea that they'd be back 2 more times for far scarier and far more dangerous encounters with the Mother Goddess. Our first return was an encounter with Arch-Tempered Kulve Taroth. Very few monsters were found to have an Arch-Tempered form, but each and every one has been devastating. AT Kulve Taroth is no exception, with the new ability to rapidly chain graph weapon attacks together, as well as a brand new condition of permanent enrage called her Fury State. While in this mode, Kulve's attacks are faster, stronger, and some are even able to leave incredibly dangerous residual flame or molten metal behind. On top of all of this, AT Kulve had a brand new coat, one that appears to be a magnificent combination of platinum and opal. This remarkable new coat not only makes this appearance of Kulve more resilient than her Gold World counterpart, it also appears to be more elementally attuned, greatly affecting the weapon's phonetic impact. The combination of the far more aggressive behavior, as well as the difference in the metals she cloaked herself in, led the guild to believe this may have been an entirely different subspecies. The rewards for taking on an Arch-Tempered monster are often extravagant, and AT Kulve was no exception. Anyone able to complete her siege was rewarded with the even more magnificent PR weapons. These share the glistening pearlescent colors of AT Kulve and pack an even more powerful ability when compared to the previous Taroth weapons. These weapons were mostly famed for their incredible potent elemental and status effects, as well as marking the first time weapons included set bonus skills like critical element or critical status. Arch-Tempered Kulve Taroth was the last time we thought we'd see a glorious dragon, especially after Safi'jiiva filled the siege slot for Master Rank. But to the surprise and delight of many, Master Rank Kulve Taroth emerged. Similar to AT Kulve, this form is even more powerful than anything seen before, even retaining the added features of her Arch-Tempered form. But unlike previous encounters, Master Rank Koltharoth was ferocious and fearless. She no longer ran after her horns were broken. She instead chose to fight to the death. Defeating her not only allowed the hunters to grab her brand new armor, it also gave them the chance to take their old Kiara and Tarok weapons and bring them up to Master Rank levels, with some reaching incredible levels of power. Colt left us with many memorable hunts, from the harrowing challenge of facing the Mother Goddess, to meeting interesting new endemic life, and to exploring the truly majestic heavens of Elden. It is no wonder that so many of us fondly remember the glorious Colt Haran. Welcome back to TBS. My name is Chris, and I welcome you to another very exciting lore video. Xeno'jiiva, the Emperor of Elders, the incredible dragon at the crystal heart of the New World, and the capstone monster for Monster Hunter World. This monster puts up a demanding and ferocious fight at the end of the main campaign. Xeno'jiiva isn't just the final boss of World, it is also a prime example of the game's incredible world building, acting not only as the crux of the world's story, but also returning in Iceborne after growing from adolescence into the fearsome siege monster, the Red Dragon Safi'jiiva. But even as a newborn, this monster shares ties to many other parts of the story. So, without further ado, let's dive into this strange and almost otherworldly monster lore. Xeno'jiiva first shows itself deep below the Eldest Recess in an area known as the Confluence of Fates, a crystalline area lined with massive spires of crystal. This suggests that this area is an origin point for the massive crystals we see all around the Eldest Recess, with Xeno'jiiva itself at the center. The way Xeno'jiiva draws energy in vast quantities from the New World's Everstream means that the Confluence of Fates is the dragon's nursery. It is said that this place stores massive amounts of pure bioenergy, and that over countless years the Confluence of Fates formed Xeno'jiiva. This bioenergy results from elder dragons that die to old age and dissolve into the effluvium. However, the Seeker appears quite concerned that the purity of the crystals in the confluence is much higher than he expected. In the past, during previous events of the Elder Crossing, elder dragons would travel to the New World to die in the Rotten Vale and return their energy to the Everstream. However, Xeno'jiiva used pheromones it produces to lure elder dragons closer to the Confluence of Fates, allowing it to more directly absorb the energy the elders release upon death. In the events of Monster Hunter World, Xeno'jiiva is attempting to draw in Zora Magdaros. And despite the Commission's success in guiding Zora, Xeno'jiiva was already reaching a critical level of power where it could hatch and cause havoc. Upon reaching this point, Xeno'jiiva was able to emerge out of its cocoon once a sufficient threat was detected. This leaves us facing the newborn Elder Dragon. Xeno'jiiva is clumsy in its attacks, with wild, unrefined swings, wide-sweeping motions, and uncontrolled bursts of energy that can easily cause it to fall through the arena. This usually happens when Xeno'jiiva begins to fire its beam back and forth, only to overheat the crystal and fall in, leaving it vulnerable to a counterattack. Despite Xeno'jiiva fighting like a newborn, it still packs massive firepower, with fearsome beams able to easily scythe apart its own nest. Interestingly, this breath weapon has a purpose aside from offense. It acts as a sort of energy vent, allowing Xeno'jiiva to rid itself of extra energy that would otherwise overwhelm its body. Once it grows desperate, Xeno'jiiva's destructive power becomes even more dangerous when it enters a critical state. Upon reaching that point, the internal organs of the dragon glow, allowing its transparent body to visibly show the energy flowing through its organs. One of the more awesome things about this fight is hunters can watch the energy travel to and bolster parts of its body, with the red glowing parts taking more damage and also dealing more damage to hunters.
The pale blue light contrasts this, pointing out locations that aren't being strengthened. Being mindful of these locations is critical for the hunter to bring it down. While the Emperor of Elders is a terrifying threat, the fact that it is newly born means that it can be taken out without too many complications. When Xeno'jiiva was slain and the confluence collapsed, the Commission assumed the threat had ended. Surely this was the last we'd hear from Xeno'jiiva, and in a way, we were right. After the release of Iceborne, a new threat was added into the game. After activity was detected in the recently opened up secluded valley, the Research Commission sends the hunter and the admiral down into the valley to find a shocking discovery. At first, we are greeted by a deep, sprawling ravine with literal tons of shed skin scattered around. The material is remarkably similar to Xeno'jiiva's veil-like skin, even featuring some of its strange markings. The absolutely absurd amount of sheddings suggests that whatever resides here has been growing very, very quickly. Before the investigation can continue too much further, we are interrupted by a massive red dragon. For the first time in World, you tangle with the creature in a scouting mission before fighting it properly. The guild, in a panic, sets up the Safi'jiiva siege for a proper showdown. This unusual development is worth mentioning because for the first time, the guild initially has no assigned class for the beast. It's said that only a dragon first class, something around Alatron's level of power, would be able to have a chance against it. Alatron's eventual appearance in the secluded valley leads the guild to believe they may share some sort of connection. While we never get the chance to see Alatron and Safi'jiiva clash, their connection and similar power are definitely noteworthy. Safi'jiiva has refined its ability to absorb energy, no longer being limited to absorbing the energy of dead dragons while in an unhatched state. Safi'jiiva is able to absorb power directly through the world around it. This gives the red dragon the strange power to actually heal itself mid-fight. Given that Safi'jiiva is simply an adult Xeno'jiiva, there are a lot of questions regarding how Safi was even able to grow and mature. We slayed Xeno'jiiva at the end of World, so how did it make its way to the secluded valley? Does the valley have some sort of a connection to the confluence of fates? There are several other chrysalis-like structures at the very bottom of the valley that we know very little about, but they share similarities with that of Xeno'jiiva. With its new strength, Safi has grown to be quite a lot more deadly than its younger self. Safi demonstrates increased intelligence and precision with its attacks, even going so far as to aggro on a hunter who's been causing it great pain. This mode is usually accompanied by its supercritical mode, in which it glows with starlight and begins firing off devastating attacks. This has the strange benefit for the hunter of weakening its hide and making it take more damage. A theme of starlight is present in all of Safi's designs, including its ultimate attack, called Sapphire of the Emperor. It is an instant kill move which obliterates the entire arena. Consider what that attack could do to the outside world. The guild was very clear that we had no way of knowing how it would affect the outside world, and that speaks to its awe-inspiring power. There's a small taste of this in the hunt when the attack removes all the cover a hunter would ordinarily use to survive. It still has some of the trappings of its younger form, and there are few incredible details that show this. For example, breaking both of Safi's horns will allow the hunter to see the sensory organs that were hidden on Xeno when both horns were broken. The starlight pattern on its wings when supercritical are the same blue energy from Xeno'jiiva, and its ultimate attack features the same brilliant blue. This entire species is all tied to a singular threat, and that's the fire energy that creates the crystals in Elder's Recess. This energy also powers Safi'jiiva's biggest attack and regenerative abilities. Safi'jiiva is ultimately an apex predator, and one that the New World is unlikely to see the legs off again. This is probably for the better, given Safi's ability to erase large chunks of landscape. It
and blasting large boulders away with what appears to be minimal effort. Sakijiva manifests from vast quantities of energy, just like its immature form Xenojiva. The two monsters play into the central theme in Monster Hunter World story about energy and life force. Each monster has grown from the life cycle of other elders and become apex predators, the hunter being the only thing that was able to stop this cycle. Once each of them has been slain, the hunter is greeted with a sense of relief and an uncertainty that this is really over. At least the guild seems to think that this is over, and all we can hope is that they are right this time. Let us know what monster you would like to see next down in the comments, and as always, I'll catch you guys in the next one.
Dragons, mysteries, legends, unknown and unclassified creatures. No documents or information regarding Alatreon's abilities, ecology, or behavior. It is time to unfold this mystery. What's up guys, Chris here, and welcome to another very exciting video. Today we'll be talking about Alatreon, one of the strongest elder dragons in Monster Hunter, the Blazing Black Dragon. These are the words Alatreon was introduced with in the old world. Since it is a black dragon, it falls under the dangerous first-class monsters category. These monsters are known to have an unnatural presence. Their abilities are unexplainable. Their strength surpasses human understanding, and nothing is known about their origins or roots. A lot of people refuse to believe that Alatreon was an actual creature. The story seemed way too unrealistic. Therefore, it was seen as a legend from a fairy tale. People doubted that the documents that told these stories about Alatreon were true, so they burned them. Therefore, there is barely any information from previous sightings. This is one explanation why Alatreon is such a huge mystery to this day. All of that is part of the reason for all the rumors and fear attached to its name. Alatreon is often connected with opposing attributes, but not only elemental-wise. In the third generation, Alatreon is being presented resembling both light and darkness, a living natural disaster, which even the gods fear. This leads to the assumption that Alatreon could in fact itself be a god resembling the light, and at the same time a demon representing the darkness. On its head, Alatreon has two large horns. Both of these horns are glowing, and this can be easily seen if the horn is broken. These horns also have an influence on Alatreon being able to control the elements. However, the horns are also extremely vulnerable in its weakness. The Blazing Black Dragon is really sensitive around these horns, and when broken off, it will lose some of its abilities. The rest of its body is covered by mantles and plates. The mantles are also a big reason for Alatreon's elemental strength, since they save and contain elemental energy. The plates are insanely sharp. They can deflect attacks, and because of their sharp nature, the attacker gets damage touching them. Apart from the mantles and plates, a lot of its body is covered in spikes. Spikes can be found on the legs, the tail, the bone part of the wings, its neck, and even on its chest. Alatreon's coloration is a dark shade of obsidian, a shimmering color which, depending on the light, looks like something between black, dark gray, and purple. Alatreon can control the full force of nature, so it can use every element: fire, ice, water, thunder, and dragon. It even has the ability to change and influence the weather. Unlike in the old world, where it wasn't able to control water, Alatreon added the water element to its repertoire. It's rumored that the water element Alatreon uses is not really water, rather an oily substance. Furthermore, it now also combines elements for deadly attacks. These attacks are unpredictable and destructive. For example, it combines the water element, or in this case rather the oily substance, with the fire element. The fire is being fueled by the oil, creating even deadlier flames that cover larger areas. It also combines ice with thunder. These icicles can store lightning. After some time they will explode. This makes the new world Alatreon more diverse compared to its older version. Alatreon can also change between three forms: fire, ice, and dragon active. In the fire mode, Alatreon is going to use more fire moves.
In the ice form, they will use lots of ice moves, and the same applies for Dragon. With Alatreon changing actives, the environment and weather also changes. The fight with Alatreon will start with either the fire or ice form. Alatreon cannot switch from fire to ice instantly. Instead, it will switch to Dragon first. In Dragon Active, the Blazing Black Dragon focuses on Dragon Element and performs many attacks which are exclusive to the Dragon form. The only chance to destroy Alatreon's horns is when it's in the Dragon Active. Since these horns are essential to Alatreon controlling the elements, by destroying them, it is believed that its elemental powers are limited. When Alatreon switches from the Dragon Active to either ice or fire, it will perform its ultimate attack, the Eschaton Judgment. It will destroy everything it hits. This attack is also impossible to dodge or escape from, except by abandoning the quest or disconnecting from the game. However, it is possible to weaken the attack by destroying Alatreon's horns. This will force the Black Dragon to switch back to its original form it had when starting the fight. If the horns aren't broken, it will switch to the opposite active, making the fight significantly harder. Back in the old world, Alatreon lived in the Sacred Land and Ingle Isle. When it arrived in the New World, Alatreon had been sighted within the secluded valley. The Blazing Black Dragon reacts aggressively and attacks every intruder, disturbing its life in isolation without holding back. Alatreon makes it impossible for any life form to develop around it because of its elemental strength and the constant weather changes it causes when switching actives. The unstable environment is too opposing for plants or animals. This further proves how unnatural Alatreon is because it resembles completely opposite attributes. Apart from that, it also creates an aura which further influences the environment around Alatreon. It can change and influence the light, and on top of that, turn the sky completely black. The light will then shine on surrounding objects, creating a strong contrast in comparison to the dark sky. White surfaces even begin to glow. This aura always surrounds Alatreon, no matter which elemental active it uses. It is the only creature in Iceborne with such an ability to alter light and darkness. Not only Alatreon itself has a special aura, but also its equipment. Wearing the armor and weapons results in high-risk, high-reward situations. The equipment is considered to be one of the strongest craftable in the world of monster hunting. They say that the equipment brings calamity. It consumes the hunter's soul, and those who wear it could be surrounded by negative thoughts and darkness. It is even rumored that wearing the equipment can cause catastrophes, and that those who choose to use this armor in battle will not be able to control their body. At least when we choose to believe these stories that are passed on to us by various sources within the game. Black dragons are the most mysterious monsters of the Monster Hunter franchise. A lot of things are still unknown about these dangerous first-class monsters. This creates and helps to maintain the mystery, the legends, and the fairy tales. Would these dragons be as fearsome and respected if everything was known about them? If there weren't any more mysteries or rumors to unfold? Only time will tell. Welcome back to TBS. My name is Chris, and I welcome you to another very exciting lore video. The Black Flame, the name given to the black dragon who wiped the Kingdom of Shrade and its castle off the map. A dragon said to melt hunters and their armor into its scales, creating a seemingly unkillable threat. Fatale is one of the most legendary monsters in Monster Hunter, and the final update to Iceborne treated us one more showing. A monster that rarely saw open coverage, and information on it was very rare. Today, we're going to break this beast down and talk about what makes this walking cataclysm work. For those unfamiliar, Fatalis is a massive dragon pulling from European mythology for its appearance, with enormous wings capable of flight and twisting black horns. Strangely, this beast stands out from its fellow monsters for its very historic design, similar to how dragons from fairy tales appear. When enraged, Fatalis shows that it contains a molten core in its chest. The only indication we have of the source of its power is the fact that Fatalis' flames weaken after its horns have been broken off, suggesting that there's some sort of a conduit or controller. Fatalis and Castle Shrade share a good amount of history together.
As stated in the cutscene showing Fatalis in Iceborne, the last stand of this entire kingdom took place here, which we can see suggestions of by the various siege equipment scattered about in the ruined castle where our fight takes place. One interesting detail is the arena itself appears to be covered in signs of burnt ground, giving us an example from the past of Fatalis' flames melting the stones. This helps you as the hunter understand the sheer power of what you're dealing with before you experience this power firsthand yourself. Watching its flame breath melt huge chunks of the arena away and deal massive damage to you and your team members is a truly terrifying experience. At 2 points when fighting Fatalis, the hunter is forced to take cover behind heavy barriers of metal, only to watch it melt away, hinting at a much worse fate you may have suffered if you were unable to hide. However, this flame can actually help the hunter, destroying the improvised barricade and granting access to the entire arena, including more siege weapons and an additional barrier to hide behind. Alongside this, watching the flames will help you to understand how much damage you are doing to Fatalis. All of its flame attacks lose power as you break the horns, giving the hunter a chance to survive its massive arena-covering breath attacks. This flame is the embodiment of the hatred Fatalis feels towards hunters, as well as most life on the planet. The awesome power of the Black Dragon doesn't end with its flames. Even shifting its weight deals a huge amount of physical damage because its scales and body are so heavy. While these attacks aren't as powerful as its flames, the sheer force of being landed on or even getting hit by a claw swipe can be deadly to unprepared hunters. Fatalis also has one of the largest health pools in Iceborne. For comparison, when facing 4 players, a Tempered Ruiner Gigante has around 80,000 HP, whereas Fatalis clocks in at 168,000, over twice as much, speaking to its overwhelming strength. Very little on Fatalis is actually considered a weakness. The dragon appears to have relatively poor vision, and we believe this to be due to the composition of its eyes, which seem to be made entirely of crystal. This leads to the use of less precise sweeping and explosive attacks, giving the hunter's chances to evade. Its chest and head are the biggest weak points, but tenderizing these spots is relatively risky. In contrast, its tail is incredibly dense and will bounce even the sharpest of weapons. Most of this biology is true not just of the Black Fatalis we know from Monster Hunter World, but all the variants of Fatalis we've seen throughout the history of the franchise. However, each of these new forms has their skills that differ from the last. White Fatalis wields lightning to smite its foes, and Crimson Fatalis uses a far more explosive fire breath and the ability to summon meteors to rain down on its targets. All this power makes sense given Fatalis' preferred prey. In Monster Hunter Freedom, the typically docile and massive Lao Shanlang is seen running away from Castle Shrate. Here Fatalis is scaring away a monster capable of walking through and flattening villages without a second thought. However, other dragons are not the only thing Fatalis prey upon, as there are reports from hunters in the field of Fatalis melting defeated hunters and their armor into its own hide to wear as armor. These reports call this action slow and deliberate, and given the intelligent way that Fatalis fights, it makes sense that it knows exactly what it is doing. We can see an action very much like this during the Iceborne version of the fight, in which Fatalis pins the hunter to its molten core and attempts to smash them completely into its scales. Little else is known about the ecology of Fatalis, aside from the fact they have been seen to lay eggs, though only one instance of hatching has ever been observed. This baby Fatalis was said to grow to adulthood in a matter of hours. The further maturation of this Fatalis is unknown and leaves more questions than it answers. All of this power and mythology being spoken of about one species of monster has led to it being referred as a hunter's ultimate goal, despite the guilds and Capcom's best efforts to keep all knowledge about Fatalis under wraps. The danger of the monster and the importance of its defeat mean that the quests are only ever given to the best of the best hunters. While Fatalis itself is quite a fascinating monster to look at on its own, its armor paints an even more grim and terrifying picture. The Dragonhead Alpha is said to evoke the howl of Fatalis and remind the wearer of its gaze. The Dragonhide Alpha takes this one step further. It is said to give those who wear it terrible nightmares. The Dragon Claws Alpha possess the ability to make the wearer fear for their lives, showing the despair that Fatalis inspires does not end with its death. However, these armor pieces don't just draw the line at messing with a hunter's mind when worn. Fear is one thing, but the legends about the Dragon Barbs Alpha outright claim that the armor will kill the wearer in the end. Lastly, the description we're given for the Dragon Feet Alpha tells us the wearer is abandoned to their thirst for blood. All this combines to mean that those who wear the full set of Fatalis armor are lost to nightmares, terror, a bloodlust that cannot be sated, and eventually death. Even when slain and rendered into armor for a hunter, Fatalis' hatred for humanity can still be felt. Previous versions of Fatalis' armor carry similar language with two rather notable exceptions. In 4 Ultimate, when the Fatalis armor is forged, the blacksmith comments that this black armor has such an unsettling strength that your arms appear to be actually Fatalis' own arms. The feet even go so far as to make you feel like your legs are being seized by Fatalis. All of this has caused a legend to be shared amongst hunters that those who wear the armor of Fatalis are doomed to surrender to its influence and become a new Fatalis. This theory has some legs if we consider the strange dark blade found in Poki Village. This dark blade seems to regenerate, being able to be mined daily. The materials obtained from this curious artifact can be used to create lesser versions of Fatalis' gear. This correlation leads some to believe that even in the form of a giant blade or armor, Fatalis is still alive inside of him. These remarkable regenerative abilities explain perfectly why the armor in World increases your health and stamina to the max. This is all we know about Black Fatalis as he appears in Iceborne, but if we take a look to the past, we can learn even more by taking a deep dive into 2 other variants of Fatalis, Crimson and White Fatalis. Crimson Fatalis is the most angry and violent of all the Fatalis variants. Found sequestered deep in the volcanic Ingle Isle, Crimson Fatalis has a far more explosive fighting style, slamming meteors into the ground and pulverizing foes with its blast attacks. While Black Fatalis can be described in fancier words like spiteful and deliberate, Crimson Fatalis is pure rage, and it's known to throw its head back towards the sky in a roar that sends meteors crashing to Earth.
お前の作った力ではない。
The fact that Crimson lives in a volcano speaks to its thermal resistance and overall resilience. Unlike the other 2 Fatalis variants, who have 4 horns that are largely symmetrical, Crimson has 1 enlarged hound and 3 smaller ones. It also has extremely thick scales and an overall molten appearance. There are theories that this is somehow the same Fatalis slain at Castle Shrade, after which it moved deep into the volcano, changing over time into the rage-filled monster we see today. When speaking of the armor of Crimson Fatalis, a grim story is told. The tale speaks about the many destructions and resurrections Fatalis has endured, feeding back into theories of Fatalis' regenerative capabilities. The legend continues, saying the wroth claws usher in calamity, guiding us to our final resting place, while footsteps of the wroth feet appear as star claws, warning of doom to come. However, while Crimson is the most angry, the title of the most ferocious of the Fatalis variants goes to White Fatalis, also known as Old Fatalis. Its English title is Ancestral Dragon, and it lives up to that name. With luminous white scales and a fur running down its back and tail, White Fatalis strikes a very different image than its counterparts. It seems to glow much like a kirin, and its horns are almost antler-like in shape. When enraged, it shares the red glowing chest with its counterparts, but in this state it instead regenerates red lightning. When pushed far enough, White Fatalis can even take to the sky and far above Castle Shrade and bombard hunters with lightning, as seen in Generations Ultimate. This attack leaves the hunters with no options aside from a Farcaster or quick evasion. White Fatalis can be seen in many games, but its most powerful appearance was in Monster Hunter Frontier Z. in which it could discharge massive beams of energy so strong that instead of just carting, it sent the hunter back to the village, almost as if you were erased from existence instead of being placed in the camp as usual. White Fatalis is one of the tougher monsters to bring down, and its armor reflects that skill required to tangle with it. We've seen what the armor of red and black Fatalis are like, but White Fatalis offers a far more hopeful message. The armor has a beautiful and light aura, said to never be dulled by any damage, with a glow that only brightens as its wearer demonstrates their skill. Instead of being doomed, those wearing the armor of White Fatalis seem to become a beacon, erasing even their own shadow. All of this armor is from dead creatures, and all of the information there is about Fatalis' armor parts in general speak about the resurrection and destruction, meaning that all three Fatalis, Crimson, White, and Black, are here to stay, and simply slaying them will not stop them. All of this said, there are a few other interesting traits that all of these monsters share. Firstly, none of the Fatalis variants have any real connection to the new world. The hunters in Iceborne even have to travel back to the old world to confront the walking threat. Unlike many elders, Fatalis also has no Hyper, Apex, or Tempered versions as of making this video, meaning these dragons are already at their strongest forms when fighting them. There's one last thing we can mention when it comes to Fatalis. A legend known as the Black Flame describes a Fatalis different from the ones we've seen. This form is said to have 6 horns, a glowing blue chest, a mane stretching between its spikes, and the ability to wield a power called the Black Flame. This is its own element, a fearsome combination of the power of the dragon and the flame. Named as the Sapphire Fatalis by some, this form of Fatalis is somehow even more destructive and resilient than any of the other forms. Fortunately, the guild claims these are only myths, and we have nothing to worry about. We hope you enjoyed our lore video on Fatalis. Let us know down below which monster you would like to see next. Thanks for watching, and as always, we'll see you in the next one. Peace. One of the greatest threats the guild has ever known. A monster so gigantic its size surpasses that of a fierce Rajan. So powerful it is most well known for one-shotting hunters by running them over. Of course, this is none other than the terrifying Mosswine. Mosswine. The origin of this name is fairly simple. Swine is another name used to describe a pig, in case you didn't know. Since these pigs are often found with moss or mushrooms growing on their backs, they were dubbed mosswine. These moss and mushrooms offer a natural camouflage and an emergency food source if it is unsafe for a mosswine to search for mushrooms. The mosswine inhabits many different regions throughout the series. The forests and hills, the old jungle, the old swamp, the jungle, the swamp, the Great Forest, the Gorge, the Highland, the Dawnwind Valley, the Dark Vale Forest, the Ancient Forest, the Wildspire Waste, and the Rocky Vale. Wow, that was a mouthful. Mosswine have been beneficial to hunters since they were spotted in the first generation of the series due to their keen sense of smell. Since these creatures are not aggressive by nature, hunters can follow these piggies to mushroom sites for gathering. Although mosswine eat all types of mushrooms found in the Monster Hunter series, rarer mushrooms such as the dragon toadstool or mandragora are seen as delicacies. The hunter can actually tell when the mosswine is leading them to a rare mushroom site because the pig will charge to a rare mushroom site rather than walk. This is presumably because the mosswine can smell the difference between a rare mushroom and a normal mushroom. Mosswine will also still eat mushrooms like parashrooms or toadstool, but they will not feel the negative side effects. An interesting fact about the toadstool is that it grows on a dead animal and feeds off sad animal. The physical size and potency of its poison will actually depend on the monster it grows on. There's an old legend that a toadstool that fed off a Plasia corpse grew to a height of 6 meters. Imagine if a mosswine found that mushroom, it would be feasting for weeks. These sweet little pigs and their abilities are obviously based on real-life truffle hogs.
The term truffle hog refers to any domestic pig that is used specifically for locating and extracting parts of fungi known as truffles. People choose pigs over other animals typically due to their amazing sense of smell used to locate the fungi. So both the ability to locate truffles, or in this case mushrooms, and their amazing sense of smell indicate a clear connection between truffle hogs and mosswine. Since the mosswine's only form of self-defense is an armored plate on its forehead, if it is threatened by a predator or a hunter, it will charge, similar to a bullfrog or bull drone, and hit its target with this plate. It does not do much damage, but has proven to be quite a nuisance to hunters across the guild. A noteworthy fact is that the bristly crake, a rare form of endemic life in Monster Hunter World, will appear on the back of mosswine that reside in the Rotten Vale, if you are lucky enough to find one. It is possible that the crake believes the mossy camouflage is a safe place to rest. It's simply eating the mushrooms off its back, or both. In Monster Hunter World, there is also armor dedicated to the cute pig. While World only featured the mosswine mask, Monster Hunter Freedom Unite featured entire mosswine armor. The mosswine mask in Monster Hunter World is headgear that gives the hunter the appearance of a mosswine and also gives 2 points of the skill Mushromancer. This skill allows the hunter to digest mushrooms that would otherwise be inedible and gain their advantages effects. Depending on how many points you have in the skill, the more types of mushrooms you can eat, just like a mosswine. The Mushromancer skill didn't exist until Monster Hunter World, so the mosswine armor in Freedom Unite offered different skills and appearance. The male version of this armor gave you the appearance of a mosswine with the traditional mosswine mask, while the female version featured just a pig-like nose and a headband with pig ears. The skills this armor gave you were quick eating, filled up, which was a skill that gave stamina increase from consuming fish steaks, health plus 20, and a negative skill called hunger increase high, which made your stamina decrease 2 times faster than normal. Although the mosswine are typically docile creatures, there have been observations of much stronger versions of this animal. In Monster Hunter World, there was a limited one-day event quest released for the first time on New Year's Day 2019, which featured 5 giant mosswine that would one-hit KO the hunter with their charges. Most notably, though, there was a one-day event quest on April 1st, 2012 in Monster Hunter Frontier, featuring a new breed of mosswine. Although it was listed as a Hunter Rank 1 quest, the mosswine in this hunt had clearly evolved from its normal counterparts. It was incredibly aggressive and strong. This mosswine gave off a red aura, was equipped with a spikier headplate, and could charge faster than any normal mosswine, bullfangle or bull drone. It was even stronger than the mosswine witnessed in Monster Hunter World's event quest, since weapons of any sharpness would deflect off the monster's skin, and it could only be killed by countering its charge attack twice. What a challenge. On this April Fool's, be sure to put on that mosswine mask and show support to the small monster that's been with hunters through it all. We hope you guys like this video. Let us know down below which monster you would like to see in our Secrets of Monster Hunter series. If you enjoyed this video, feel free to check out our Patreon page in case you want to support us. And as always, we'll catch you guys in the next one. Peace.
The world around us is full of wonders. To those with eyes willing to see, the beauty of nature is everywhere, an endless well of fascination. Some of nature's most glorious, most entrancing creations are the monsters, megafauna that come in all shapes and sizes, creatures of awe and power that rule the wild lands. Their bodies, their abilities, their behaviors, all unique, all mesmerizing. It is the Hunters Guild's sworn mission to record, study, and preserve these amazing creatures, both for their sake and to protect humanity in its encounter encounters with the wild. In this special film, commissioned by the Scrivener's Lodge of Dandorma, we will explore the ecology of a wide variety of these monsters, focusing on creatures that were discovered during the Guild's first generation of research. Of all the creatures that roam the land, few are as feared as the flying wyvern. As the single most diverse class of monsters, these winged bipedal wyvern come in many shapes and sizes, most of them quite fearsome. But even among this highly successful class, one genus stands above all, a group of flying wyvern so dominant and ecologically thriving that they have become synonymous with the entire class of flying wyvern. Indeed, no matter where one walks, it is likely to be the territory of a rat. Like all flying wyvern, rats are easily distinguished by their grounded hind limbs and winged front limbs. Their legs are thick and strong, with wide four-toed feet. Their wings extend outwards and have thick membranes adorned with distinct swirly patterns. Their bodies, their triangular heads, and their long clubbed tails are all covered in an assortment of shells and scales, for which they are classified under the infraorder Testa Draconae, shell wyvern. This coat of armor is unique among flying wyverns due to its density. The smallest scales on a rat are essentially flush with the creature's skin, meaning that they overlap and bend seamlessly and without friction. This allows the rats to have outstanding protection against physical damage while not sacrificing virtually any mobility. With such protection and the ability to take to the air, one might think that the rats are in need of protection, opportunists ready to flee at any moment. Nothing could be further from the truth. The rats sit at the top of almost any ecosystem they inhabit due to three key factors. One is their high mobility and durable shell armor. Another one is their arsenal of offensive options. All rat species grow both a flame sac and a venom gland in their bodies. The flame sac produces a fiery blend of particles and viscous fluid that can be spit from the mouth as streams or projectiles or scorching flames. The venom gland, meanwhile, produces a dangerous venomous compound that weakens and kills anything it is injected into, making for a formidable tool in subduing prey. The rats themselves are immune to this poison. The third and most influential factor to the rat's success is their extreme sexual dimorphism and resulting co-parenting strategies. Sexual dimorphism refers to the phenomenon in which individuals of the same species show anatomical differences between sexes. In the rat's case, the male Rathalos and the female Rathian look so dissimilar that a novice hunter would be excused for thinking that they are entirely different creatures. The female Rathian is a common sight in forests and temperate regions, although some are known to live in desert zones as well. In the most common species of rats, Rat regalis, also known as the Vigal rat, the Rathian has a distinct green shell armor, allowing it to blend in seamlessly among the trees. Despite the species' overall reputation, a female rat is actually much more adapted to life on land. Its wings are strong, but not remarkable beyond that. female are extremely muscular, allowing it a secure bipedal stance when grounded. Its talons are shorter than those of the males, presumably to maximize land mobility. These two features allow the Rathian to downright gallop across the ground, running and charging at foes in a brutal manner. The reason for these adaptations is the Rathian's parental role. Once a mother, the Rathian is tasked with procuring prey and offering protection from the ground. This is likely a result of the phenomenon in which encountering small prey in dense forests is easier on land than from the air. The other main feature of the Rathian's body is perhaps the most apparent one. All across her body, but especially on the back, shoulders, and the tail tip, the female rat grows assortments of rigid, dark green barbs. These structures are directly connected to the rat's venom gland, which in the females is located in the tail. These barbs are used to inject the deadly rat poison into prey and enemy alike, mostly due to the rat swinging its tail at adversaries. The location of these barbs and the venom gland are also a result of the Rathian's grounded lifestyle. Swinging a tail at an enemy is easier when on the ground, especially if one can backflip with as much ease as the Rathian can. And the barbs on the back and shoulders protect the female from attacks from above, ensuring that a rivaling flying wyvern would immediately get poisoned should it push its luck. Notably, the long spike on the chin of the Rathian is not a venom barb per se. It is instead a hollow feeding tube, through which the Rathian can push pre-chewed food out as small squishy pellets for her young to enjoy. A little bit of poison is still mixed in with that food, however, in order to immunize the young to rat poison, such that they can, in the future, poison their prey without worry. The male Rathalos, meanwhile, has a few notable differences in its anatomy. The coloration of the Rathalos is always, in all known rat species, distinctly unlike that of the Rathian. A regal Rathalos is generally red, with dark accents across its shell armor. While the Rathian's parental role confines it mostly to the ground, the male Rathalos is tasked with protecting the territory from above. A true king of the sky, with an anatomy that fully embraces and facilitates an airborne lifestyle. For one, it entirely lacks the venom barbs that so starkly define the Rathian. Tissue analysis has revealed that the males do actually have the capacity to grow these barbs, but that they have degenerated severely over time. Most scholars interpret this to be a result of the Rathalos' airborne nature, as losing the barbs makes the body more aerodynamic, reducing friction and allowing for more agile maneuvers in the air. And truly, a flighted Rathalos has few equals. Its lack of barbs, slimmed down shell, and extremely powerful wings make it a magnificent flyer. Its preferred method of attack is to descend onto prey with its powerful talons. Its feet are modified to accommodate this, as its toes are much longer and more articulate than those of the females, allowing for rapid, solid slashes and a strong grip on prey. These elongated toes can, however, be awkward to walk on when the Rathalos lands. To mitigate this, the males have specialized toe joints that allow them to curl their talons and shorten them, making for a more comfortable grounded gait. It is a crude workaround, but while it does not afford the Rathalos the ground mobility of its female counterpart, it does its job sufficiently well. Its venom gland is also altered to suit the male's needs. In Rathalos, it is located in the feet, supplying venom exclusively to the sharp claws at the toes. All of these adaptations make the Rathalos a devastating force of nature when in the air. And yet, it is not a creature designed merely for violence. Just like the Rathian, the Rathalos has a parental structure on its chin, a small osteoderm, visually comparable to a short horn or spike. patience, as well as a fiery breath that both sexes share, both rafts would be powerhouses in their own right. But they exist as pairs, and as such are nearly unstoppable no matter the ecosystem. For the first years of their life, rafts live apart. The male Rathalos wander harsh environments, such as mountain regions and volcanic plains, where they prey on strong competitors to hone their skills. Meanwhile, Rathians tend to congregate in milder climates, green havens where they grow up in relative peace. One well-known spot that usually attracts unpaired Rathians are the forests in the center of the continent, near Dandorma. During the breeding season, Rathians migrate towards the Rathalos in search of a suitable mate. Hormonal flushes subtly change both monsters. The barbs of the Rathian grow thicker, while the chin spike of the Rathalos grows longer. Both of these features are believed to be relevant for mate selection. Once a suitable pair has found each other and the deed has been done, a peculiar thing happens. Some pairs immediately split up, with the Rathalos returning to harsher regions, while the now gravid Rathian does not return to the green hills of her homeland, but instead migrates to hotter climates, often deserts. These lone Rathians then raise their young on their own, becoming aggressive and fierce single mothers. But just as often, the pairs don't split up after mating. It is unknown what determines this outcome. Instead, many rat pairs remain bonded for the rest of their lives, as the Rathalos accompanies its gravid mate back to her forested home, where a sophisticated co-parenting strategy begins. As the female prepares for the arduous task of egg-laying, the male scouts out a suitable nest location, usually either in caves with an open roof for aerial access or on the side of cliffs and mountains. The Rathalos then begins preparing the nest, arranging dead plant and other organic matter into a dense bed. This matter will, over time, decompose into an oily flounder liquid that can be ignited to scare off smaller creatures. Once the nest is ready, the Rathian will lay a clutch of around 10 eggs, which will hatch soon after. Once the children arrive, the true labor begins. The parents divide their duties based on their innate abilities. The Rathian prowls the land, looking for small prey to present to the young, while also marking the territory with claw marks. The Rathalos, meanwhile, oversees that territory from the air, fighting off any other flying wyvern that attempt to fly through their airspace, as well as scouting for land threats from above. These duties are performed in shifts to ensure that one parent is always within earshot of the nest. Juvenile rafts are completely defenseless, after all. Both parents excel at their roles. A fully grown Rathalos isn't just an excellent flyer, but also possesses a lot of stamina. While most flying wyvern can only fly for a few hours at a time due to their size, a Rathalos can easily stay in the air for 3 days in a row. Using this ability, the father becomes a continuous watchful eye in the sky. But it is the Rathian that truly shines during this time, as she displays significant intelligence and cunning. Notably, a Rathian will not merely attack every creature that enters her territory. Instead, she will cultivate a mini ecosystem to maximize the protection of her nest. For example, Rathian are known to allow smaller carnivores to nest in their territories, because said carnivores usually prey on smaller ovivores, the detestable egg-eaters that are the Rathian's main concern. Thus, by selectively allowing the presence of certain species while rejecting others, the queen curates the local food chain, with herself and her mate on top. The Rathian is also primarily in charge of nurturing and educating their clutch. The oily puddles near the nest are an excellent way for the juvenile rafts to learn how to use their flame breath, for example. Numerous hunters and scholars have also reported seeing Rathian kidnap smaller wyverns, such as young velocipede, alive, in order to present them to their young, presumably to train them in combat against a weak opponent. These strategies, which make excellent use of the unique strengths of each parent, have caused the child mortality of rats to be shockingly low for wild wyvern standards. This leads to steady population growth and proliferation, which has resulted in the regal rats specifically being perhaps the single most successful species of wyvern ever observed. Rat regalis is found all across the Old Continent and even on the New World, a true testament to the species' extraordinarily effective lifestyle. With such a wide geographic distribution also comes regional variation, as different habitats promote and encourage subtle differences even within the same species. In the case of Rat regalis, two distinct trends of regional variation, other than the regular Schradian Mondorman kind, are known. The further east one goes on the main continent, the bulkier and thicker the regal rats get. These are known as eastern regal rats, and they display a significantly enhanced musculature. This regional variation seems to have originated in the island district, likely due to increased competition and harsh island terrain necessitating additional muscle mass. Notably, eastern Rathians are a lot more prone to flight than their Schradian sisters, even attacking from the air like their mates on rare occasions. The more drastic regional variation, however, is seen in the opposite direction, the New World. Being an entirely separate continent, the New World has caused many of the local species, many of which also exist in the Old World, to evolve differently to their Old World counterparts. The rats are no exception, as the New World variation seems to have branched off from the Old World lineage fairly early, as they display some significant anatomical differences. This is especially visible in the males. New World Rathalos have an additional finger bone fused into the wing, and their legs are almost twice as thick as those of the Schradian or Eastern variations. This is believed to be a result of the rat's main habitat on the New World, the ancient forest, whose trees and greenery are much thicker and harder to navigate than the mild woodlets of the Old World. The additional bone in the wing allows for more sophisticated folding of the wings, making precise navigation in the dense forest easier. Likewise, the thicker legs and increased muscle mass allow the New World Rathalos to take off without much preparation or momentum, an invaluable ability in an area with little open space. New World Rathians, meanwhile, don't have many visible differences, but instead one massive, invisible one: the venom gland's location. In Old World Rathians, the gland is believed to be located at the base of the tail. This is due to the observation that cutting off the tail of an Old World Rathian does not fully disable her ability to produce venom, meaning that the gland has to be located rather close to the body. In New World Rathians, however, losing her tail does in fact rob the Rathian of her venom entirely, thus leading researchers to conclude that their venom gland sits at the tip. This might be an adaptation designed to concentrate the venom more directly into the tail barbs, the main weapon, at the cost of increased risk of losing it. A massive difference between Old World and New World rats is also found in their cooperative behaviors. While rats in the Old World would either pair up for life or split instantly after procreation, New World rats perform a kind of competitive polygamy. During the breeding season, countless Rathians seek out one Rathalos in the ancient forest. The male then mates with as many females as he can muster. Once this is done, only one Rathian, the most dominant, assertive, suitable female, is allowed to remain in the forest while the others are cast out. The dominant female then lives out her days much like the old world species would, caring for her young in cooperation with their father in the ancient forest. The rejected Rathians, however, are forced to move into the adjacent desert region, the Wildspire Waste, where they have to raise their children all by themselves. No Rathalos will ever come to help them, and these females are notably more aggressive and violent than the ones who are chosen as queen. While the regal rafts are by far the most widespread raft species out there, it is certainly not the only one. Disregarding regional variation, there are so far 3 distinct species within the genus Raft. Raft regalis is just often considered the common species due to its abundance. The second most proliferate species is known as Raft ornatus, the ornate raft. This raft species is distinguished by their coloration, wherein the males are blue, called azure rathalos, and the females are pink, called pink Rathian. This species is believed to have developed out of a mutation to the shell of regal rats. At some point, a mutation began appearing in the gene pool that caused the composition of the shell armor on rafts to change drastically, becoming much thicker, denser, and heavier while also distorting pigmentation. This mutation was, at least initially, very likely a death sentence. These mutated rafts were too heavy to move effectively and too colorful to hide when necessary. The blue males likely suffered under the weight of the shell, making them unable to fly, while the pink females were easy to spot in the forests. But over time, as nature tends to do, these mutated rafts adapted to their bodies. The azure rathalos eventually began developing additional muscle mass to enable life with the reinforced shell. In the process, their muscles grew so strong that they became even more adept flyers than the Red Brothers, with unmatched aerial precision and prowess. The pink Rathian also adapted to her new armor, likewise developing increased muscle mass, but to a lesser degree. While a pink Rathian can fly fairly well due to her enhanced strength, she actually doesn't need to. The additional weight of the mutated shell makes her charging rampages and trample stampedes even more deadly. Her venomous tail is also a lot heavier than in green Rathians, making it an even more powerful bludgeoning weapon. Additionally, pink Rathians have increased aggression in order to counter the conflicts that they're likely to encounter due to their coloration. Once adapted to it, these mutated rafts were significantly more dangerous than their regular cousins, as they now boasted both a more resistant protective shell as well as enhanced strength. As these mutations stabilized and became consistent across generations, and as the affected rafts grew to overcome them, they eventually speciated, becoming a genetically distinct and consistent subspecies of the raft genus, Raft ornatus. They are considered the most aggressive species of raft, likely a psychological consequence of the hardships these rafts usually face in their youth. The rarest species of raft is, by comparison, so rare that every few years some researcher or another proposes that it actually doesn't even exist, that it was just a handful of discolored individuals reported by questionable sources. That is, however, untrue, as the existence of the third raft species, Raft metalis, has been confirmed by numerous accredited scholars and hunters over the years. The so-called metal rafts are so elusive that they have been designated with the rare species classification by the Hunters Guild, reserved for the rarest and most powerful non-elder dragon monsters. Metal rafts are so rarely seen because they only inhabit the least hospitable inhospitable environments on the planet, smoldering volcanic mountain ranges and desolate ruined plains. They are slightly more abundant on the continent of Thunron compared to the central continent on the New World continent. Metal rafts are named as such because they, just like the ornate rafts, sport a discolored shell, in this case a silver shell in the males and a golden one in the females. This discoloration is likely also an adaptation that resulted from mutation, but one that is far less understood than what happened to the ornate rafts. What is known is that through some kind of genetic change, the shell of metal rafts is able to absorb and bind metal dust from the surrounding air, fusing it into the armor and reinforcing and discoloring the shell in the process. This process is very similar to how the plate armor of the Lao Shan Long forms, and just like with that dragon, the shell of the metal wasp is unfathomably hard and resistant due to this. Whether or not this happened because a population of wasps moved into volcanic regions with aerosol metal dust, or if it was this mutation that caused the wasps to migrate to said regions in the first place, is unknown. What is observable is that these enhanced metal shells offer the silver Rathalos and gold Rathian unparalleled protection against physical damage. It, however, introduces a new problem. A shell laced with conductive metals allows electricity to travel through easily, which meshes poorly with the raft's natural weakness to thunder. Another key difference between Raft natalis and the other raft species is the functionality of the flame sac. In metal rafts, this organ has additional membrane openings that can, at the wyvern's command, start venting heat into the metal shell, spiking the raft's body temperature and igniting the shell with a white-hot glow. In this mode, called the incandescent state by the Guild, the flames produced by the metal rafts are unthinkably hot, able to melt just about anything. It is believed that venting the excess heat from the flame sac into their shell allows Raft natalis to push the power of its flame sac to its limit without it exploding under its own pressure. This, of course, partially melts the metal shell, making it softer to damage. How exactly this feature evolved is currently unknown. It might be the result of a mutation separate from the one that metallized the shell, or it might be a consequence of the same mutation. Research is still ongoing. Due to the relative abyss of knowledge regarding them, as well as their brilliant coloration, metal rafts are worshipped as heavenly messengers by some fringe cultures. These are the three generally defined species of raft, with very little discourse surrounding their legitimacy, except of course the occasional controversy about metal rafts. Curiously, no crossbreeding between them has ever been observed, although considering their phylogenetic relatedness, it should absolutely be possible in theory. Besides these three core species, there's one other kind of raft that can, extraordinarily rarely, be found roaming the lands. For the Raft regalis species can be subject to deviance. Deviance is a catch-all term for extreme variations in individual monster physiology and behavior that are so absurdly pronounced that regular genetic and environmental factors cannot explain them away easily. It is in many ways an extreme form of variance. These individuals are then called deviants. Raft regalis can produce deviance in both the males and females, although it is even rarer when encountering a metal raft. Male deviants are called Dread King Rathalos, and are defined by a dark red carapace and large talons and a generally humongous body shape. Just about every aspect of this wyvern is enhanced. Its poison is more potent, its wings are stronger and allow for longer flight, and its shell is resistant to most attacks. Most devastating, however, is the upgrade to its flame sac. In addition to the usual fire particle blend, this organ produces a secondary substance that allows the flames to burn hotter and even expand and contract multiple times. This allows for the breathing of flames that explode violently, detonating multiple times even after hitting their target. This secondary substance also seems to leak into the wyvern's hide, as its scales and shells burn at scorching temperatures, even after being removed from the Rathalos. It's this leaking that is likely the cause of the wyvern's discoloration. The female deviant is designated with the name Dread Queen Rathian, recognizable by the enlarged poison barbs and dark purple coloration. While the male deviant has all of its physical characteristics enhanced, the Dread Queen is defined by a singular but remarkable transformation: her venom gland. The production of venom in the Dread Queen Rathian is enhanced and pushed into overdrive, to the point where her enlarged barbs are constantly leaking liquid venom and even emitting venom gas. It is this saturation that likely causes the discoloration of the shell. The barbs on the Dread Queen's tail can even break off in chunks, laying on the ground and emitting clouds of noxious gas. Even in death, the Dread Queen Rathian is deadly, as every body part is absolutely doused in venom. Only the most experienced weaponsmiths would even dare handle Dread Queen scales as a result. Like with most deviants, it is unknown what creates the Dread Rats. A fringe faction within the scholarly halls of Gondorma has suggested that it might be a dormant gene that is passed down in certain lineages of regal rat. This Dread gene would activate in only very few rat embryos, but once it did, it is theorized to hypercharge hormonal activity in the body, causing the rat to display overdevelopment of all relevant organs and body structures, from size to flame sac to venom glands. The discolorations being a consequence of overly active elemental organs somewhat supports that hypothesis, but as of right now, the Guild isn't even close to accepting it as a core theory. For the moment, the mystery of the deviant rats remains unsolved. No matter where one goes, one is likely to trespass on royal territory. For if there is one genus of monster that has truly, indubitably succeeded in nature, it is the rat. Coming in many colors, rarities, and tempers, these flying wyverns truly earned their titles as the rulers of sky and land, for their cunning, effective rule lives on. Supremacy, built on a magnificent interplay between sexual dimorphism, evolutionary creativity, and sheer, unbridled power. People often assume that the natural world has a pecking order, that no matter the circumstances, some creatures will always sit at the bottom of the ecological chain, destined to be bullied and humiliated by their superiors. It is a twisted view of the food chain, but a common one. For example, many civilians and even hunters assume bird wyverns, a plate of monsters entirely contained in the suborder Avetoba, are always at the bottom of any ecosystem. They are skittish, they are fragile, and they generally lack the advanced defensive abilities of true wyverns. But such an outlook is truly foolish. For many of the most inconspicuous bird wyverns live a life of objective ecological success. One must only look upon the Old World continent to see this in action. All across the land, the only true consistency is that every ecosystem has its own bespoke bird wyvern. More specifically, the Old World is thoroughly saturated by a plate of monsters called the Old World Raptors. This clade called Vetumundora, is a superfamily of the infraorder runner wyvern. Runner wyvern are bird wyvern defined by being wingless and bipedal, with their front limbs having articulate hands and claws to differing degrees across the families. Most of them also form packs, which is somewhat unusual for large monsters and wyverns. This group can be further split into three categories: the New World raptors, the Old World raptors, and the dog wyvern. The Old World raptors comprise of three families, all of which are entirely exclusive to the main Old World continent. More specifically, Old World raptors are defined by having a more slender build compared to the other families in the clade. They also form much larger packs on average, and they all grow crests and other socially relevant body structures directly on top of their heads as opposed to somewhere else on their bodies. The most prolific and well-known family of Old World raptors is the Veloci. In many ways, they are the poster child of Vetumundora, being both abundant and fairly present even near civilized regions. Their thin bodies are covered in bright blue overlapping scales that can protect them from harm, and their long, beak-like mouths are filled with sharp teeth. At the top of their heads, the Veloci grow an orange crest that distinguishes their rank within the pack. The larger the crest, the more authority the Veloci holds. Most Veloci are somewhat small, with a pretty diminutive crest. These are called velociprey, and are the natural form of the species. This is true for most Old World raptor species in general, where the smaller ones are often called prey. Velociprey form large packs that prowl the green and mild regions of the old continent, being particularly active in the southern Schrade region. When the pack spots something that demands their intervention, like prey or an intruder, the Velociprey engage in one of the most bizarre hunting strategies seen in the area. All Veloci, no matter how small, grow one enlarged claw on their feet, its edge being significantly more deadly than any other weapon the species possesses. In combat, Velociprey begins surrounding their target, vocalizing aggressively while hopping around it, in an attempt to cause confusion. Then, one after another, the Velociprey will attempt to leap over their target, aiming to lacerate it from above with their extended foot claws. By doing this repeatedly, a pack of Velociprey can easily shred an opponent to ribbons. But such a hunting strategy requires a leader. One key aspect of Old World raptors is that their social hierarchies are organized around alpha leaders, so-called drones. These drones are large individuals who have their bodies altered through hormonal flushes when they prove themselves capable of leading the pack. In the Veloci, every pack of Velociprey is led by a large Velocidrone. Its large orange crest describes its dominance, and the Velocidrone is a shrewd leader. While it may hunt directly alongside the Velociprey, Velocidrones are also known to send out small groups of their brethren to scout out an area. When a Velocidrone does join in battle, it uses its increased size and additional slashing claws on its hands to deal the killing blow. Its modified vocal organ, called a screamer sound, allows it to issue complex commands to its pack, further increasing their deadliness. The Veloci are, perhaps more so than any other monster, extremely closely tied to humans. Their abundance near human settlements makes them a serious threat to livestock and farms, and thus culling their numbers is considered a regular task for hunters. But they are not merely pests. Veloci scales are highly versatile in blacksmithing, and the skin under the scales is quite valuable as well. Their bodies provide numerous materials that have become cornerstones of the Schradian trade economy. In fact, historically, it is not an understatement to say that the history of the trade region would have played out drastically differently if the Velocity hadn't existed and hadn't provided much of the initial economic value that eventually led traders, merchants, and hunters to the area. As the Velocity were being studied initially, their lives presented one mystery that no guild scholar could solve at the time. Every so often, a white Velociprey would be sighted, identical to its brethren in everything but coloration. It scales a paler blue that teeters on pure white. It was not sexual dimorphism, as it was known that Velociprey looked the same whether they're male or female. And it was not albinism, since the eyes remained unchanged. For a long time, these white Velociprey were a mystery, one that would see its solution arrive from the other side of the world. In the northeast of the old continent lie the Furahia Mountains, a harsh and frigid landscape ruled by towering peaks and ice-laden plains. Few settlements exist here. It wasn't until fairly recently this area was fully charted and subsequently saturated with research expeditions. Many new species were recorded for the first time, and among them, a new type of Old World raptor, a white species of Velociprey. This discovery finally explained the white Velociprey in trade. This discoloration was likely a common mutation that continues to appear in regular Velocity, and that, many generations ago, caused some populations affected by that mutation to migrate and then speciate into their own new species. This mutation likely increased the affected Velocity's cold resistance, hence why the emerging population found their new home here in Furahia. Following this revelation, the newly discovered bird wyvern was classified as another species of the Velocity family, but given its own common name, the Jia. The Jia wear their close relation to the Velocity on their sleeves, as they resemble their cousins very strongly. Their discolored skin and different-colored crest are the main visual differences. Behaviorally, however, the Jia display some more distinct characteristics. Their basic social structure and hunting methods are generally the same. Packs of Jia prey that kill by lacerating prey with their foot claws, coordinated and ruled by an alpha male, the Jia drone. There are, however, two key differences. For one, the Jia underwent an adaptation that allows them to use their screamer sac to store and cool down liquid. This icy mix can then be spit at prey, where it immediately freezes due to ambient temperatures. Using this projectile attack, Jia first freeze their prey in place before commencing their signature leap assault. The Jia drone is even more proficient at this attack, able to spit out blobs of freezing liquid with ease. This ability has, by contrast, never been observed in white Velociprey in trade, which is generally seen as evidence that the Jia population split off from the Velocity some time ago and developed this freezing projectile ability separately from the mutation to their skin. The other main difference lies in their social structure. Velocity live in decently sized packs, led by a single Velocidrone, and are hostile to other Velocity packs. But the Jia have been observed to actually cooperate across packs, even fusing two packs together to form a mega pack, led by two Jia drones simultaneously. This tendency for cooperation might be a consequence of the icy environment of Furahia. When energy is precious and hard to replenish due to a lack of food, it would be foolish to waste it on territorial disputes with the equally hungry of your own species, which is already predisposed to social behavior. Instead, by banding together, the Jia maximize their effectiveness and are able to take respectively. While the Velocci live close to humans, and the Jia were actively sought out to be researched, the other two prominent species of Old World raptors are much more reclusive, and we all ought to be thankful for that. For they are both fierce predators, and one of them is considered a walking nightmare to most fledgling hunters. South of the Strait region, on the southwestern peninsula, lies Sekumea, a massive desert region where only the strongest survive. In this hot wasteland, one species of the supposedly weak Old World raptor manages to thrive: the Gen. Similar in their general build to the Velocci, the Gen are covered in a much tighter coat of scales, colored in dull yellows, oranges, and greens. Their crests are not one single massive structure, but rather two angled sails. Most strikingly, the Gen possess two massive fangs on their upper jaws, which are always proudly on display. These fangs are the source of the terror they inspire. Lacking the distinct toe claw of the Velocci, the Gen hunt using a different strategy: utter mayhem. When the pack spots a target, every member descends upon it one after another with one goal only: pierce the victim's skin with their fangs. Because in their fangs, and in lesser concentration in the Gen's saliva itself, lies a powerful paralytic venom, able to fully immobilize creatures 10 times more massive than the Gen. The pack's main objective is to get that venom into their target, which instantly ends the fight. To that end, the mighty leader of the pack, the Gendrome, with its enlarged crests and longer fangs, commands its brethren into fierce battle, a braying and screeching mass of fang and venom. These hunts are so chaotic that the tightly overlapping scale coats of the Gen are believed to be as seamless as they are to protect them from accidentally paralyzing each other. Once the target is fully envenomated and unable to move, the nightmare begins. Gen are not particularly patient, and will immediately begin to rip and tear into their bounty, which is usually still alive at that point. Gen prey venom is a muscular toxin which paralyzes the body, and only the body. The mind remains active, able to hear, see, and feel pain. The victim is thus forced to watch and feel themselves be eaten alive as the Gen pack begins digging into them, usually starting around the abdominal area. It could be hours before death finally sets in. A truly horrifying way to go, and a core reason as to why research into this particular species remains so scarce. One oddity that has been observed despite this difficulty is that Gen prey seem to be able to act without the leadership of a Gendrome, as they are much more widespread than their leader. The small Gen prey can be found all over Sekumea, and have even been sighted in the swamps near Dondorma, much further north, while Gendrome are generally only found in the dunes near the desert town of Rekusara. It isn't quite clear why this is the case, but some scholars have suggested that the immense efficacy of the paralytic Gen venom is just so strong that the small Gen prey can make do on their own, if need be, while the Gen prowl the dry lands of the old continent. The fourth species of Old World raptors sticks to the most humid zones on the landmass. It is the rarest member of the family, and perhaps the most bizarre one. The Ayo are in many ways an odd sight. For one, they do not have scales in the traditional sense. Instead, their bodies are covered in moist, leathery red skin that is not quite as resistant to claw and sword as a pair of scales would be, with scales only being present in a scant few places on their bodies. However, this hide allows for extremely sophisticated temperature and moisture regulation, allowing the Io to live in hot, humid climates effortlessly, and even filter out waterborne bacteria and other harmful substances. What is equally as unusual is the Io's head, an odd, curved mass of porous tissue, the crest directly fused into the head, and a small mouth with very few needle-shaped teeth. Under the lower jaws, on their throats, these wyverns grow a solid lump, their infamous venom sac. Io are highly toxic in every sense of the word, as they develop and concentrate an extremely powerful venom in their throats, ready to be spat at any unlucky target. Like all Old World raptors, the Io also group up into packs of Io prey, led by one massive Iodrome and its enlarged, huge crest. Unlike the Gen, however, Io prey packs are completely reliant on their drone, and are known to disperse if their leader is slain. The Iodrome commands the Io prey during their hunts, which are focused on dousing their target with venom. This is achieved through a two-tier assault. The Io prey leap around the target, disorienting it while spraying it with small amounts of venom, weakening it continuously. Once the target is so tired that it will not be able to evade an oncoming attack, the Iodrome will play its riskiest card and vomit a massive amount of its stored venom onto the target. Producing the venom is time-consuming, so this move is reserved for when it is sure to hit. But once it does, the fight is over. Io venom is so powerful that it can even affect true wyverns. It is in fact considered a case of over-evolution, as this degree of toxicity is complete overkill for the Io's usual targets, giant insects. The reason the species lacks claws and combat teeth and focuses on venom in the first place is believed to be to successfully kill Neopterons without destroying their delicate insectoid bodies. In the process of specializing into this niche, the Io have developed into extremely dangerous toxin factories. Their venom even has a few additional quirks to it. For example, it completely negates the scent of anything it kills, meaning that no other creature can sniff out the kill and come to steal it from the Io. Not that anyone would really try in the first place, since they pretty much exclusively eat prey that is saturated in toxins. The Io are entirely immune to most poisons and are extremely sturdy in general. An Iodrome can easily shake off multiple hits from another monster without flinching. More crucially, especially for hunters and researchers, because they so often ingest their own toxic compounds, every single body part of the Io is positively doused in toxicity. These wyverns are deadly to the touch, a defense mechanism in the wild, and an all-or-nothing trial for eager blacksmiths, bent on using the valuable bones and hides of the Io for armor and weapons. Only experts are trusted with the poison removal process. The cunning craftsmen will not throw the venom away, but instead use it to enhance their next client's weapons, at a hefty price increase, of course. It is tempting to categorize the world, to rank its creatures, to think of them as unilaterally superior or inferior to each other. It is all too easy to look at the gawking, awkward bird wyverns and assume them to be at the bottom of all things. But reality is rarely so easy. While they may lack wings, spikes, and sophisticated elemental abilities, the Old World raptors are ravenous specialists that thrive in the niches they have carved for themselves. And those that find themselves staring down a velocity, being bit by a gem, or being suffocated by the venom of the Io, would certainly not call these wyvern weak. The most successful killers in nature are not fanged monsters and venomous insects. It is not even human and vivarian hunters. Instead, the single most common terminators of life are assumption and prejudice. It is only natural to rely on one's experience and knowledge, but when engaging with the wild frontier, assuming to already know what's ahead and judging every book by its cover is a wonderful way to meet an early end. Nature is nothing if not varied. Powerful predators coming in every form imaginable. A common tale of assumption within the Hunters Guild concerns the qualities of wyverns. In the early days of monster hunting, what constituted a wyvern was a somewhat narrow definition. A true wyvern has wings, scales, claws, and can breathe fire or poison. Between the earbirds, the rats, the armor wyvern, and more, this crude category seemed to hold up initially. But one day, long before any guild truly existed, a group of hunters scurried out of the swampy forests near today's Gondorna, exhausted and terrified. They blabbed to anyone who would listen. They spoke of a moss-covered beast that had erupted out of a large burrow, an unsightly maw with no discernible face. Over time, reports of a faceless, scaleless wyvern began accumulating. What exactly this creature had instead of scales was hotly debated. Some hunters confirmed it to be covered in moss, while others described it as caked in mud, while one account even swore that the beast's body was adorned with blood and viscera. As hunting became a more serious and established profession, it was decided to finally squash this mystery once and for all. A party was sent out into the areas where the beast had been sighted recently, with the aim of categorizing and confirming its existence. Many later regretted joining that expedition, not because it failed, but precisely because it succeeded. And in its success, it uncovered the existence of the Kezu, unsurprisingly classified under the infraorder Alienodraconae, strange wyvern. The Kezu is a highly unusual flying wyvern. Instead of patrolling the skies and terrorizing the lands, Kezu generally live in cave networks and seem to prefer the damp and moist areas of the lands. They are also found in frigid regions, such as the Kuravian Mountains, but not because they like the temperature. Rather, the mountain range is simply a place with lots of caves, and while the Kezu can stomach the temperatures during the warm seasons, when even Kurahia is almost bearable, they are known to migrate into swamps and marshes during the winter to escape the extreme cold of the mountains. But first and foremost, Kezu seek out caves, for their bodies have entirely developed to thrive in those desolate conditions. For one, they have no eyes, and if they ever did, they degenerated into nothingness throughout millennia of evolution in the pitch-black darkness of the caves. In fact, the Kezu has no visible facial features. Its head is a smooth tip on its tube-like neck, its only feature being a red-lipped mouth filled with sharp, pointed teeth. Its tail is short and stubby at first glance, but if necessary, the Kezu can open the tip to reveal another gaping hole, also covered in teeth-like bone spikes on the inside. But beyond anything else, The Kezu stands out for its complete lack of scales. Instead, it is covered in a pale white skin, which is moist and slimy at all times. The skin's stickiness is likely why reports of the beast spoke of moss and mud. The sighted Kezus were likely just covered in muck, sticking to their bodies. It also has no claws on its feet, and only grows two vestigial claw bumps on its wing arms. These are, however, completely useless. Confirming the existence of the Kezu was certainly a major breakthrough in understanding monsters and their diversity, but much work remained. First and foremost, how does a creature with no visible sensory organs, no defensive body structures, and an extremely limited habitat even survive? Over time, these unusual questions received even more unusual answers. The key lies in what quality the Kezu embodies and seeks out: moisture. Its body and its preferred environments are both wet and humid, which plays a crucial part in how the Kezu survives. Instead of tracking prey in its surroundings by sight, the Kezu utilizes two senses, both invisible but acutely tuned. Around its face, and especially on its lips, the Kezu grows olfactory receptors, allowing it to pick up and track scents. The immense moisture around the mouth enhances this ability, as scent particles are easier trapped on wet surfaces. This sense is entirely localized in the head, as evidenced by the Kezu sniffing the air around it by bobbing its head. This allows the Kezu to track its prey directly just by smelling. Its second sense is even more impressive. The Kezu is one of a shockingly small number of animals to possess electroreception, the ability to sense weak electric signals in ambient humidity. Whenever a creature moves a muscle, a small electric pulse is emitted as a side effect of the brain sending the move signal to that muscle. Electroreception exploits this side effect by using those pulses to track and sense moving animals. This ability usually only works underwater, but the Kezu makes it work through a few choice modifications to the concept. Both the Kezu and its preferred caves are always covered in a layer of moisture, which provides the humidity needed for the electroreception to function. Additionally, Kezu run a weak current throughout their skin, originating from a thunder organ in their bodies. This current reacts to environmental electric pulses as well, further enhancing and synergizing with its electroreception. The result of this sensory setup is that in a humid environment, the blind Kezu can see just fine, much to the detriment of its prey. Of course, the downside to this specialization is that Kezu are pretty vulnerable whenever they leave their caves, be it to migrate or to pursue a stubborn victim. That is why they generally do not actively hunt, and instead wait until prey wanders into their domain by itself. This happens quite often, as caves often seem to provide security, especially in the kinds of environments the Kezu is found in. So when a Kelby or a Popo wanders into a cavern, hoping for shelter from the elements, the Kezu begins its assault. In complete silence, the wyvern approaches its quarry, sometimes on land, and sometimes even by crawling on walls or the cave ceiling. It has the suction cups on its feet and in its tail to thank for that. Since the prey's eyesight is reduced to near zero in the pitch black of the cave, and the Kezu's footsteps make no sound that would seem out of place in a waterlogged cave, it is nearly impossible to see the Kezu coming. Once in position, the Kezu will unleash a most ghoulish weapon. Its neck is surrounded by flabby skin and folded muscles which, when needed, allow the wyvern to extend its neck to over twice the length of its body. This is made possible by a complex interplay between highly cartilaginous neck vertebrae, immensely powerful muscles, and flexible blood vessels. The result is that a Kezu's maw can latch onto prey at almost any distance and from any angle, as the extended neck is also highly mobile. Once the mouth latches on, it begins devouring the prey without bothering to kill it directly. Instead, it will experience a slow, agonizing death as the Kezu gradually swallows and shreds the victim with its teeth. Should, against all odds, a target manage to escape that initial attack, the Kezu has one more trick up its sleeve. The thunder organ in its body is able to temporarily strengthen and even redirect the current running to the Kezu's skin, for example, electrifying the wyvern's mouth, allowing it to spit orbs of crackling thunder. Usually, these orbs would not be powerful enough to do anything and dissipate immediately. But because of the moisture in the environment and the walls and floors of the cave, these pulses can latch onto these layers of moisture and travel quite far and quickly. When they collide with a living being, they paralyze it, allowing the Kezu to immobilize fleeing prey. This ability can also be used defensively. By momentarily spiking the current in its skin, the Kezu can create an aura of thunder around itself for a brief moment, pushing away troublesome enemies. A stretching neck, an eyeless maw, and immobilizing thunder. The Kezu is a creature of nightmares. And somehow, none of that compares to the true reason every hunter fears the Kezu. For those that find themselves immobilized by it may suffer a fate far worse than death. Kezu are hermaphrodites, which means that every individual possesses both male and female organs, and the Kezu is able to fertilize itself whenever it feels inclined to do so. The results of this are Kezu whelps, tiny larvae that resemble a wingless adult. These juveniles develop inside the Kezu's tail and are extremely vulnerable, as they lack the cold resistance and thunder organ of their parent. In order to grow, Kezu whelps need to stay in a warm, humid environment with plenty of fresh food, preferably animal protein that they don't have to hunt, which are all qualities of a living body. So, with no discernible pattern, adult Kezu will sometimes abstain from eating paralyzed prey and instead inject the living victim with its young. The hapless host will then, in mistaken relief, be able to escape, now carrying the next generation of its tormentor. Over the coming weeks, the victim will experience ceaseless agony and searing pain as the growing whelps devour it from within, wriggling their way across the body while instinctually avoiding as many vital organs as possible. Their warm, fleshy cradle must survive until they can fully emerge, after all. Finally, the whelps burst out into the world, killing their tortured host in the process. These whelps will soon grow wings and go on to terrorize caves all around the region. This will go on until they are either killed in revenge by a prey that was a tad too much for them, hunted by a professional, or suffer their predetermined natural death. Kezu grow weak as they become older, both due to natural degradation and lack of food due to more failed predation attempts. This leads to muscle atrophy, starting and ending with the neck. The muscles that allow the Kezu to stretch and lift its head are incredibly dense and large, and need a high amount of energy to maintain. Old Kezu eventually fail to meet that maintenance, and become so weak that they are unable to lift their neck and head. Because of this, they are unable to feed, and this quickly causes them to starve to death. Luckily for everyone, Kezu are somewhat rare, as the conditions they need to thrive are quite specific. They are only found in the Old World, and only near caves, which limits their habitat significantly, only having been seen in the Alcolos, Erude, and Purahia regions, as well as the swamplands near Dandorma. However, it is not only the white Kezu that roams the land. Rarely, hunters will return with reports of a red Kezu, the only known variation in the Kezu family. While the Hunters Guild's hunters and quest maidens tend to call these subspecies for simplicity's sake, the exact relation between the white and red Kezu is still hotly debated. As far as observable differences go, there aren't many. Red Kezu are sturdier, with a red pigmented hide that offers more protection. Their saliva is also quite corrosive, much more so than with the white Kezu. But most crucially, the thunder organ of the red Kezu is many times more powerful than that of the white one. It is in fact so powerful that it can enhance the wyvern's electroreception to work even outside of caves, while also allowing the use of its electricity balls and pulses outside as well, meaning that red Kezu can put up a fight even in the broad open daylight. This, in theory, makes the red Kezu a more effective hunter. However, one idiosyncratic observation was that the red Kezu, despite seeming more offensive and robust, are actually quite a lot rarer than the white Kezu. This puzzled researchers for some time, since a more successful strategy should, in theory, create a more successful species, before one more discovery opened the way for new theories. The white Kezu were observed to vehemently avoid direct sunlight, implying that their skin is sensitive to it, even through their layer of moisture. This behavior was not observed in red Kezu. Scholars recognized this as a possible sign of albinism and quickly began to build a new hypothesis. The white and red Kezu are the same species, but currently on the cusp of speciation. The red Kezu are the species' original appearance, initially adapted to live solely in caves, but recently evolved to live a hybrid lifestyle of both caves and outdoor hunting. The white individuals are then albinos, whose white, photosensitive skin pushed them back into the caves exclusively. Over time, the hypothesis argues, white Kezu embraced their species' original lifestyle and began hyper-specializing to cave life, reducing in size and shrinking its thunder sac, thus requiring less nutrition to survive as they shed everything that isn't necessary to thriving in caves. This may be causing the albino Kezu's predatory success to skyrocket, as an exclusive cave life seems to suit the creature much better than the hybrid approach of the red Kezu. After all, even with its enhanced thunder and sturdier body, the red Kezu is still demonstrably not particularly adept at drawn-out outdoors combat, and other wyvern can kill it somewhat easily. As a result, the white Kezu, originating from a genetic mutation that caused them to display albinism, might be in the process of establishing their own new species, as they outcompete the red Kezu, which gradually becomes rarer over time as a result. While this hypothesis explains some of the observations, it is still far from being accepted by the entire guild. As far as hunters are concerned, red and white are simply subspecies of each other. Caves inspire an odd cocktail of emotions. They are frightening, yes, dark and unsettling, but in a land of storms, blizzards, and wyverns, its walls and depths may seem like a worthwhile compromise in the name of safety. The Kezu exploits that compromise, descends upon those seeking refuge, and rewards their curiosity with suffering and death. A true terror from the cave, and the squelching specter of many hunters' nightmares. To venture into the land is to seek surprises. Even veterans can and will find wonders on their journeys, for the world is infuriatingly dense. 7 lifetimes one could spend studying a single species of bird and would still not reveal all of its secrets, still not unravel its mysteries. Every corner of existence is a miracle worth witnessing, and it is our duty to keep our hearts open to be that witness. This is a lesson hard learned by young upstart hunters looking to join the Hunters Guild. Propelled by fiery-eyed ambition, they must first learn the ropes of not just hunting, but of how to respect the world in which they hunt. It is an exercise in humility, and as such, the guild often has young hunters focus on tracking down monsters of the least prestigious clade, the bird wyvern. Entirely contained within the suborder Avepoda, which contains 3 infraorders itself, bird wyvern are often the first hurdles on a hunter's journey. Generally, the raptorial runner wyvern usher in the hunter's career, as almost every region has a few packs that need regular culling. Once the greenhorn has proven they can at least hold a sword the right way up, it isn't long before they are tasked with a different kind of bird wyvern. The infraorder Veravacerte houses the true bird wyverns, which are defined as bird wyverns that can actually fly, as opposed to the wingless runner wyvern. This is by far the most diverse clade of bird wyvern, and one that many rising hunters will eventually have to encounter. Specifically, many greenhorns will be tasked with hunting earbirds, and their most common representative, the young cuckoo. Being found in many forests and jungles of the Old World continent, the young cuckoo is a medium-sized bird wyvern with a varied coat of scales and shells. Its wings are leathery and leaf, and its face ends in a truly humongous beak. But as its infraorder Aliavis suggests, the most striking feature of the young cuckoo are its massive ears. It's, all in all, a somewhat awkward-looking creature, and young hunters generally underestimate it. And that is precisely the point. The young cuckoo has, for years now, served as a wake-up call for cocky greenhorns who think a mere handful of successful hunts make them experts. For the young cuckoo is a surprisingly fascinating monster. Despite having wings and being part of Veravacerte, it is actually not that keen on flying. Most of its food lives underground, after all. So instead, the cuckoo generally waltzes around its territory on foot, stomping across the land in search of tasty morsels. Its massive ears allow it to pick up subtle sounds coming from the ground beneath it, and once it pins down the right spot, it puts its beak to use. The massive, shovel-like underjaw allows the cuckoo to dig up the soil and reach its favorite snack, massive earthworms and larvae hiding in the ground. On a good day, a cuckoo can dig up dozens of such grubs, and the resulting holes in the ground serve as territory markings as well. Eastern cuckoo living near Valhabar and in the Everwood are also known to prey on conchu, which live above ground. As a result, eastern cuckoo are actually harder to track, as they leave behind fewer holes. The life of a cuckoo revolves around this prey in a very literal sense. In years with long stretches of hot temperatures, the grubs and earthworms thrive and multiply rapidly, causing a bountiful feast for the cuckoo. The cuckoo in turn take this prosperity and turn it into an extremely active breeding season. The males will compete with each other by comparing the volume of their roars, and before long, the loudest, most attractive males will get to mate. Years with extended hot seasons thus generally cause an explosion in cuckoo populations shortly after. The now plentiful cuckoo embolden each other, and before long they descend onto the land as mischievous troublemakers, often going as far as to venture near human settlements. It is customary then to send out hunters to cull these populations, which benefits everyone. The settlements are free from the danger of these wyverns, while the cuckoo are restrained from entirely wiping out their food sources before they can recover. And the greenhorns sent out to deal with it get to find out why the cuckoo is considered a test of their skills. The young cuckoo appears quite timid upon first encounter. Its massive ears allow it to hear any enemy approaching, and once it has spotted them, the cuckoo will initiate its threat display. By extending its wings and stomping its feet, the wyvern attempts to appear as large as possible, its ears extended to their maximum size. Then, it begins shrieking at an almost impossible volume. The secret lies in the ears. Their massive discs do not just catch sound, but also reverberate, amplifying the cuckoo's chirps into deafening roars. This display is usually quite effective, but should it fail, the cuckoo will be forced to fight. Its massive beak can do tremendous damage with its pecks, and the armored, thin tail of the wyvern can function as a dangerous whip. When cornered, the young cuckoo may stampede towards the enemy, aiming to trample them to death with its massive feet. But its most deadly weapon lies in its mouth. The young cuckoo may seem like an odd bird, but it is nonetheless a wyvern, and as such, it holds within itself a flame sac. This organ allows the young cuckoo to produce and store a liquid that ignites upon coming into contact with air. By spitting this liquid out of its beak, the cuckoo is able to fling small fireballs at its target, allowing it to be dangerous even at a distance. However, all of these weapons aren't why the young cuckoo is such a wall to greenhorn hunters. It's that the wyvern they wield from is deceptively smart. As hunters have culled them for many generations, cuckoos understand human weaponry to a rudimentary degree, and they know what they can get away with. For example, the shell of a cuckoo is surprisingly dense and resistant, offering protection from both claw and blade. It is also extremely resistant to fire. The wyvern thus knows that it can pressure a hunter if their sword isn't sharp enough. A cuckoo will also actively make use of its territory, fleeing and repositioning regularly in order to disorient and exhaust its attacker. This can be especially taxing on unprepared hunters, as both time and hunting tools are valuable resources that this strategy uses up. Add to this the fire breath, the intimidating size, and the shell of the cuckoo that blunts any but the sharpest blades, and a cuckoo hunt becomes an exercise of strategy, preparation, and environmental knowledge. And even more specifically, hunting a cuckoo trains hunters in how to fight wyverns of any kind, as it features many of the abilities seen in other wyverns, such as armor and elemental breath attacks. Because of this, successfully hunting a young cuckoo is considered a turning point in a hunter's career, and some greenhorns have even come to affectionately call the creature Cuckoo Sensei as a result. This role as a challenging adversary for new hunters is facilitated by the cuckoo's choice of habitat. They generally live anywhere with temperate, mild climates, while occasionally venturing into warmer jungle zones. This means that they are abundant in areas with often well-established settlements and relatively stable supply lines, allowing for the perfect training ground for hunters. With such a wide habitat and stable lifestyle, it isn't unusual for a family of monsters to speciate into various subspecies. In the case of the young cuckoo, there are two distinct species. The pink young cuckoo is by far the more abundant of the two, and the more timid. Their shells are strong and the flame breath fierce, but they prefer to tend to themselves and their grubs. Meanwhile, the blue young cuckoo is the rarer of the two species. Besides a differently colored shell, the blue cuckoo is almost identical to its pink brother. The shell itself is likely discolored due to a mutation to the shell's composition, which changes its pigmentation while also strengthening it. This is, in essence, very similar to what happened to the shell of the Oseorapalus. Due to this enforced shell, blue young cuckoos are often more assertive and confrontative than the pink species. It knows it can get away with more thanks to its superior protection, so it will be more willing to engage in risky behavior. Blue cuckoos are thus generally assigned to more experienced hunters rather than the greenhorns, who are much better served going after the pink species primarily. Cuckoo hunts are, as a common and well-structured tradition, generally quite uneventful these days. While some young upstarts may get hurt or spooked, cases of cuckoo causing severe injury or even death have declined steadily over the gill's lifetime. While these wyvern can absolutely kill, the increasing amount of knowledge and nurturing precautions for greenhorns have made it an exceptionally rare outcome. However, in the old days, hunters sent out to hunt young cuckoo in the Schrade region would sometimes not return, and sometimes they would return only in pieces. For a period, cuckoo hunts seemed first to lead to death and misery, as what was usually a beginner's task became one of the single deadliest quests in the region. The few survivors who came back had their spirits utterly broken, babbling about a dark cuckoo that had ripped their squad to pieces. One survivor, whose eyes had been plucked out violently, said that the last thing he saw was a black wolf covered in wyvern scales. This problem continued until a squad of elite hunters scoured the affected region and found the culprit. Not a young cuckoo, but a close relative, a fellow earbird, the young garuga. Superficially, the young garuga somewhat resembles the young cuckoo, and it has been proposed that it evolved out of a cuckoo-like ancestor not too long ago. The garuga's general shape is easily mistaken for a cuckoo, a mistake most of the English hunters likely made. But upon closer inspection, their physiology is quite different. The shell is indeed a much darker color, a deep purple that dips into blackened gray in places. Its spiked beak is a muted gray as well, and white puffs of fur grow in unseemly patches near the head and neck. The purple ears are much smaller than those of the cuckoo, and the tail ends in a trident of rigid barbs instead of a simple tip. If appearances weren't enough to distinguish the garuga from the cuckoo, its behavior certainly is. While the cuckoo is timid until provoked, the garuga is actively aggressive and needlessly violent. It will attack immediately upon spotting any intruders to its territory, and it won't relent until its target has been reduced to fleshy paste. It has all the combat abilities of the cuckoo and then some. Its beak is sharper, still adept at digging up grubs, but more specialized in crushing skulls and tearing flesh. Its flame breath is significantly more powerful, not mere clumps of hot liquid, but destructive blasts of a white-hot inferno. Its shell is many times tougher than even that of the blue cuckoo, and only the sharpest tools can as much as scratch the garuga's hide. Its small ears do not amplify its voice as much as that of the cuckoo, but they don't need to, as the screech of the garuga produced by its powerful chest muscles is already powerful enough to rattle and disorient any who stand near it. The wings of the garuga may look somewhat similar to the weak flappers of the cuckoo, but they are much stronger. The garuga is in fact quite capable of delicate aerial maneuvers and prolonged flight. Additionally, its tail is no mere whip. The barbs poison spines on its end are filled with a highly potent venom that weakens the constitution of any who are injected, turning any would-be enemy into an easy victim. Using these adaptations, the young Garuga wreaks havoc across any ecosystem it appears in, dominating the food chain merely by existing. It is in fact such an oppressive force that hunters have even witnessed it pushing back the likes of Zinogre and Deviljho. This stark increase in power is partially due to biological differences, but also due to the Garuga's disposition. It is a relentless assailant, overwhelming foes with ceaseless violence. Garugas are in fact known to actively provoke fights that seem to be of no obvious purpose to them. They simply seem to really enjoy violence. And yet, the Garuga is not merely propelled by brute force, for it is a scheming, highly intelligent creature, even more so than the Kutku. For instance, the young Garuga are often seen escaping from or entirely avoiding man-made traps, and they are exceptionally skilled at tracking down their next adversary. Some hunters even swear that young Garuga have a grudge against humans specifically, but its most fearsome ability is that of mimicry. As a monster that constantly fights other wyverns, the young Garuga will, over the course of its life, learn to imitate many of the moves it sees. From the backflips of a Rathian to the tail whips of a Puke, a Garuga fights using all the techniques it has witnessed in the past. This naturally makes the older individuals that much more dangerous, as they have a larger arsenal of trained moves. Over their long lives, young Garuga accumulate not just skills, however, but also scars. It is in fact rather uncommon to see a fully grown, scarless young Garuga. The most scarred individuals, whose ears and eyes have been brutalized in fights long past, are even classified by the guild as a variant, scarred young Garuga. These older veterans distinguish themselves mostly through the aforementioned arsenal of mimic skills, and are known to be even more aggressive than their younger brothers. Many of their biological abilities, such as their flame sack, are also often improved, likely a result of years of honing them against enemies. Curiously, no one suffers at the hands of the young Garuga as much as the young Kutku. Garuga are known to relentlessly hunt down any Kutku they spot, and they seem to take special pleasure in killing their close relatives. One key observation that the guild made is that Garuga seem to follow the Kutku's migration patterns, indicating that they actively seek them out. One possible reason for this, besides mere bloodlust, was postulated when one researcher observed a young Garuga laying eggs into the at the time abandoned nest of a young Kutku. That same researcher has since insisted that this must mean that the Garuga are brood parasites, creatures that trick other species into raising their young, and that this is the reason they pursue Kutku so consistently. The guild has, to this day, stalled on confirming this theory. Interestingly, the young Garuga has been spotted in the guiding lands of the New World, a continent on which the Kutku is entirely absent. While some have suggested that the Garuga outcompeted the Kutku in this new environment and drove the New World population to extinction, this particular wrinkle in the Garuga story remains a mystery for now. Another feature that allows the young Garuga to be so oppressive is its size, which is larger than that of the Kutku and allows for heavy physical attacks, as well as enhanced durability. Young Garuga are, however, known to exhaust more quickly than young Kutku, which might be a result of their increased weight. This adaptation, however, seems to be quite unstable, as many miniature young Garuga chicks are found dead, born with severe cases of hormonal instability and dwarfism. It might even be the primary cause of infant death in the species. Garuga that are born too small simply can't keep up with the immense degree of violence in their life and perish. Usually, that is. Rarely, exceedingly rarely, a dwarf Yangaruga will survive its early years and grow into adulthood, keeping its small stature and compensating for it in other ways. These are Garuga deviants, variations of the species that appear extremely rarely and pose a significant threat to men and monsters alike. A deviant Yangaruga is called Deadeye Yangaruga, as many of these fierce dwarf wyvern develop a single glowing eye over the course of their battles. Why that happens is unknown. What is known is that Deadeye Garugas are extremely dangerous. Their small size makes them much faster and more nimble than their regular-sized brothers, and the hormonal oddities of their bodies often result in overly developed venom glands. In fact, the skin of many Deadeye Garugas becomes discolored due to just how much poison is being pumped through their bodies and into their tissues, making them extremely deadly to encounter. What's worse is that Deadeye Garugas have been seen actively chasing down and tracking hunters, specifically venturing near hunting settlements, seemingly to provoke human intervention. What is probable is that these Garuga live a life of even more violence than their regular species, and as such, they are even more hateful towards anything that they see. Due to this, the appearance of a Deadeye is treated extremely seriously, and only hunters with special permits are allowed to attempt to slay them. The variety of our world is nearly limitless. No matter where one looks, wonder awaits. Even creatures that may seem simple and dull at first often hide a universe of secrets, waiting to be uncovered. Those that look upon the earbirds and think them lesser wyverns would do well to reconsider. For both the Pictu and the Garuga are fiendishly clever, imaginatively complex, and surprisingly wondrous creatures. The natural world is no stranger to the bizarre and the exceptional. Life, after all, comes in all shapes, sizes, and dispositions. Even a regular civilian is quite used to hearing tales of unusual creatures, and a monster hunter is unlikely to go far without encountering at least a few odd adversaries. But even the grandest tales and tallest lies are often confined to forests, cliffsides, and perhaps the skies. Few ever tell of that which lurks beneath us, the burrowers and swimmers of the monster frontier. A shame, for they represent some of the most outlandish beings known to the guild. The thirst of these creatures was discovered after numerous reports of man-eating dunes began flooding out of the Sekumea region. This area, located on the southwestern peninsula of the Old World continent, is a harsh desert that has been known to swallow careless travelers, spitting out their sun-bleached bones. But these reports were highly unusual. According to some witnesses, the dunes themselves had begun moving, clouds of sand purposefully torpedoing towards man and animal alike, dragging them into a deep desert grave within mere moments. The guild quickly determined this to be the work of a monster. They had no idea of what kind, but it at least seemed more likely than sentient, flesh-eating sand mounds. The dispatched team of hunters and researchers then quickly discovered that this phenomenon was in fact caused by a flock of sand-dwelling Piscine wyvern. The Piscine wyvern classification has, since its initial initial proposal by the scholarly library of Meingard been a cause for much debate and controversy within the guild. On paper, their defining traits are somewhat simple. Wyvern that generally live submerged in water, often sporting fins and other fish-like features. The problem with this simple definition is that it doesn't hold up to even the most casual observation of Piscine wyvern. Some have wings, some don't swim in water, and many of them have lungs. And just when a working hypothesis of their origin had been established, a theory that proposed that they had actually branched off from flying wyvern, hence the wings and lungs, a new species was discovered on the new continent that entirely rebuked all of them. The guild thus classifies Piscine wyverns as its own order, Piscilacertis, itself containing 3 suborders into which all known Piscine wyverns are sorted. The majority of them are contained in just one suborder, Piscipoda, fish feet, defined by having semi-terrestrial hind legs and feet. It was into this suborder that the man-eating dunefish of Secumea was sorted, properly described and classified under the name Cephalus. These hammer-headed wyvern exemplify the extreme difficulty of describing Piscine wyvern as a homogeneous group. While they do swim, they do so not in water, but through fine sand, patrolling the deserts of the peninsula in flocks that travel through the ground at extraordinary speeds. They are quite common in the deserts, and the only reason the guild hadn't discovered them earlier was that they are mostly nocturnal, generally only surfacing at night. Once they were discovered, however, their unusual bodies immediately garnered the attention of many researchers. Cephalus have surprisingly well-developed wings, and while they cannot be used to fly, they do seem to help in maneuvering through the sand and jumping out while surfacing. It was this feature that initially led researchers to believe that they were dealing with some sort of abnormal flying wyvern. But as the life of the Cephalus was gradually uncovered, its wings became its least interesting feature. Cephalotes are almost entirely blind. After all, eyesight would not be of any use when swimming through sand. Instead, they use their hearing and skin to feel out vibrations and sounds in the sand, allowing it to maneuver quite accurately across the dune plains. It also helps that deserts are generally quite empty, and so most of the time, the only source of vibrations will be other living beings. Their hammer-shaped head is specialized in pushing sand to the side, allowing the creature to reach extremely high speeds considering that they're pushing through a solid medium. Using these abilities, the Cephalus hone in on any unfortunate target before preying upon it in a most gruesome fashion. As they approach their victim, the Cephalus flockers stick out their fins to protrude out from the sand. In these fins, the Cephalus store a paralyzing venom that is injected by brushing the fin tips on the skin of another creature. By swimming past and around their target repeatedly, the flock quickly envenomates it, making it unable to move. Instead of simply killing it right there on the surface, the flock of Cephalus will then latch onto their prey and drag it with them deep into the sand, knowing that its silent, paralyzed screams will soon be suffocated by the dense sand flooding its orifices. Once deceased, the victim will be devoured by the sandfish. Cephalus are, however, not merely carnivores. As they swim, they swallow large amounts of sand, which a special organ in their abdomen then filters to extract valuable minerals and organic matter from. This way, Cephalus are constantly nourishing themselves as long as they swim, through the microparticles that they find in the sand. Adapted to life in the sand they may be, Cephalus cannot solely live underground. As bizarre as they can seem, they still have lungs, and so they must surface regularly in order to replenish their oxygen. This is when the Cephalos are at their most vulnerable. They are much less graceful on land, as their heavy wyvern feet allow them only to slowly stomp across the dunes. But even then, the cephalots are not entirely defenseless. The sand that is filtered out from their digestive system after they swallow it is not simply discarded, but instead stored in a specialized sand sac. This sac can regurgitate the sand into the wyvern's mouth at will. The roof of the cephalus mouth secretes a thick type of secondary saliva, an adhesive mucus whose main purpose is to mix with the regurgitated sand and form hard clumps of sandy mud. These clumps can then be spat by the cephalos as a projectile, allowing it to ward off adversaries. The most powerful defense and offense of a flock of cephalos is their pack leader, the massive cephadrome. Transformed by an hormonal flush, these immense wyvern are generally at the heart of any cephalous flock. While they borrow the name drone from the alpha leaders of old world raptors, cephadromes do not actually lead the flock. There doesn't seem to be any kind of hierarchy or social dynamic at play. Rather, a flock of cephalos simply naturally follows a cephadrome for its strength and durability. Their congregation is merely a sound survival strategy. And indeed, a cephadrome is a fierce protector. Twice the size of a normal cephalos, all of its physical abilities are enhanced. Its paralyzing venom is more potent, its sand sac is larger, and its darkened hide is more durable. It is even more longevous. A cephadrome can live up to twice as long as a cephalos. Throughout the year, the cephalos flocks travel the night deserts, protected by their cephadrome, always looking for food. But beyond mere survival, they are also waiting. Waiting for the wet season. As the storms rage in the skies above Sekumea, various low areas in the desert become temporarily waterlogged. And this is crucial to the very existence of the cephalos. Despite being so adapted to life in the sand, cephalos can only lay their eggs in water, perhaps a leftover from a previous ancestor. After the eggs have been laid in the temporary pools, the flock leaves again, leaving the eggs to hatch by themselves. By the time the next generation actually hatches, their nursery pool will have shrunk into a small, muddy puddle. The juvenile cephalos are then on a time limit. They instinctively know how to swim through water, but they must adapt to swimming in sand as well before their little pond dries up. Ideally, as the moisture around them vanishes, their swimming ability increases, allowing them to eventually attain the agility of their parents. Once the nursing pool has entirely dried up, the cephalos that manage to adapt venture out on their own, to either grow into a cephadrome or assimilate into an existing flock. Only in these early years can the true skin of the cephalos be seen. Adults have their body covered in hardened brown sand, but in juveniles and adolescents, the brilliant blue scales are still visible for a short time before their beauty, too, is swallowed by the desert. The cephalos were a wake-up call to many scholars, a reminder that the world is still brimming with the unknown. And it especially ignited an interest in the study of Piscine wyvern, a fire that led to the scouring of all nooks and crannies previously ignored. This fervor was not entirely scientific. Both the eggs and the liver of the cephalos were quickly discovered to be quite tasty, and they soon became the luxury food item we know them as today. As these new goods stimulated the economy and increased demand for hunters, the guild was eager to discover more Piscine wyvern like the cephalos, in hopes of furthering its prosperity with new exotic goods to circulate. Unfortunately for the Hunters Guild, what the researchers were about to discover was far from an easy source of valuable materials. Following up on old reports and oral histories regarding fish like wyvern, scholars soon stumbled upon their next great discovery, and huge it was in a very literal sense. Deep in the old jungle, lurking in the dark waters of the Arcolis region, they found the Plesioth. The Plesioth is, in one word, enormous. At the time of its discovery, it was considered the largest wyvern known to the guild, and even now, many years and discoveries later, it still holds its position as one of the most massive extant monsters. This size is only possible due to its aquatic lifestyle. The buoyancy of the water it lives in allows it to reach dimensions that would be crushing under the gravity of a land-dwelling lifestyle. The Plesioth's enormity has inspired numerous legends in the regions it inhabits, and the guild found it while investigating reports of villagers watching a giant fish tear apart a jungle gharial, a species of mega-crocodilian that itself reaches well over 10 meters in length. Soon after its discovery, the Plesioth was declared the pinnacle of aquatic life. Despite its enormous size, its numerous fins allow it to swim at extraordinary speeds. Its wing-like main fins are especially powerful, and a Plesioth at full speed can outswim just about anything. Its razor-sharp teeth and venomous fin spikes can make short work of any prey it hunts, and due to its muscular body, the Plesioth can maneuver around the deep effortlessly. Just like the Cephalos, it too is blind, and relies on its hearing to navigate the environment. In service of this, its hearing has become nearly supernatural, able to pick up on even the slightest intrusions into its territory. These adaptations make the Plesioth one of the most successful predators of the Old World waters. They even compete with crocodilians in the highly coveted water-edge predator niche, where they ambush and forcefully drown animals that get too close to the edge of the water. But also, just like the Cephalos, the Plesioth is not able to entirely abandon the surface. Plesioth also have lungs, which are tasked with the unenviable dilemma of delivering oxygen continuously to a positively massive body. The solution is that the Plesioth doesn't just breathe through its protruding nose, but through its entire skin, allowing it to circulate oxygen rapidly and efficiently. There is a catch, however. The Plesioth's skin can only breathe when it is wet, and it is extremely prone to drying out when not in direct contact with water. Paradoxically then, the moment the Plesioth surfaces in order to replenish its oxygen, its breathing begins to immediately degrade. Prolonged exposure to air will in fact suffocate the Plesioth. To mitigate this, Plesioth only surface partially, sticking close to the water surface and poking out various body parts for short periods at a time for a quick and safe replenishment. While it is exceptionally rare, there are cases where Plesioth venture on land. Despite their ecological success, they are believed to be rather unintelligent and are known to throw temper tantrums that cause them to be quite reckless. Should a prey have enraged and frustrated them by continuously evading, the Plesioth will furiously chase it even onto dry land. Similarly, they can be lured onto terra firma by its favorite snack, frogs. For reasons unimportant to science, the Plesioth love to eat frogs and will walk into obvious traps and dangers just for the chance of tasting one, including venturing on land. A grounded Plesioth is a much slower, clumsier fighter compared to the graceful swimmer. Its large hind legs allow it to walk, but its massive size and weight make it quite unwieldy. While the Plesioth can run, it can only do so for very short bursts at a time and only in a straight line. Most damningly, however, fighting on land is extremely extremely risky, as the wyvern's skin dries out rapidly. That is, however, not to say that a plesioth is easy prey on land. Its massive weight and size make even the clumsiest movements deadly to any that stand too close. Its tail swipes are lethal, but its most terrifying maneuver is its hip check, where it swings its entire weight hip first into an opponent. Unarmored humans have been observed to basically disintegrate into formless fleshy pulp from the sheer force of that impact. Engaging a plesioth is always risky. In the worst case scenario, a frustrated plesioth may turn to using its most powerful weapon. Just how the cephalos repurposes all the sand it swallows while burrowing, the plesioth also has an aqua sac that stores up the water it ingests while feeding. This water can be regurgitated through a nozzle in the plesioth's mouth, allowing it to shoot out a highly pressurized water beam. This attack is extremely lethal and can cut apart most targets, and the more intelligent plesioths will not wait to use it until they are cornered. They have been observed simply sticking their head out of the water to shoot their deadly beam at a dry target from the safety of their own domain. Luckily, plesioths are not particularly common. With a body that size, large populations are hard to maintain in just one spot, so they generally live alone and far apart from each other. Interestingly, plesioth can live in both freshwater and saltwater, as a regional variation has been found living in the open sea around the island district. The place where plesioths are most common, however, is actually just one specific body of water, the Grand Arcolis River, which originates in the Old Jungle and flows southwards throughout much of the southwestern peninsula, flowing underground and resurfacing multiple times. This river also forms various underground lakes, which are known to be a preferred habitat for the plesioth. Due to the sheer depth, width, and length of this river, the plesioth can travel all across the western edge of the Old World continent with ease. In an ironic twist, this allows the plesioth to even live in the oases and cave lakes of Sekumea, near where the cephalots dwell. With ecological success comes proliferation and specialization, and the plesioth is no exception. Beyond the freshwater and saltwater regional variations, the genus Plesioth also contains two distinct species. Plesioth squalus is the more common species, visually distinguishable by its dark blue coloration on its back and head. They are very fond of their watery habitats and only rarely venture to the surface at all. That cannot be said for the other species within the genus, Plesioth viridis, commonly known as the green plesioth. If its brilliant coat of emerald green back scales was not enough to distinguish it from the other plesioth species, the green plesioth's behavior certainly will. While it inhabits the same general ecosystem as the blue plesioth, the green plesioth is much more comfortable on land. Its colored scales are a lot better at retaining moisture, allowing it to stay on land for much longer. Additionally, its leg muscles are much more developed and adapted to carrying the wyvern's weight on land. This makes the green plesioth much more agile and secure on dry land, much to the terror of any prey that leaves the water in hopes for sanctuary. The depths below often terrify us, and for good reason. It is a domain exclusive to otherworldly creatures, predators and specialists with bodies and powers entirely alien to us. Monsters such as the cephalos and the plesioth remind us of how little power we hold in the abyss, and how easily we are dragged down, swallowed by the deep that they so easily conquer. The world is still a mysterious place. It's an odd thought. In a time when books, researchers, and documentarians exist, one might fall prey to the assumption that most of the world's knowledge has been gathered, that we have made serious progress in unraveling the secrets that surround us. That is, unfortunately, quite far from the truth. Even as the Guild's dedication to research grows, there is still so much left to learn and discover. The gaps in our knowledge are equal parts painful and inspiring. An ever-cited example of this is the lack of full life cycle records for most known monster species. While the Guild endeavors to maintain a full and detailed catalog of all discovered and confirmed monsters, as well as their spot on the phylogeny, many of them are missing any and all information on the creature's youth and adolescence. It is a natural consequence of what the Guild is. While its research branch has steadily grown over time, the Hunters Guild's primary purpose is still to hunt and cull monsters that endanger human settlements and the natural balance. Unless a monster is deemed problematic, the Guild will likely not investigate it, or at the very least not make it a priority. These priority cases of problematic monsters generally involve adult monsters, and so it's only natural that the data collected during these incidents would be heavily skewed towards older, mature monster individuals and their physiology and behavior. Still, despite this reality, many researchers do lament the fact that for many monster species, there exists not even a single confirmed sighting of a juvenile. In turn, this makes the species whose life cycle and growth has been mostly mapped all the more valuable and fascinating. There aren't many, but those monsters whose life has been studied across all of its phases do exist. One such case are the monsters classified under the armor wyvern superfamily, the Gravios. Discovered very early on in the Guild's history, the Gravios is an enormous flying wyvern generally found in volcanic regions. While some aspects of its life, such as mating behavior, are still largely unstudied, the Gravios is one of the few creatures the Guild has a fairly complete ecological image of. Shortly after being born, Gravios are immediately abandoned by their mothers, left to fend for themselves. These juveniles look very different compared to adult Gravios. So different, in fact, that they were initially believed to be an entirely separate species, and given their own name that has stuck around until today, Basarios. Despite their youth, Basarios are already some of the largest wyvern in the world. These humongous babies spend much of their time hiding and burrowing underground, using their degenerated wing arms as powerful digging tools, while their shovel-like head helps in carving out tunnels. The Basarios have but one mission: stay safe and grow larger. In order to transition into an adult Gravios, they must reach a certain size and lay the groundwork for the unique abilities that they will have as an adult. Luckily, Basarios are perfectly adapted to achieve these goals. Born with a thick gray shell right out the gate, they generally don't have to worry about predators and can focus on preparing for adulthood. Specifically, the Basarios must do three things: grow its muscles, enlarge its shell, and cultivate a bacterial colony in its gut. The first goal is the easiest one. By hiding in the soil and only letting its rock-like shell stick out, the Basarios camouflages itself as a boulder, waiting patiently for its prey. That comes in the form of large insectoids, the Mahabra and Altara, generally. By lunging at them from their hiding spot, the Basarios can eat absurd amounts of these highly protein-rich insects in a single day, allowing its muscles and body to grow rapidly. The second and third goals are a little more tricky and depend on one another. The only way to grow the rocky shell is to ingest and process minerals and rocks. The Basarios can, however, not digest these materials by itself. It has to cultivate rock-eating bacteria in its gut. To solve this, the Basarios will start small, eating tiny rocks in hopes of also ingesting some of the bacteria it needs. As it works its way up to larger and larger amounts of rock and stone, it naturally swallows more and more rock bacteria, which begins gradually forming a consistent colony in the creature's body. Once properly established, the bacteria will live in symbiosis with the Basarios, processing and digesting the rocks it eats and allowing the wyvern to enhance and enlarge its massive rock shell from the materials gathered out of that process. Throughout this endeavor, the Basarios begins running into the issues that will plague it for its entire life. The process of digesting rocks leaves behind waste material, junk rock, that needs to be stored in a specialized organ to be molten down later. This molten rock can be expelled for defensive purposes, but the Basarios is generally not quite proficient at that yet. More importantly, the process by which the bacteria dissolve and digest the minerals produces extreme amounts of both heat and gases of varying kinds, both of which cannot stay in the body for long without causing damage. The Basarios must then learn to use specialized vents across its underside to expel the heated gases regularly, another burden that, when used intelligently, can function as a weapon. Luckily, the Basarios doesn't have much need for such weapons, as its size and thick shell protect it from most threats. After all, its mother didn't just abandon the Basarios in any random spot. Before laying their young, female Gravios scout out suitable areas with weaker predators and easy access to rocks and minerals, even venturing into areas they normally don't inhabit, such as deserts. So, despite being left behind by its mother, the Basarios is given a strong start in life by its body and the nursery its parent chose for it. Before long, the Basarios will have reached its desired size and begin its transformation. Its face will reshape into a slimmer shape, with a front-facing nose horn. Its rocky shell will fuse into a thick suit of homogeneous armor, and its tail will gain a spiked club at the tip. It will have become a Gravios. Shortly after, the newly mature Gravios will migrate away from its nursery and into the nearest volcano, where it will finally live out the unique lifestyle of its ancestors. Once matured, Gravios live essentially without any competition or real danger, due to two fascinating adaptations. For one, they can, for a limited time, completely submerge themselves in lava, allowing them free movement in their home volcanoes. This is an extraordinarily rare ability that usually requires eons of specialized evolution. The Gravios developed a particularly odd strategy to achieve this. Their tough shell is extremely fire resistant, so unless it stays submerged for multiple hours, the Gravios does not have to worry about its skin melting. But that is only half the problem. Even if the outer layer doesn't melt outright, heat still transfers across the wyvern's body and into its organs, where no protection can prevent the damage the lava's heat would do to the squishy insides. The Gravios solves this by, bizarrely, having all of its vital organs concentrated in the center of its body. Heart, lungs, stomach, liver, they all sit in a small area in the middle of the Gravios. This means that the time it takes the outside heat to reach any or all of these vital structures is maximized, allowing the Gravios more time in the lava. And this is where the work it put in as a juvenile benefits the Gravios. The larger its body and its shell, the more mass the heat has to pass through before reaching the wyvern's center. As the shell of a Gravios is so resistant to fire, it doesn't conduct heat very well either. So, the mass and size it acquired as a Basarios now allow the Gravios to stay submerged in lava for longer, as its bulk essentially serves as a time limit to how long takes the surrounding heat to reach and damage the wyvern's organs. It is in fact theorized that the main reason this species of wyvern grew so large was to maximize their efficacy at staying submerged in lava. The second key adaptation of the Gravios is its bacterial colony. Through years of cooperation, the bond between the wyvern and its colony has grown so intimate and so efficient that the bacteria can even extract nutrition from the rocks the bee swallows. This means that a Gravios can transition from being a partial insectivore to entirely subsisting on rocks and minerals, eliminating the need for hunting entirely. This turns the usually desolate wasteland of volcanic rock plains into a veritable buffet for the Gravios, who can eat just about anything it sees here. It's hard to overstate the immense ingenuity of this strategy. Through rigorous preparation and unique adaptation, the Gravios puts itself into a niche where it can traverse magmatic depths unreachable by basically any competitor, can withstand any attack with its thick shell, and can nourish itself from the abundant volcanic rock in its habitat with no need for tiresome predation. The single downside of this is that since its body is built to not allow heat to travel through it, that also counts for the heat produced by its bacterial colony during digestion. In fact, the digestion of volcanic rock is so heat intensive that their stomach is regularly beset by explosions. Heat like this has to be vented immediately. Another possible danger for the Gravios long term is simple heat exhaustion. Continuously teetering on the verge of being burned alive while also expelling and circulating heat is sure to take a toll. The Gravios prevents this by taking regular trips to colder areas, such as nearby swamps, in order to cool off and recover before returning to its magmatic home. One thing the Gravios doesn't have to worry about, however, are predators. Its size alone makes hunting a Gravios an ill-advised endeavor for most. But if that wasn't enough, the wyvern's defensive mechanisms are sure to deter the rest. As it must vent its heated gases more frequently, the Gravios is an expert at using them defensively, covering an area under and near it in fumes that can poison, knock out, or simply scorch any that come too close. The Gravios shrewdly chooses the right kind of gas for the right kind of opponent. But even this pales in comparison to the wyvern's most dangerous weapon. The junk rock that is left over from the digestion process, stored in a special magma sac, can be heated and molten by the Gravios at will. And while the Vasarios insecurely flung the resulting flame rocks at scary opponents, the Gravios knows how to use them to their maximum effect. By melting them down into pure, liquid lava and pushing them through a thin nozzle in its throat, the Gravios can spew these molten rocks out as a beam of lava. This attack burns at temperatures magnitudes more intense than even the strongest wyvern fire, and will incinerate targets nearly instantly. Some Gravios will use this opportunity to also vent its gases while firing the beam, ensuring that their target will be burned alive at any distance. It is important to understand just how devastating this attack is. Due to these weapons and its shell, the Gravios is basically indestructible, and the guild has so far only found a single creature even capable of preying on them. Luckily for hunters, Gravios stick to volcanoes most of the year, and rarely become a problem that needs dealing with. In some cases, Gravios that are on their way to a swamp to cool down might come dangerously close to a settlement, and become the target for a preventative hunting quest. These quests are, however, reserved for only the most experienced hunters, as facing a Gravios is an unenviably dangerous task. The Gravios family of wyverns' life is objectively a success story, where a flying wyvern adopts unorthodox strategies to eliminate the common pressures of survival one by one. The species quickly became a cornerstone of wyvern research, and fascinating observations immediately began popping up. In one most famous incident, numerous scholars began reporting observations of a Gravios with a completely black shell, as well as red highlights across its carapace. This newly found black Gravios played well into the enthusiasm of the guild at the time, and was hastily classified as a new subspecies of Gravios. Further research, however, refuted this classification. The black Gravios was soon discovered to actually be the already known Gravios species, Gravios tetron, with a discolored shell. This was found to be the result of an increased body temperature and heat circulation, brought on by what one could call a too successful use. Thessarios are generally quite hesitant to use the magma sac and flame vents outside of absolute necessity, but some individuals seem to become abnormally proficient in its use. Thessarios that come to master their flame abilities then seem to mature into these black Gravios, whose body is blackened by the excess heat. Black Gravios retain their flame affinity from their youth, having been observed to use their lava beam much more liberally than gray individuals. The force of the beam also seems to be increased, as the recoil can push back the heavy wyvern. Beyond that, and an overall sturdier black armor, the black Gravios is mostly identical to the gray Gravios. Interestingly, the guild has so far not backtracked on their classification of the black Gravios as a subspecies, despite numerous scholars pointing out that it doesn't quite classify it. It wouldn't be until much later that a second species of Gravios would finally be discovered. In the center of the main continent lies a mysterious place known as the Everwood. This forest remains one of the great mysteries of our world, a dense wood that has so far proven impossible to map due to its convoluted layout. Some hunters have even come back panicked, saying that the layout of the forest has changed every time they've gone into it. This is, however, generally unverifiable. It is, however, home to many secrets, many ruins, and as many unique monsters. It was here that a new species of Gravios was observed, or rather, its juvenile form. The ruby Thessarios is an elusive creature and has only been seen a handful of times. Preemptively classified under a species named Gravios gemma, its main differentiating feature are the numerous gemstones and mineral crystals that seem fused into its shell. With the gray Gravios and its juveniles, crystals and minerals are digested and broken down into the shell invisibly, forming one homogeneous shape. But the ruby Thessarios seems to stick the crystals and minerals directly onto its body, through an as of yet unknown process. In fact, it remains unclear what the benefit of these crystals even is. The ruby Thessarios can fling them at threats as a defensive maneuver, but besides that, their purpose is not immediately obvious. One key observation is that these crystals look very similar to the ones that grow naturally in the Everwood, but that connection doesn't exactly tell us much. What is also still unknown is what the species actually looks like when it matures. While ruby Thessarios have been spotted a handful of times, they have never been observed transitioning into a Gravios. Scholars theorize that its adult form probably just looks exactly like the other Gravios species, but without direct evidence, one can't be sure. Understanding nature is both our duty and our pleasure. It is a mission with no end, a task of such magnitude that our children and our children's children will likely carry on the torch still. But sometimes we get to glimpse into the mechanisms of our world, accompany creatures such as the Gravios across their fascinating lives, and reaffirm that which we already know in our hearts, that the world is inexplicably complex and ineffably beautiful. created equal. While we have a tendency to simply separate the world into a binary, civilized settlements versus the wild frontier, it is a false one. That other space, the wilderness, is far from homogeneous. The tender grasslands and their inhabitants may as well live on a different planet than the ruffians that prowl volcanic mountains. So different are their lives. Every biome is unique, and every ecosystem produces its own unique conditions and resulting survival strategies. One biome known to stand out is the desert. Infamously harsh, these arid wastelands produce some of the toughest warriors known to the guild. Only natural, when resources are scarce and competition is fierce. On the world as it has been mapped so far, there are two major deserts that have been discovered. The peninsular desert of Sekumea and the Wildspire Waste of the New World. A smaller desert area can also be found near Valhalla. While they may seem superficially similar, they all maintain their own unique ecosystems, with many species and behaviors being only found in each desert. But even in this variation, there is one constant. While the minutiae of the food chain may vary, the throne at the top is always filled by a certain family of flying wyverns, powerful monsters who stand at the zenith of desert life. The Bloss. Classified under the superfamily Cornucrania, Bloss are horn wyverns that live exclusively in deserts. They are reclusive and quite rare, a blessing for everyone, as the Bloss are both incredibly powerful and relentlessly aggressive. Despite this temperament, they are actually herbivorous and do not hunt for prey. Rather, they attack out of territorial instincts, tolerating no intruders in their domains, which can span huge areas. In fact, this need for large territories is probably the reason why Bloss are fairly rare. They generally cannot coexist near each other. There are two known genuses in the Bloss family. The first one is the Monobloss, a very elusive wyvern with some significant historical relevance to the guild. This brown-shelled beast is easily identifiable by its large ossified frill, its sharp beak, and its singular nasal horn. The Monobloss tail, as well as its frill, are covered in various spikes and horns that further add to its fierce appearance. They are considered quite rare, and thus very little is known about their lives. Some observations have, however, been made through the efforts of the scholars of the guild. Monobloss spend much of their time patrolling their territory by burrowing underground. Like all species of Bloss, Monobloss are flying wyverns in name only. Their bodies are much too heavy to fly for extended periods, and they have only rarely been sighted hovering for brief periods of time. So the wing claws are modified into sharp digging tools, which allow for swift movement under and through the sand. The massive horn also helps in pushing that sand to the side. A Monobloss schedule is equally divided between safeguarding its territory and feeding on the Bloss' favorite food source, desert cactus. Monobloss territories will often be selected purely based on the number and quality of cactus patches in the area, and the wyvern defends those patches ferociously. Should a Monobloss encounter an intruder, be they wyvern or a human, it will not hesitate to attack immediately. The Bloss family does not produce any kind of breath attack or elemental substance like many other wyverns do. Instead, they fight using their size, strength, and command of the terrain. A Monobloss will enter the fray with one goal: skewer its opponent with its massive horn. A Monobloss horn is among the toughest materials found in nature, its crimson hues often hidden by a strata of hardened sand. The Monobloss will swing and stab with its horn, knowing that a single hit from it will neutralize most targets. Of course, a paste swipe or two for good measure are also included. But the monobloss's most dangerous ability is its speed. Despite its massive body, it can both run and burrow at high speeds, able to charge and dive at targets formed first, increasing the deadliness of its already ferocious body. They are especially adept at attacking from below, using their excellent hearing to navigate through the sandy ground before lunging out from below their target. Another weapon that the monobloss shares with other genuses of the bloss family is its voice. The screams of a monobloss are ear-piercingly loud and have on occasion caused actual physical damage and ruptures to creatures standing too close to it. As the battle intensifies, the heart of the monobloss, one of the most valuable monster materials in existence, accelerates, causing blood to flow more violently. Once this happens, the monobloss frill lights up with a red pattern, serving as a final warning to any intruders. Leave now or perish. This pattern seems to also influence mating behavior, interestingly. While much of the ecology of the monobloss is still uncertain, its history with the guild is well known throughout the lands. In the fog-woven days of the past, when monster hunting didn't exist yet as a true profession, a band of 5 heroes arose, traveling the old continent and slaying monsters that terrorized settlements. This party, led by a Wyverian wielding a sword and shield, is believed to have been the first adopters of monster hunting as a lifestyle. They brought hope and salvation wherever they went to the terrorized population that lived under the fear of monsters, and their travels eventually took them to the Shrade region. Here, on Mount Kokoto, they encounter a monobloss that had been striking fear into the hearts of nearby towns. Thus, they faced it, and while they were brave and strong, the mighty monobloss killed one of the 5, the fiancé of the squad leader. Defeated, the party ran away to lick their wounds, but the Wyverian leader, aggrieved from loss, ascended back up the mountain to face the wyvern alone. After a battle that some say took 40 days and nights, the monobloss was slain, and the Wyverian returned with the crimson horn triumphantly in hand. This Wyverian, from then on known as the hero of Kokoto, laid the groundwork for many of the foundations of monster hunting. At the site of his banner, a village called Kokoto was formed, which has long since served as a hotbed for new and upcoming hunters. The loss of his love is honored in guild law by only allowing parties of maximum 4 hunters to embark together. The 5th member is surely fated to die, just like the hero's love. But most importantly, in honor of the hero's bravery, monobloss hunts are exclusively posted as solo missions, as hunters must slay the beast alone to prove themselves, a tradition known as the proof of a hero. However, this ritual is not as easy to fulfill, considering just how rare monobloss are. They are solitary and only live in remote regions, so it is highly unlikely to ever encounter one. Even rarer than the commonly thought of brown monobloss is the white monobloss, which can be identified by its white shell. Next to nothing is known about this subspecies due to how rarely it's been sighted. Beyond its white coloration, no obvious differences between it and the brown species have been observed. Some researchers have suggested that the pale shell allows the blood patterns on the frill to be more visible, which could have implications for territorial and mating behavior. But until more sightings occur, little can be confirmed or said about the white monobloss. The other major genus of bloss is, by comparison, much more common. This horn wyvern has a wide habitat, even appearing in the New World, and sightings of it happen somewhat regularly. This is the Diablos, the closest extant relative of the monobloss. It can be easily distinguished by a few prominent features. The Diablos shell is more sand-colored, its frill is smaller and more rounded, Its tail ends in a club rather than spikes. It has two protruding tusks, and, most importantly, instead of one long, thin nasal horn, the Diablos grows two massive, thick, curved horns above its eyes. It's important to note that when the two Bloss genuses were first discovered, they were wrongly called subspecies of each other due to their similarities. While many older guild texts still retain this wording, research has progressed since then, and it is no longer considered accurate. The Monobloss and Diablos are indeed closely related, but they are both part of their own bespoke genus, and not subspecies of each other. One can easily see how that mistake would happen, though. In terms of lifestyle and behavior, the Diablos is nearly identical to the Monobloss. It, too, prowls territories centered around cactus patches. It also burrows underground using its superior hearing, and it also primarily uses its horns for defense and offense. However, because Diablos are not nearly as rare and are seen much more often, their behaviors are much better understood. For example, the reclusive nature of Bloss species was generally considered a consequence of their high-strung territorial aggression, but research into the Diablos revealed a different explanation. Because of their excellent hearing, Diablos are actually quite vulnerable to loud sounds. Even moderate volumes, such as shrieking birds and desert winds, might be somewhat painful to the sensitive ears of this giant wyvern. Thus, Diablos spend much of their time in burrows and underground caves away from loud sounds, only surfacing to eat and defend their domain. Eating is a surprisingly passionate affair for the Diablos. It has been noted to be highly selective of the cactus patches it centers its territory around. Once a suitable patch has been identified, the Diablos will hyperfixate on that one cactus, protecting and nurturing it with intense jealousy. The Diablos tusks serve to both puncture the skin of the cactus as well as dig up and move the soil under it, allowing the wyvern to monitor the health of its patch. Its favorite cactus patch withering and dying is a highly traumatic event for the Diablos, and it has been observed that frustrated individuals will up and abandon its entire territory altogether if that happens. While it may sound odd, it makes sense for the wyvern to have such an emotional bond to its plants. They are its lifeline, as a Diablos gets both all of its nutrition and hydration exclusively from cacti. A Diablos will go and visit its patch up to 6 separate times a day, both to feed and to work on it. Just like the Monobloss, the Diablos does not take kindly to intruders. Should it sense an unwanted guest with its hearing, it will immediately go to investigate and potentially attack. Its horns may be shorter than those of its cousin, but a rampaging Diablos is still more than capable of destroying its enemies with them. Between the thick horns and the heavy tailed club, a Diablos can easily kill most creatures merely by swinging around either parts of its body. And of course, it too can burrow into the ground and then lunge out for additional deadly impact. One interesting observation is that Diablos found in the New World seem to be more aggressive than those on the Old World continent. Not even the Diablos' own kind is spared from their territorial aggression. While Diablos' territories may sometimes overlap slightly, it is extremely rare to see two individuals near each other. Should two Diablos meet, they will almost certainly engage in a territorial dispute, locking horns to see who will be able to topple the other. The winner gets to expand its territory. This behavior happens equally between males and females, and only changes slightly during the mating season. When ready for a mate, female Diablos will begin to darken, their shell gradually changing color as her heat intensifies. This is the only time Diablos will actively seek each other out. This truce, however, only lasts until the mating is complete. Once the female Diablos is sufficiently fertilized, she will violently chase off her mate, returning to Solitude to carry out her pregnancy. Soon after mating, the female Diablos shell will darken even further, turning her into a black Diablos. These pregnant wyvern were originally believed to be a subspecies of Diablos, but they are just female Diablos whose shell is temporarily discolored due to reproductive hormones. At the time of its discovery, variance as a concept had not been suggested, but most scholars now agree that the black Diablos should probably be reclassified as a variant, as she fits that definition much better. This amendment is still under review, however. Black Diablos are even more aggressive than regular individuals, as they now have to defend themselves as well as their unborn young. To do that, its hormonal flush tightens its muscles and temporarily increases the Diablo's strength many-fold. Black Diablos are much more agile and accurate with their charges, allowing them to dispatch enemies quickly. More deviously, the heightened muscular control the female gains during this period allows for unusually precise fluctuations in movement speed, allowing the Black Diablos to alternate its timing and speed to confuse opponents. A Black Diablos is thus a truly formidable opponent, and it's even been observed fighting off the likes of Deviljho. Its eponymous Dark Hide's purpose in this was long considered mysterious. Many researchers simply assumed it served as a threat display to minimize the risk to the fetus. And while that is probably still true, another function of the black shell has been discovered. Being dark, it absorbs more light, thus increasing the body temperature of the Diablos. This seems to facilitate the chemical and hormonal processes that go into its pregnancy. So, the black shell seems to serve as an additional heat intake for the female. This state is only temporary. Once the female gives birth and ensures her young's basic needs are met, she will return to her yellow sand-like color and abandon her young, which will then have to fend for itself. Due to their intense lifestyle, Diablos are seen as a sort of symbol of the violence inherent to the natural world. They are the desert storm that rampages without end. This symbolic status was further bolstered by a particular incident involving a particular type of Diablos. It is said that long ago, an unnamed desert kingdom was suddenly besieged by an unknown enemy. Villages within the kingdom's borders began to simply vanish, its people massacred, and its walls shattered to dust. Battalion after battalion, army after army was sent after this enemy, and all were torn apart, squashed like bugs. A single account of their battle remains, describing a fight with a demon, a wyvern with many horns, whose every pore shot out billowing hot steam. While the kingdom fell shortly after, and the story became part of guild mythology, the unnamed enemy has since been theorized to have been a deviant Diablos, now named Bloodbath Diablos. All deviants are immensely dangerous. Defined as extremely rare, abnormal individuals of otherwise well-known monster species, deviants stand out due to their sheer destructive power. The rare sightings of one generally lead to evacuation and widespread guild mobilization, and only extremely high-ranking master hunters are ever granted permission to face one in combat. But even among this most dangerous of classifications, the Bloodbath Diablos stands on the apex, considered the most powerful and cataclysmic deviant of them all. As much as a rumor of a Bloodbath Diablos being seen is enough to send the entire guild into high alert, a single Bloodbath Diablos could spell disaster. That is because of the specific way a Bloodbath Diablos is created. Every known deviant forms under unique conditions to that species, and the chances of one appearing are considered to be around 1 in a million. In the bloodbath Diablos case, it develops when a young Diablos suffers the worst trauma its kind knows, losing a horn. The Diablos horns are its most important body part, and losing one of them would be devastating for an adult. But for a juvenile, it is an even more stressful event. Moreover, young Diablos are often too small to lock horns with adults, so the only way for a juvenile to lose a horn is to have it broken off by a hunter. Should a hunter do this, and then fail to slay the juvenile, they will regret it dearly. The juvenile will usually die soon after, as it can't compete with the others with only one horn. But sometimes, these broken Diablos survive, push themselves past their limits, propelled by one emotion: vengeful rage towards the humans that humiliated it. These survivors grow up to be many times more violent than their peers, a mix of their rage and their need to compensate for their missing horn. Decades of violence and battle cause its body to morph. The horn regrows incorrectly as a mangle of spikes and curls. Its tail club becomes asymmetrical, and many of its armor shells enlarge. More notably, the constant fighting and killing douses parts of its body in a constant coat of blood and viscera, which dry and mix with the beast's shell into a deep blue coloration. In never-ending violence, motivated by an intense hatred for humans, the bloodbath Diablos is born. Because of this trauma, the bloodbath Diablos is one of very few monsters that actively seeks out humans in order to kill them. That is why the guild takes supposed sightings of it so seriously. A bloodbath Diablos is a nearly unstoppable force, its twisted horn and clubbed tail many times more destructive than those of a regular individual. The many battles it has won have given it ample combat experience, manifesting in cool and cunning maneuvers, such as using a quick roar to stun a target before immediately charging at them full force. As the bloodbath Diablos rage grows, its body changes. Its mutated heart, empowered by many wrathful beats, accelerates faster and faster, pumping blood with such vigor that the beast's veins become visible through its shell. The Diablos grows stronger and angrier in this state, using unusual attacks to decimate its foes. If there are any enemies left past this point, the bloodbath Diablos will enrage even further. As its heartbeat races ever faster, the Wyvern's body heats up, until both its sweat and the fluids mixed into its shell begin evaporating into clouds of undulating steam. This is the Diablos at its zenith, as now its deadly moves are accompanied by scorching steam explosions. In this state, the bloodbath Diablos is a true disaster walker, and only 2 hunters are known to have survived this onslaught. And even they did not actually win the fight, merely repelling the monster. Few can rival the ferocity of the Horned Desert Warriors. Their bodies are monuments, totems to the power and violence found in the natural world. But in their wild hearts, they also hold the mundane, the amicable, the emotional. Violent they may be, within them still dwells the multiplicity of any life, and the reminder that even in danger, there is beauty and fascination. In the natural world, balance reigns supreme. While catastrophes and crises occur regularly, nature is generally quite good at keeping the balance of things. The ebb and flow of life goes on, and humanity is a part of it. Namely, the Hunters Guild's explicit mission statement is to maintain harmony between the civilized and the natural world. In most cases, this means protecting everyday citizens from the dangers of the frontier, the wild lands that cover the known world. But the Guild also conducts behavioral research, tracks monster populations, protects fossil sites, and harshly prosecutes poaching, protecting the natural world in the process. In times of disaster and death, the Guild is humanity's main defense against creatures most foul, a mantle that monster hunters carry with pride. All in all, it is a harmonious, effective arrangement. But then there are creatures that strain that arrangement, not by overwhelming the Guild's strength, but by exhausting its patience. This is generally the case with highly intelligent monsters, and one such problem species, ironically, lives in the marshlands near Gondorma, one of the Guild's command centers. Here, in the humid swamps, waltzes a creature renowned not for its destructive power, but its sheer, uncontrollable obnoxiousness. This is the Gypceros, a large bird wyvern that generally inhabits wet habitats such as swamps and jungles. It is easily identifiable by its large beak with protruding teeth, its cone-shaped head crest, its gray body, and its elastic pink tail. It is, at first glance, somewhat unimpressive. So how come a creature so inconspicuous is considered a nightmare for the Guild? To understand that, one must observe the Gypceros' life and behavior. Like most bird wyvern, Gypceros are generally timid but curious, willing to investigate oddities, and equally ready to flee if those oddities turn out to be dangerous. What sets the Gypceros apart are two key behaviors. For one, Gypceros are highly attracted to shiny objects, as they are crucial to selecting sexual partners. It is believed that Gypceros select a mate based on the shiniest display. This, combined with the beast's extremely dexterous beak, leads to the Gypceros often descending upon wanderers and trading caravans to steal any and everything that glitters. This has led to numerous trade routes becoming nearly unusable due to the risk of encountering an incensed Gypceros. The second behavior that makes the Gypceros such a thorn in the Guild's eye is its main defense mechanism. As they aren't very physically imposing, Gypceros defend themselves using a poison sac, which produces a venomous substance that can be mixed into the wyvern's saliva and spat at opponents as mucus. Now, Gypceros venom is quite weak, causing only mild discomfort in humans at low levels of exposure. To compensate for that, the Gypceros poison sac produces absurd amounts of this venom, allowing the wyvern to spew out such large quantities of it that even its mild effects are multiplied into genuinely threatening levels. What's arguably more problematic is that because it produces so much venom, the Gypceros uses it extremely liberally, spitting out a few globules of it whenever it feels even slightly agitated. This can, for example, lead to Gypceros poisoning entire fields and farmlands by accident after getting spooked by some small critters. While Gypceros venom is weak against humans, it absolutely devastates any flora it comes into contact with. So a Gypceros appearing near any agricultural sites is considered disastrous. For these reasons, Gypceros sightings generally result in hunting quests being issued by the Guild. But despite being a bird wyvern, a Gypceros is no easy prey, not even for experienced monster hunters. Unlike most wyvern, the Gypceros is not covered in scales, but rather a unique skin called rubbery hide, defined by its eponymous rubber-like qualities. This hide is assumed to have originally developed as a mechanism to resist electric shocks, as one of the Gypceros' main ecological rivals is the Kezu, a cave-dwelling wyvern that uses thunder attacks to paralyze prey. But beyond merely repelling electricity, this rubbery hide is also quite resistant to slashing and piercing attacks, giving the Gypceros ample defense. It is also water resistant, ensuring that the Gypceros can live in these humid areas without having to worry about moisture-related diseases and discomforts. Additionally, being rubbery, this hide is quite elastic, which empowers the Gypceros' most bizarre weapon. Specialized muscles and rows of rubber skin around the tail allow the wyvern to extend the tail like a rubbery whip, lashing opponents with it before retracting again. These adaptations alone would make the Gypceros somewhat difficult to best. But what elevates all of its strengths is the creature's most surprising attribute: its speed and stamina. Despite its size and shape, the Gypceros can unleash random bursts of speed that catch most opponents off guard. Moreover, it is capable of maintaining this speed for quite some time. Gypceros take an extremely long time to exhaust, and in a battle of attrition, Gypceros will almost always win. For a long time, this odd ability was considered quite mysterious, and its mechanisms were only discovered after intensive analysis of the Gypceros' physiology. Various glands within the wyvern's body, particularly in its abdomen, produce and circulate a fluid called dash extract. This is a type of natural performance enhancer. When mixed into the cardiovascular system, this extract improves all physical abilities, most notably movement speed and stamina. Gypceros strategically activate their dash glands to empower themselves, thus becoming as fast and durable as they are known to be. While this ability makes the Gypceros extremely difficult to deal with, the discovery of dash extract was a massive breakthrough for the Hunters Guild. Soon after, more and more monsters were discovered to produce this natural steroid, and before long, it was being actively harvested by hunters. Guild alchemists quickly realized that by diluting and processing it, they could make dash extract safe for human consumption. This new elixir, called dash juice, now allows humans, mostly monster hunters, to enjoy the benefits of improved stamina and physical endurance for a limited time. Thus, while the Gypceros' quick movements are quite annoying to engage with, it ultimately gave humanity another tool in their endeavor to stand their ground against monsters. A Gypceros is an enduring, resilient creature, but even it will eventually reach its limits. They are, after all, still bird wyvern, and lack the brute force and brutality of most true wyvern. But even when cornered, the Gypceros still has a few tricks up its sleeve. Its distinctive head crest is no mere decoration. Over the wyvern's life, minerals and ores that it regularly swallows as part of its diet make their way up into that crust, mixing into it as small rocky fragments. Most crucial are the light stones, rare gems that Gypceros seek out specifically. This crest is thus transformed into the Gypceros' secret weapon. It is attached to a specialized muscle that can wiggle the entire crest slightly forward, enough to make it collide with the upper end of the wyvern's large beak. When the Gypceros hits its crest like that, it acts much like a flint, creating sparks as the minerals in the crest are hit and shatter. This produces a powerful, blinding flash of light, burning the retinas of any creature looking at the Gypceros, and allowing the wyvern to either escape or attack the dazed opponent. Being so used to having a photonic eruption occur right above its head, the Gypceros' eyes have naturally adapted to be unaffected by light flashes. But what truly makes the Gypceros so troublesome is its considerable intelligence. Despite its awkward appearance and somewhat silly demeanor, the Gypceros is a cunning and calculating creature that will use any advantage it can grasp. One frightful example is that it can lunge at human enemies and steal their belongings, strategically prioritizing valuables and consumables. This can be highly problematic if, for example, the Gypceros robs a hunter of their elixirs. The photonic eruption is also a weapon the wyvern uses cunningly, flashing enemies at just the right time to create an opening. As it fights, the Gypceros makes sure to douse the entire area in as much venom as possible, hoping to slowly envenomate its opponent. Even if it deems the situation hopeless, the Gypceros has a way out. These wyvern are known to play dead when a fight doesn't go their way, hoping to catch their assailant off guard. Should anything approach a pretending Gypceros, it will bide its time before using its crest to blind the target. Gypceros are known to be exceptionally patient during this maneuver, sometimes even allowing hunters to begin carving materials from its body before lifting the curtain. Some Gypceros, however, never reveal themselves and simply continue to play dead until the threat has left. This has led to a small logistical nightmare for the guild. On more than one occasion, hunters have returned from seemingly successful Gypceros quests only to be told that the individual they thought they had slayed had actually just fooled them, and that they needed to be hunted properly this time. The subsequent paperwork and complaints are remembered painfully to this day. All things considered, the Gypceros is an oddly powerful creature. Despite being a chunky, unusual-looking bird wyvern, it has developed numerous unique and elaborate defense mechanisms that combine into a true force to be reckoned with. This seems to have been the result of extreme evolutionary pressures that affected the Gypceros lineage. Fossil analysis has described an extremely short-lived cousin ancestor species of the Gypceros, the Bajirisu. It likely resembled the Gypceros, but was covered in hard scales instead of a rubbery hide. Its crest also likely could not flash, and no evidence of any poison organs has ever been found. In short, the Bajirisu lacked all of the adaptations that make the Gypceros so successful today. Its only unique feature was a clubbed tail that may have been fairly flexible. It is therefore not very surprising that the Bajirisu seems to have gone extinct rather quickly, while a related branch remained and eventually became the modern Gypceros. Considering that the Bajirisu was outcompeted by other bird wyverns, it is likely that this genus was exposed to extremely competitive environments, thus driving the Gypceros' unique and inventive defense mechanisms. Today, Gypceros are nearly uncontested in their marshy habitats. While they still have to fear true wyverns such as the rats, their numerous abilities allow them to stand their ground and walk the swamps confidently. They do have some dedicated predators, but all in all, the Gypceros' life is a success story. As far as diversity goes, there are two described extant species of Gypceros. The gray Gypceros is the more common one, and considered the archetype of the genus. Meanwhile, the purple Gypceros is quite rare, only being sighted once every few years. It is easily distinguishable by its purple hide, adorned with green markings. This discoloration is believed to be a side effect of the purple Gypceros' main difference from its gray cousin, its enlarged poison sac. Purple Gypceros produce both more and stronger venom, able to flood the area around them in potent toxins that work much faster than the diluted mixture of the gray species. This allows it to be even more dangerous, and it likely would pose a serious problem for the guild if purple Gypceros weren't so rare. Many of us fall prey to thinking of nature too rigidly. What is and isn't powerful is often decided in the mind purely based on looks and impressions. It is a view that often underestimates creatures such as the Gypceros. Success and strength can come from any number of sources, and it is unwise to disrespect the never-ending ingenuity of those that walk the natural world. Science, in a way, is a blanket. As much as it is presented as a noble effort to measure the world and characterize the stars to understand our existence, it is also undeniably an endeavor of comfort. Like a blanket, we wrap ourselves in the findings of science and tell ourselves that come what may, our knowledge and ingenuity will keep us safe. That is, of course, a platitude. No matter how much we learn, what lies beyond the horizon of our understanding is always greater, always more elusive, always more magical. This is a lesson the Hunters Guild has had to learn again and again, and one creature in particular has stood as a continuous reminder of just how mysterious the world still is, despite our best efforts. This case is in fact so mysterious that it is not trivial to determine when it even started. Over the many years of the Guild's existence, hunters would occasionally return with an odd report. Quest completed, target slain, everything went smoothly. But amidst it all, they reported to have felt as if they were being watched. A tingle in the air surrounding them at all times. Some of these reports even mentioned seeing a lean shadow leap away in the distance, always just out of reach. All of these encounters were also accompanied by a sudden thunderstorm appearing and then quickly disappearing again. The hunters never reported to have been in any danger during these initial sightings. It was always just a quiet brush with the unknown. As the Hunters Guild grew in size and the number of hunters out in the field at any given time increased, so too did these odd encounters grow in frequency. Before long, the shadowy watcher had not only been sensed and glimpsed, but even seen from a reasonable distance. While the descriptions of the entity varied wildly, there were a few consistent features. It was indeed described as a monster, an animal rather than some supernatural entity. Most reports agreed that it was not a massive creature, and that it walked on 4 legs. Beyond this, however, the alleged appearance of the Phantom Beast varies significantly, being described to be of basically any color, with numerous contradictory features such as tentacles, whiskers, and frills. At the time, the Guild considered this mystery to be of somewhat low priority. While it was certainly puzzling and tantalizing, it wasn't actually posing any threat to hunters or civilians. Whatever this creature was, it merely observed from afar and then vanished. The Hunters Guild is primarily concerned with safety, so no immediate action towards uncovering this Phantom Beast was taken at that time. However, as rumors and myths regarding this case became common knowledge among hunters, many younger upstarts began engaging in reckless behavior, hoping to be the ones to finally confront and discover this mystery monster. Many boasted about trying to chase down the creature, and it soon became a sort of challenge for newcomers, despite repeated scoldings from their guildmasters. Until, one day, of course, a hunter returned to Dondorma in a panicked frenzy. Behind him, on a cart, he was hauling a collection of blackened armor pieces, loosely held together by a charred human corpse. The hunter himself was also injured, missing numerous fingers, which looked as if they had been scorched clean off. Through the babbling of the survivor, a severe tragedy was illustrated. This duo of greenhorns had dedicated themselves to discovering the mystery monster, and, independently of Guild researchers, concluded that most of its sightings seemed to occur in or near the marshes around Dondorma. They had indeed found it and, against all Guild recommendations, approached it head-on. As they faced it, the creature had suddenly leapt past them, followed by a roaring thunderclap. The surviving hunters recalled little else after that. From one moment to the next, his fingers and his friend were gone, replaced with the stench of burning flesh. From this description, it appeared that this creature was a thunder element monster of hitherto unheard of potency. While all thunder monsters are dangerous, no living creature was ever seen outright vaporizing a human so easily. As a result, the discovery, classification, and containment of this phantom beast was made an urgent investigation. Luckily, the survivor had been able to get a good look at the creature, and, after a bit of calming down, his testimony proved invaluable in tracking it down. The entire Hunters Guild, focusing on one goal, is a tremendous force, and, indeed, the mystery creature would soon be discovered and observed by a sanctioned hunting party. It matched the survivor's description perfectly. It was a quadruped creature, roughly the size and shape of a moose. Its blue hide was striped, and drew white luminous patches of fur in various places. And on its head sat a single, deep blue horn, perfectly straight and horribly pointed. As its existence became confirmed, it was named Kirin. Even after its official discovery, the Kirin was and continues to be a deeply elusive creature. It matches no known monster group and seems to have no immediate relatives, thus placing it into the Elder Dragon category by necessity. But even this decision is much debated. As mystical and bizarre Elder Dragons may be, the majority of them do display some degree of similarity, which is completely absent in the small, equine Kirin. A small group of researchers are currently petitioning to investigate its relation to the Kelbi, another small equine creature, but that angle has gone nowhere as of now. Equally disputed is the Kirin's actual lifestyle and territory. Kirin are sighted in almost every environment with no clear regularity, and as such, the Guild doesn't have a habitat map as much as it just has a list of locations in which Kirin have been sighted before. They do seem to appear more commonly in the ancient tower, a derelict megastructure deep in the ruined land of Fonron. They also seem to be slightly more common in the marshes near Dondorma, as the greenhorns tragically surmised. Some researchers have suggested that Kirin do have a bespoke territory somewhere in the wild, but that it is so remote, so elusive and inaccessible, that all the Guild ever sees are the individuals that venture out and away from their secret home. Whatever the case may be, the little confirmed information about the Kirin paints a fascinating picture all by itself. Kirin are swift and graceful, galloping across any and all climate zones with seeming ease. While they are not actively aggressive, invoking their anger will see them attack relentlessly, using perhaps the single most inexplicable ability ever discovered by the Guild. True fulminokinesis, the ability to command lightning. Monsters that utilize electricity or the thunder element to attack or defend themselves are actually nothing new. Even in the early days of the Guild, various natural mechanisms to harness the thunder element were known and understood, specifically in the Khezu. But in most of those cases, the monster in question originate from its own body. Instead, the Kirin is able to generate storm clouds in the atmosphere above it and call down natural lightning strikes at any time on any target it desires. The Kirin doesn't merely use thunder attacks. It forces the very heavens above it to obey its commands and send down scorching thunderbolts. Natural lightning strikes are magnitudes more powerful than anything a living creature could ever hope to produce in its own body. And so, this ability makes the Kirin both unique and devastatingly powerful. Lightning dances around this beast, striking at any that approach it. The speed and intricate patterns with which these strikes occur are nearly impossible to outmaneuver, and few beings, man or monster, are able to survive getting hit more than once. The Kirin found in the New World can even cause lightning to curve and fly horizontally, an entirely unique and absurd occurrence. True fulminokinesis is as mysterious as it is powerful. Lightning strikes are a largely random phenomenon, and there aren't many known mechanisms to feasibly manipulate them, let alone control them to the degree seen in the Kirin. Careful observation has however yielded some clues. This ability seems to depend on both the Kirin's white fur and its horn. Whenever it calls down thunder, its mane glows and pulsates brightly, and the larger lightning strikes are called down by a swing of the azure horn, which can often be seen crackling with small arcs of lightning around it. Two key observations further solidify the importance of these two body parts. First, in the New World, a researcher made a breakthrough discovery when they finally managed to observe a Kirin during feeding. Long thought to be herbivores, Kirin were finally confirmed to seek out plants, but not for the usual reasons. While the researcher called it feeding, what they actually observed was that the Kirin was licking the plants rather than eating them. It seemed to be lapping off the moisture that accumulated on the surface of certain flora, and, curiously, whenever it did so, the Kirin would shed small puffs of its white mane, which would briefly glow like it does while calling down lightning. This suggested that there was some mechanism by which absorbing moisture could replenish or otherwise influence the Kirin's mane. The sparkling energy that surrounds the hair at most times might suggest that the beast does store some degree of thunder in its own body as well. How exactly this interacts with its ability is still unknown. The second key observation centered around an entirely different species. The Rajang, a rare and dangerous fanged beast, is well known for its thunder abilities, which color its coat and empower its fists. But these abilities are not innate at birth. Instead, Rajang must perform a sort of coming-of-age ritual, in which they hunt down a Kirin, break off its horn, and consume it. Upon ingesting the horn, Rajang unlocks its full erected potential. This implies that the horn is indeed where the major thunder abilities of the Kirin are localized, as it would otherwise not have this effect on the Rajang. Both parts of the mane and the horn were later retrieved for study, which was unfortunately less insightful than expected. While both materials held significant electric charge, making them difficult to handle, they showed no signs of special structures or adaptations that enabled that property. It was as if the Kirin simply had a natural, mystical relationship to the storms, and that they granted it power beyond the constraints of mere biology. Using this power, a rampaging Kirin is a force to be reckoned with. As if the lightning strikes weren't enough, the beast is also quite formidable without them. Its strong legs allow it to shoot itself off the ground at tremendous speeds, even being able to leap up cliffs and mountains effortlessly. In conjunction with this agility, its horn is not just a vessel for its thunder ability, but a deadly skewer, ready to penetrate those that irritate its wielder. Defensively, the Kirin has another bizarre ability. By calling down a lightning strike onto itself, it envelops its body in a plasmatic aura. The crackling electricity surrounding it tempers the Kirin's muscles, making its body so hard that almost nothing can harm it. It is a truly otherworldly creature. Kirin research did not just happen in a vacuum. With each new, inexplicable detail about the creature that made it into guild records, the imagination and ambition of scholars all across the organizations was emboldened. The Kirin may be elusive, but through that quality, it inspired an entire generation of researchers to dream and imagine all the other unusual, magical beasts that might roam the great unknown. And of course, numerous theories around the Kirin specifically emerged. One favorite